Hello and welcome to the final playday of SAL Group. So we'll determine in 5 best of ones who makes it to the playoffs and for who the season will end here. My name is Anne, and joining me today on the broadcast we have Foxy. We'll be diving right into the action. Foxy, welcome back on the SAL. A lot has been decided already, but still some good matches coming up today.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have one spot left to be able to determine who's going to be being in playoffs, essentially. And then at the end of the day, seeding does matter to a certain extent. We saw how the NAL went down, where 100 Thieves had to go through M80 and Shopify Rebellion. So for any team, the position that you end in matters entirely.
Exactly, yeah. It's all about that 6th and final spot going into playoffs today, and it currently is undecided whether Lowe's or Fluxo W7M will be running away with that spot. Mostly matchup 3 and 4 will be really important for that spot, but as you already mentioned as well, of course, seeding is also important, and so much is to be played still for the upper bracket. One team have already locked themselves in for that is FaZe Clan, and we actually want to dive into the action from last week a little bit further, because FaZe actually took their first loss. They were on an unbeaten streak, things were going really well for them, and then they lost their first game. So we checked in with our colleagues from the native broadcast as well, who put together a beautiful piece to talk about what happened last week.
A gente seguiu o mesmo padrão que a gente está seguindo sempre dos outros jogos, mas a gente não fez nada de especial não para eles. Eu acho que eles estão tentando forçar uma rivalidade que só tem entre FaZe e Liquid. E é isso.
That's it. CyberDead, seriously? That's exactly how the unbeaten streaks started to fall last weekend. And you must be thinking, wait, if FaZe and Furia were undefeated and FaZe won, how can the unbeaten streaks fall, like in plural? Let me explain, my impatient fan. It turns out Jaiminho Dado's team also lost, but on the next day against the Loud. And that was a huge win for the Loud Boys. It was what secured the team in the next stage. L's team currently sits in 50th place. And remember, only 6 teams qualify for the playoffs. So far, we have FaZe, NiP, Furia, Liquid, and Loud locked in, while Loz and Fluxo are battling for the last playoff spot. But don't get it wrong, practically every duel today is important. That's because only FaZe secured their position on the table, rank 1. Except for the eliminated teams, the rest of the squads still need to figure out where they will end up in the standings, and consequently, who they will face in the next stage. Fluxo is trying to grab the spot against Loud. Los faces Cavalry chasing a giant upset. Finally, Furia and NiP clash to see who finishes in the 2nd place. Also, our stats squad ran all the calculations so you can know each team's chance. Check it out on the screen. So that's it, squad. A lot is still on the line in this final crucial round. Make your bets. It's all you, studio crew.
And as was mentioned, really when we get into the later matches of today, things will start to get exciting about that final playoff spot, but also the seeding in the upper bracket. You already mentioned it as well, Fox. It really matters about who you're playing in that the bracket later on as well, to see if you have a good chance of making it to EWC or whether things will be really difficult from the start. But I do like it when we get to a final playday and there are still things to be played for. I mean, we've been here before with other, leagues or other stages that you get to this final playday and everything's already kind of decided.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go into the last play-day with nothing to play for on the line. If you're a viewer, every game needs to matter to you at a certain point. FaZe is the only team that really has solidified their spot in first. We're starting off the day with a real heater of the game. Battle of the 2 bottom teams, INTZ versus IMP. Unfortunate, season for them specifically, but I personally love watching games like this where it's the 2 quote-unquote worst teams of the region, just because they really put their best foot forward. There's nothing to necessarily hold them back, no fear to be able to play against one another, and sometimes you get to see some interesting rounds when you put 2 teams that haven't had success throughout the stage against one another.
That is a really big thing, right? Sometimes when you don't really have anything to play for anymore, you can kind of get unleashed as a team, and we've seen that as well in the other regions. For example, with Heretics in the EML, when they had nothing to play for, when their players were already all out of the picture, all of a sudden, they come out and they beat a bigger team inside of that league. So that first matchup, of course, these are the bottom two teams in the league, but a lot can still happen with that one. As we already said, it's more so that third and fourth match. If you are a Flux or W7M enjoyer, you're kind of hoping that Liquid does really well against Lowe's. Ideally, regulation victory, overtime victory, which would then leave Lowe's vulnerable for Flux or W7M eventually to overtake them should they get a victory against Loud.
Yeah, I think if you are Flux or W7M, you're going to be the biggest fan of Liquid, vice versa for Flux or W7M going up against Loud. At the end of the day, you don't want to be in a situation where you have to rely on another team beating the team that you need to lose. Los has 1 point of an advantage when it compared to Flux or W7M. So even if both teams lose out, it's very difficult games for both of them. Los would be the one to get it, but you want to be able to get a win just to be able to go into the playoffs with that under your belt.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit sad for these teams to kind of have their season over from here and not get to play any best of threes, not have a chance of making it to an international event, especially for a team like Liquid as well, right? If you think very much forward, talking about the club championship that's going on at EWC, big organization, many different games that they participate in, so they want to rack up those points in that competition as well, but moving into our first game of the day, you already alluded to it. Imperial Esports versus INTZ. We got the number 9th and number 10th team of the league going up against each other. And surely Imperial Esports will be a little bit upset with INTZ getting so close, but coming short against Lowe's because that eventually costed them their chances of making it to playoffs. But as you already said as well, in the end, if you want to make it to the playoffs, you got to make sure you get those points yourself, and you don't want to be relying on other teams that will do the job for you, essentially. Speaking of Imperial, though, they did see those playoff teams go up to smoke. Do you think there's any kind of grudge maybe they'll hold against their opponents for today for how that matchup went last week?
I mean, I do think that if you're IMP, just being able to get a win, I don't think they're holding a grudge. I think for them, it's difficult to say, but they're just happy to be here. I mean, they've had a really rough stage so far. I mean, they only had one win, and that was just not something that you can take going into the next stage and be comfortable with. So if you can at least get another win, maybe bump yourself up to 9th place. I believe the round differential is very difficult for them to overcome when it comes against INTZ. But I think there's some good redeeming qualities for IMP, essentially. Just the area that they were able to beat Loud. I feel like Machina has been having a pretty good stage so far. He's a player that everyone talked about since he joined the SAL, but he never really lived up to the hype. I think this is one of his better stages individually, despite his team not doing too well. And it's just something that hopefully they understand the issues that happen throughout this stage. They have a lot of good individual performers. I really love the way that they play their shields, but it needs to be more consistent. It feels like when push comes to shove, when the time gets down, I don't want to say it's inexperience because they have a player like Sexy Cake on the team who has the most amount of experience in the SAL, but everything gets really hectic and it seems like they abandon all synergy and team play when clock starts to get dire, when the time starts to trickle down.
Yeah, the player that you mentioned there, Sexy Cake, was so important in at least getting those 3 rounds on the board last week for their team. Big rounds, big moments, but on the other side, we saw some questionable mistakes from them on the defense, and very unfortunate for them to eventually be losing that game to Black Dragons. Speaking of their opponents for INTZ, for them, it was even more heartbreaking. They had a 5-1 lead going into what probably was their most important matchup of the stage against Lowe's. Devastating 6 rounds in a row that they were losing there, and that's just really unfortunate to see your playoff dreams get ruined in that way. But I think the big light for this matchup is the core of Arthur, Legacy, and Angels, who have been stepping it up in these last few matches, have really been showing up for themselves. And if you think for these players it matter as well, given the stage is practically already over, they're playing for themselves here. They're playing to, maybe get picked up by a bigger team, or even get a good showing that helps them with the benefit of the stage too.
Yeah, they could also climb over Black Dragons just as a consolation prize. They can finish themselves in 8th, but I do agree. I mean, I think Angels, Arthur, specifically Angels, I mean, they've been having a phenomenal stage so far. I mean, they've been so impactful when it comes to getting their 2 wins. I believe they beat Flux or W7M and, if I'm not mistaken, NIP. So both of those 2 games, those 2 teams, when you look at how everything was going into 2 weeks ago, you would have thought this team was going to fall flat on their face. But for a team to be able to get 2 big wins against 2 big orgs like that, I think it has a lot more to show in INTZ's favor than it does for Imperial. I would say that they maybe a little bit more time into the stage going into next season. I think INTZ could be a contender for a team that could fight for that 6th place spot. I mean, they have a lot of good things to show throughout this stage. Unfortunately, somebody has to be at the bottom, and a lot of their games were very close. Besides their phase matchup, that was a slaughter. But every other match, I'd say INTZ was doing fairly well. I just think they need a little bit more time together.
Trust the process maybe going into stage 2 for them, and they should, because what this matchup might come down to in the end as well, if we're looking all the way at the end of stage 2, is relegation, right? Getting those matches and those victories against the teams that are around you on that lower end of the league could be so important to keep your spot secure in SAL for next year. But as we dive into this matchup, the final best of one between these two teams, we can have a look at the veto and see where the series will be taken to. The final time we'll see these two teams inside of our region. Any thoughts, any expectations for the map, maybe, Boxer?
I'm expecting to see a lair. Both these teams are very comfortable on it. No ban right. Unfortunate. I thought I was going to make a big brain prediction. Both of these teams are very comfortable on lair. It makes sense that they want to go to a labs. It's just one of those maps where similar to Lair in the way that you can play very slow. I believe these two teams have issues when it comes to late round. Imperial, from what we were saying in the last couple 30 seconds, minute of the game, they tend to stress out. Labs is one of those maps where it makes things very straightforward and easy on defense. There's so much room that you have to be able to go through. So when you're on defense, you're able to just sit back, let the opposing team deal with what they need to deal with. And I think it'll work in favor for Imperial. At the end of the day, it's a toss-up. I think INTZ is going to be the better team going into it. But that being said, Imperial has shining moments of hope, especially the way that they use their shield. And Sexy Cake has been one of those players that is able to carry a game, and he has shown it throughout this last stage. But we'll need to see if the shields will even be a factor in the play. The Monty, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, or if INTZ just forces Imperial to have to clear themselves, which that is a very big issue for Imperial, is if Sexy Cake is not entering, they really fall flat on who's going to be taking that torch and entry for the team.
Yeah, it really will be a big show of between players, like, for example, Sexy Cake that you mentioned as well, but also the core that we talked about over on the other side with INTZ here. And INTZ starting out on the defense, as you mentioned, should also have an easier time, at least in those very first few rounds. But as we now know the map and we know everything about these two teams, we can get our casters in for today. For our 5 best ones today in the SAL, we are joined by Intero and Jesse. And guys, I heard you say this is the first time you guys are working any SAL this stage, but we're glad to have you here.
Well, it's good to be here, and we wear our best matching stripes. We both look like we're in various phases of about to be bowling, and I think that's very nice for us.
Yeah, I've been practicing my bowling all day long, but now we can switch over the focus to Siege, and I'm really excited because it's South America. It's one of the most fun regions to watch in all of Rainbow Six, and I'm sure we're going to have a great day.
Yeah, I'm glad as well for you that you get to watch one of your favorite players later on, as well as Fancy will be diving into action later with those matches. But speaking of the day as a whole, I mean, I know we already talked about this. These two first matches are not going to be the super important ones, but the pressure that must be on the players for these later matches in Terro, like, that must be crazy. One of the most important matches they're going to play of their life, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, expectations in this region are always high. You know, despite what happened in Salt Lake City, we still consider Brazil to be the high water mark for Siege, or maybe not as much right now. But if you're on one of these teams, expectations are going to be quite heavy on your shoulders. And for a lot of these teams, they don't make a ton of roster moves. Even if you don't do the best in stage 1, even if you are a team that's already failed to make the playoffs, as both of these squads are, you're playing for stage 2, you're playing to grow, you're playing to improve.
Yeah, I think certainly there's a lot on the line today. We still got a playoff spot to determine, and the fact that Fluxo W7M are still currently outside of that playoff picture and they've got to earn their spot today, that's a huge organization with really high expectations. So going out today would be a massive blow to that team.
Would be, yeah. And then bringing things back towards this game here between Imperial and INTZ. Any predictions on what's going to happen, starting with you, Jesse?
Listen, these are the bottom two teams, but I also think there are levels to this thing, and I think INTZ are a significantly better team than Imperial, so I expect them to walk away with the win here today, but anything's possible.
I agree. I mean, and one thing I will say is none of us are American. Should we not be saying INTZ? As a Canadian, it hurts my heart.
INTZ?
That's just me nitpicking.
I mean, Beeb, I guess if you want to go ahead for that with the game, that'd be fine. Foxy, you're still sticking with your prediction as well that Imperial will win this? Oh, sorry, INTZ will win this, or are you changing your mind?
Yeah. INTZ definitely will win. Yeah. I really am a fan of how good Parker is at avoiding the prediction question. It's so good.
Dance around it. I love to dance, baby. You know me.
Well, we'll see where this matchup ends up, though. We gotta get some hope, though, for Imperial Esports with the big players on that roster. Can they get anything going here on the attack on Nighthaven Labs?
Well, thank you so very much. Let's kick off our first game of the day, as we've got a busy day in Brazil, Jesse. We're going to be seeing some teams go forward. One of those teams will be either Los or Fluxo W7M. As was stated by the desk, we have a single team outside of the playoffs locked in. Now, it is a bit bizarre, I will say, as a North American fan, and I can be unabashedly pro North America because for the first time in ages, we are actually good at Siege. We get to see what Brazil is going to bring to EWC. And while most of our representatives have been sent in other regions, Brazil is still waiting. And of course, the playoffs for Brazil are going to be a bloodbath when they pop up. But for now, we start off with two teams that are unfortunately in the basement of Brazil. And yeah, I think INTZ certainly has the leg up here between the two.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial Esports have struggled. They have a 1-11 record this season, going back to kickoff as well against Tier 1 opponents. Ints or INTZ, I mean, they've certainly had their struggles, but they've also had some wins here and there through both kickoff and this stage. So they've definitely had some big moments where they've been able to take out some better teams. I'd like to back up what Fox was saying. I mean, he was talking about the shields a lot on the desk, and I think he hit the nail on the head because INTZ have immediately gone and banned both the Monty and the Blitz. Sexy Cake, of course, the primary shield player on Imperial, but you'll see Mitrix and Florio pick up shields from time to time as well on this team. And then Arthur, maybe the #1 Clash player in all of South America. He has a higher Clash pick rate than anybody else in this league. Immediately doing his best Canadian impression, jumping on this operator for the top floor of Nighthaven Labs.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
We get to see them in action, and Nighthaven Labs is a great map for us to watch. Imperial's a team that we didn't cast too much during kickoff, if memory serves correctly, Jesse. So, but I mean, there's been a lot said from them in their performance over kickoff and onwards. They're a team that has, I think, played well below expectations, especially with some of those players on the roster. Like Mitrix and Machina have had really, really good games throughout their career, but consistency's been the issue, and surrounding themselves with the right supporting cast is, I suppose, a little bit trickier. So they've got their work cut out for them now as they enter the game in Brazil. And this is a golden opportunity to play up against, honestly, your contemporaries. Out of all the teams in the league, INTZ will have the most in common with Imperial. If Imperial can get a victory here, it should be a big confidence boost.
It'll be tough starting on the attack, of course, going up on Nighthaven Labs. These top floor bomb sites, I mean, specifically this top floor and then storage as well, can be really, really powerful for the defender, so you've got to be watching out for that. Already a player in a bit of an aggressive position, droned out over towards meeting. I believe that was STK. He's dropped all the way back down to that bottom floor, so pretty rare that you see a roamer get so aggressive. Legacy here in Connector as well. Even after getting droned out, he's sticking around here, not wanting to fall back to the site. So, like, I think showing a little bit of the confidence from INTZ here, Parker, where they want to be getting in these early gunfights. They feel good about winning them.
He'll now dance away as the Clash gets called into action to try and settle some things down. Slowing things down, that's for sure. We've got our first casualty, Machina bleeding out as the breach is open. I'm gonna be honest with you. I struggle to see where INTZ's aggression came from to find him.
Just out a swing on the breach there, I think, Parker. They managed to pick him back up, though, so it's no harm, no foul. 60 seconds, and I'm worried about the dimensions for this push. Imperial, they've got that connector control. That's great, but usually on this bomb site, you want a second angle. Starting to see people move now with Yex on this roof and Mitrix as well, but they have to be able to pressure elsewhere on this map.
They'll find Florio, Legacy, the only kill so far. IMP just getting whittled down. There goes Yex as INTZ is finding all of their targets. Mitrix, the next casualty, and the shield is the last one remaining. Sexy Cake, the veteran member of Imperial Esports, will now wander his way in. No flawless round to be had for INTZ, and Sexy Cake will actually find a second as he exits, but the round goes quite easily to INTZ.
Yeah, you never really want to be seeing your shield player go down as the final player alive on the stack. You'd expect him to kind of be leading the charge. Nice that he gets a couple of kills in there, Parker, but I want to see Sexy Cake being that spearhead for the team rather than the last one alive. And again, you go back to the dimensions that they had on Imperial, it was almost entirely focused on that connector push. There was a little bit of pressure looking in towards Rafters, and there was that Ying that went Aqua side, but the Ying just wasn't able to accomplish much. Some really nice shots coming out from Angels there to lock down that garage side and make sure that the rest of his team could fully focus on that connector. And that's the biggest thing when you've got a clash, right? If you can stop that back pressure, if you can isolate that push to just one dimension, there's almost no way for the clash to go down and for the defense to lose the round. So really good game plan from INTZ. I think they knew exactly how they wanted to play that one, and they get the win because of it.
Absolutely correct. These teams have struggled to grow. I think is a fair thing to say with them. If we want to just reference the overarching numbers, unfortunately, both of these squads make up the lion's share of the bottom 10 rated players in the league. There's been some standout performances and some good plays, but the highest rated player in the lobby is Angels, the aforementioned player that you talked about. He's a +1 in terms of KD. Everybody else has a negative KD on both of these teams. So again, not that you want to beat up on teams that are towards the bottom, but I do think it is fair to call a spade here, and both of these teams still have quite a bit of growing to do, and they're evenly matched, as was said in round number 1. Now, if round number 1 is any indication, then they're not quite so evenly matched, because Imperial is going to have some serious work cut out for them to match INTZ's Fury after, I guess technically they lost 2, but they only lost 1 active player, I suppose, when the round was finished.
So aware of some of these roamers, the very extended push or hold from INTZ, Parker, where they've got 4 players up outside of the basement. Of course, STK on that Solus up above on the top floor. He's currently spotting some of these drones as they come through the mid floor, but Angels, Raps, and Legacy all lurking around that mid floor as well. Angels in particular inside storage will have a really good vert angle on the main breach that got opened up by Florio, so getting him out of position will be absolutely critical before you go for this push. And already Mitrix in the building, hoping to find one of these players not looking his way. This may or may not get hurt. I think STK should hear it, but he's actually already fallen all the way back down to this bottom floor. So really just peeling back from INTZ, staying alive in this mid-round.
Yeah, Machina holding this cross. Dude, I remember when Machina first made his debut, and people were saying that he was an up-and-coming fragger. I mean, hey, look, he takes out Legacy. A pretty nice shot. And immediately, Imperial sinking their teeth into this INTZ defense. Angels and Legacy down for the count. That leaves 2 players on INTZ still searching for their first kills. You've got some stall potential here with the Goyo, and you've got all the gas canisters in the hands of Raps, but INTZ is quite eager to take these engagements, swinging onto Imperial as they hang outside the windows. Machina gunning down Raps, and it's all up to SDK and Arthur. A brutal round so far for INTZ's fraggers as they've come up empty-handed in these engagements.
We're truly living in the F2 era, Parker, and I'm all here for it. Now, Arthur and STK, the last ones to stay alive. The time is pretty low. This will give them some hope, but they have to be focused on that diffuser, and that makes it really tough. Yex finds Arthur, STK in the 1v5.
I mean, you have no vertical control. You don't have a lot of utility. The first round so dominant in favor of INTZ, and Imperial Esports will answer back with a flawless round of their own. We thought a flawless round might materialize after round number 1, but Sexy Cake got a couple impactless exit kills. A lot more formidable for Imperial, as INTZ just seemed a little bit restless. My read, Jesse, they didn't have info. They went for just info swings, and they got punished by Imperial every time.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to hold a lot of the map, right? They were holding onto a large portion of map control, and eventually I think those pincers really just came down. They were trying to make rotates, and the F2 again. It was singing for both Mitrix and Machina, and that's what I want to see throughout this game, right? I want to see these guys on Imperial, the young fraggers who are so talented and are so good. Mitrix in particular, Machina I know has not maybe lived up to expectations that we were initially hyping him up for, but they're still talented young fraggers, and I want to see them just play into their aim, play into their gun skill, get some of these 1v1 engagements, because that's going to be where they find some success. You're going up against a team like INTZ who can be extremely util focused. They're also a heavy shield team, much like Imperial are, and you're seeing that with Arthur going back to the Clash for the second time this game. If you play the util game, if you play the plant game, I just fear it's not going to go your way. I want to see them getting active in these gunfights. They've done it once so far. Let's see if they can do it again.
Vertical control important on all maps, but especially important on this one. Now you're going to be defending that first floor. So, do you spread out? Do you expect a linear take for Imperial Esports? One thing that Imperial has struggled on, as Davide talked about, was their entry and the ability to do so in a more comprehensive measure. To be honest, I don't think I'd ever use the word comprehensive when talking about Rainbow Six Siege, Jesse, but here we are. Basically means if you don't do your due diligence before getting to the bomb site, then you're going to get beaten by the defenders. That wasn't the case in the previous round. It was a very comprehensive execute by Imperial Esports. If they're too linear, they can get picked apart as they now tackle with this cafeteria kitchen bomb site.
This is a really weird defense from INTZ. Usually with the Clash on the site, you'll see them playing at the top of the lobby stairs, trying to stall that control of the top floor, but instead they're just holding really everybody on this mid floor. They've got control of Lounge. As you see Angel's getting the hard ping there, he'll know that he's been droned out, has to back off. But even Arthur just kind of sitting bottom lobby, trying to stall out any of that linear push, completely conceding this top floor, which means Mitrix and Sexy Cake should have a really good time up here, just ripping apart these floorboards, finding a lot of space. Unless there's a late flank from somebody like STK, I find it really difficult for Ints to survive in this round and to make that play happen.
He's on drone here. This was a golden opportunity to potentially take care of him. The X will now await one of those players that were towards the bottom, whether it be the Smoke or the Jaeger. Still has every logic bomb in pocket. I was going to say, good time to start using them. If you gamble your life and you die with that intel in pocket, that is bad, not good whatsoever. He's trying to hunt down the Aruni, so he doesn't realize that the person below him is Raps, and STK again there for follow-up. They're keeping his attention, but Jesse, is it good that two defenders are focused on a single attacker when there's still four other attackers to deal with?
I mean, what are those attackers doing? That's my question, because if the rest of the team is stalling out, then that's totally fine for Ints. I think they're right now, we're seeing a little bit of that from Imperial. You're looking at Flory with the defuse kit, and it looks like he wants to push in through lobby side. If he tries that, he's going to come head-to-head with Arthur on the Clash, so they need this back pressure to really open up the bomb site before they go for anything.
Oh, that's a devastating blow, losing to one of the premier Shield players in Brazil in Arthur. Makina will trade it right back. That F2 singing in his hands. He had a great previous round, and he will continue to find yet another kill. Now it's Arthur being hounded. That leaves STK on the side of INTZ without a kill. The only person in the lobby not to get one, INTZ, finding their frags. These are such lopsided rounds, Jesse. The moment that you get that first pick, you basically win the round. STK finds two, breaks his goose egg, and INTZ goes back to the lead.
Again, it's kind of that gunfight focus execute coming out from what we're seeing on Imperial, Parker, and they've got good pressure all around the map, but again, I just feel like, what did they accomplish with that vert pressure? They had full top control the entire round, and we didn't really see those vert players doing a whole lot inside of meeting, inside of that top floor position, trying to force those players out from inside the bomb sites. Maybe it was happening off cam, and we just didn't quite catch it on the spectate, but it really felt like they could have done a bit more with that pressure they had up above. It was given to them completely for free, and they just weren't able to do much with that control. They weren't able to put an execute together despite all of that space they were given. So tough push coming out there from Imperial. I still think a 2-1 first quarter is a pretty good result for them. They are on the attacking side, and despite where the meta is shifting, I do think that this is still going to be a game that leans defender-sided just because of the two teams we've got playing in this series. So getting away with one's not the end of the world. If they can escape this half with like a 4-2 or even a 3-3, I think they'd be very happy with that result.
Absolutely. And again, we want to set expectations for this matchup and not trip over ourselves to sound too mean-spirited or to sound too pessimistic, but at the end of the day, these teams are basically playing for posterity. Both of them have already been eliminated from the playoffs. They both sit in 9th and 10th, with INTZ in 9th and Imperial Esports in 10th, respectively. So the big focus, I think, for these teams is woodshedding. It's practice. It's the same thing we say in every single region. Teams get talked about in EML this way, in APAC. We've said it a few times in the NAL when you look at the teams that are towards the bottom. Whether these squads make roster moves or not and change things up for the future doesn't really matter. Game day reps are oh so important. And I mean, Brazil, with being a competitive region, even the team that finishes in dead last in Brazil is usually in pretty good shape and usually has a couple good players on it. So there's things here to correct. The only thing I will say to argue against myself, Jesse, is that these are mostly veteran players in the lobby, so it's not like they're new and they need more reps themselves. It's more just about finding that cohesion as a team.
It's a completely different setup coming through from Ints, and they've got really good information with this pulse coming through on STK. He's already spotted Yex opening up that wall. Not that it's a huge surprise that there's a Thermite out there. They went for the shield ban, so these hard breachers are all going to be up, and Thermite will be a mainstay here on Nighthaven Labs. I wonder if they're wanting to go aggressive here with anything, Parker. They've got Arthur right next to STK, so they could go for a big swing and try to get that man advantage, and there it is. Right when the wall gets opened up, you will find Machina and get themselves a 5v4. That's a beautiful little play from Arthur.
Arthur's been a very interesting player over his career, right? He's had some really great looks, and then there's been seasons where it just seems like he can't find anything. But he was one of the first Premier Shield players that we saw on attack, rocking it quite consistently. He made Manchester, correct me if I'm wrong, on that E1 roster. So he's got land rep experience, even if E1 got bounced for Manchester in one of the first 4 spots. But he's got experience, and he can help lead this team, and right now he's leading by example.
He was really early to the shield meta. I think that's the big thing. It's like when shields were first buffed and teams were starting to realize how good they were, he and, as you say, E1 were so dominant in that space. They did really good work a couple years back on that. Has struggled, I think, to keep up with the meta in recent times. Continues to play hyper aggressive. You don't see this from shield player IGLs too often, but clearly feeling himself here up against the 10th ranked team in South America. If he can get another one, this would be massive to just shut this round down for Ints.
Pacing of these rounds has been, I don't want to say bizarre, but has been very explosive. There's action that will not occur for most of the round, and then, well, everybody dies in very short order. That's Siege, baby. Angels now lined up with 30 seconds to go in the round. INTZ want to block Imperial from getting in. They failed to let Sexy Cake into this spot. He finds one, misses the recoil on Legacy, dies. Out go the Candelas, and the charge on in now from IMP. Will they run headfirst into a brick wall? Mitrix gunning down Raps. A very even contest. Only 10 seconds to go, and now it's Imperial coming out ahead. Florio's found an opportunity to get the defuse kit at the halfway point. Right now, Yex holding cross. He's boxed them in. Legacy's last to be found. Diffuse kit down, running away, and Mitrix will get the job done. An all-out brawl that goes the final 30 seconds, and IMP tie things up.
That's the power of that Ying. They tried to do something very similar back in round number 1, Parker, where Imperial had most of their forces pushing Connector and pushing in through IT, and then they just had the Ying solo over to Aqua. Back in round number 1, Mitrix on the Ying got absolutely slammed early by Angels. This time, though, he's able to use those Candelas, get the triple kill. Of course, you're going to see lots of value in that, but even the kills that he didn't get, he's forcing those players to move inside the site by tossing those Candelas, making those positions difficult. And then what do we see? It's F2s holding angles, catching players as they cross, just like the round they won back in round number 2. So this is clearly a strategy that's developing for Imperial. If they can make these defenders move, if they can force them to run around the map and they can hold those angles to clutch up, that can make all the difference in the world. And it's 2-2. It seems like a close game, but again, I think this map will lean defender-sided, and so the fact that Imperial have already got themselves a tied game after 4 rounds, and they could push for a 4-2 split on the attack, it's cause for concern, and INTZ will use their attack timeout because of it.
I mean, you don't have to be the smartest man alive to look at a 2-2 scoreline and go, wait, you're tied and you're using your own timeout? And again, teams use timeouts for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it can be because the coach hears something that we don't. This is idle speculation, of course, on our part. But when you look at what the coaches have access to, and believe you me, most teams in Brazil have quite an extensive amount of coaching staff. Yes, even the teams with lower budgets and lower in the standings, they are usually well equipped. They might they're not liking the fact that on defense they're dropping too many rounds. And again, these teams tend to collapse when things go badly. So if those are the main issues for INTZ, you've got 2 rounds to put as much of a lead between you and Imperial Esports, because if you believe that the defenders have an advantage here on this map, Imperial already getting 2 of the 6 rounds is their win condition. They've accomplished that. Most teams on attack will only get those 2 rounds. Any more, and INTZ ends up in, kind of dangerous position. So good time to call your timeout, and if things go bad for Imperial, you'll have another opportunity to talk to your team, as well as timeouts allow both teams to speak. This
Kinda
is
surprised.
really something.
Oldest trick in the book, especially in South America. It was the Brazilians who invented this aggressive mira that they put on these outer walls, and they really started to popularize that. But this time it does get caught out. They're ready for that swing, and it's an early kill onto the captain of INTZ. Second time in a row Arthur's been involved in that opening duel, and again, as the IGL support player, you don't see that so often from him, but I think, again, feeling the stakes of this match and knowing that they're up against Imperial Esports, maybe he's feeling a little bit more aggressive, like he can take some of these risks. But yeah, going for a full 4-man roam, now down to a 3 roam as Legacy goes back to site, is kind of risky given how it went back in round number 2.
I'm reloading.
I see stuff like that, and it's like, I see that in like silver ranked, which I know is a higher rank than you are. So you might not see it up there, but I get to see it down there, I would say.
Yeah, in Copper 5, we haven't figured that strat out yet. We're still working on it.
Jesse, I heard they made toilet paper for you, so you were toilet paper 5. That's what I understand. STK on the run out onto Mitrix, who is completely unaware, and we are back to even footing as INTZ will tie things up with 1:20 still left.
I like that from STK. Let it hang a little bit. Get some aggression going in this game. Find a way to be able to equalize this man count after you lost your captain down inside the site. Certainly, you're going to give up your position a little bit, but he's actually gone right back up these Aqua stairs, and Machina on the Snake might not be ready for that. There is a player pushing up here towards the top floor. I believe that's Yex, who's just outside of Rafters at the moment, and he will go into blows with STK, but, oh god, they have no idea where STK has gone, Parker. This could be a huge flank.
He'll get Yex. So the spray transfer just misses. Florio takes some damage, but is still alive. This has been a great round from the Fragmite, if you want to call him that. You got the first pick on that ejected Mira, and now shuts down STK. Both kills so far in the round on this support player. He's still holding the case as well. Sexy Cake is there for backup. And suddenly INTZ, after using their timeout, Jesse, now on their back foot. 25 seconds left. You've got Goyo canisters spread out around this bomb site. You've got 2 gas canisters in pocket as well. There's still potential here for INTZ to hang on, especially with a shotgun in such close order, but he misses his first shot. You're not going to win when you're missing like that, Raps. Legacy takes down 1. He gets them both, no doubt about it. INTZ managed to salvage the round, but hoo boy. That's not a confidence-inspiring win.
No, certainly not. That looked just like round number 2, Parker, with those roamers falling by the wayside, not able to play together. It seemed like we were going to see Ints put together a lead finally here in this game, but it's the clutch master of South America who steps up and makes sure that doesn't happen. Legacy, what a round to come through from him. He has been doing this all stage long. He's got a 29% success rate in the clutch this stage. That's the highest of any player in South America, and it allows INTZ to be the most clutch team in South America on the defense, despite the fact that they have been struggling so much in the standings. When it comes down to winning in these clutch moments, when it comes down to winning at the last moment, that's where INTZ start to shine. Seeing that once again here on Nighthaven Labs, and it will make sure that they, at the very least, don't lose this first half.
If we'd said this before we actually got in to round number 1, we would be saying, well, that's quite silly, because you don't want to be in a position where you can't lose it. You want to be in a situation where you win it. So for INTZ, you got to win this round, or else the second half becomes a lot more precarious. Do it again. Do it again. Yes. Yes.
Of course.
Do it again. I'm a sicko, man. I just want to see this.
I have
We
to
will not see it, Jesse. I hate to break it to you, but we're not going to see it.
No Thermite being brought this time around. It is just going to be Florio on the ace, so they can open that wall a lot safer than they otherwise would. Arthur's playing IT, and he's got impacts in his pocket, so do be wary of that. If these Selmas start to come through, you could see an impact trick come forward as well. That's going to be Arthur's main goal as he holds the Pokeball in his hand, choosing to open away from that mirror window so that it can't be impact tricked. That's really smart from Florio.
Ooh, he's just inches away, sorry, centimeters away. If we're going to be saying INTZ, I got to stay with the metric system here. Almost had a nice read on Arthur, who had some impactful kills earlier, but has largely been held off the scoreboard because of his role in the operators he's playing on. We'll see the clash and survey him yet again, as that's quite the job on the IT wall, I do tell you that.
Yeah, they've got one more Selma, so they should be able to open it, because you don't want to have to vault in through this wall, but thankfully they forced Arthur back a little bit, I believe, unless he is still in IT. He's out of impacts, I guess, so it doesn't really matter one way or another. This wall should be opened fully in a matter of moments. I think
I always hold my breath when I see that upside down repel, by the way. I've seen teams botch that too many times. The glass comes in, Makino will join, fire spreads in front. As you can see, Rafters completely vacated by INTZ, not held in this position. They gambled quite a bit to clear that out, and they managed to do that. Just a little bit over a minute to go, and surprisingly, nobody dead yet.
Yeah, this has been a really weirdly paced from Imperial. They haven't got that connector pressure that they've had so consistently on this bomb site, so that means their push is a little bit different this time. They've got IT, they've got Rafters as well, but without the Ying, how are they going to force these players to start moving? How are they going to cause that chaos? That was the real victory condition back in round number 4, and I'm not seeing it today.
Angels will lead things off. Again, the highest rated player in the lobby. You will need to rely on him to be better than 3 and 4 as Legacy now finds his 8th kill. A huge round-winning moment for Legacy, and he might have just cracked it open here too. Angels another. Now it's just Florio as Legacy's on the board. 2 for Angels, 2 for Legacy. Who's going to get Florio? Will anybody from INTZ die? Yes, STK is in the ground. Florio might as well be buried inside of IT as Raps will do what his name does. That's Raps for the first half, and INTZ walks away 4-2.
Yes, they do a 4-2 lead now after we see INTZ on defense. I feel like there's a really back and forth in those first 2 rounds there, where Parker already said as well, the opening kills seem to be really important in those rounds. I mean, it puts you in the advantage with refragging out, playing out your 2v1s, and then I think in round 5, something clicked. You know, they, despite having an opening loss on the side of INTZ, they showed much more aggression. They got 2 rounds on the board, and I think Legacy also a very important player in that later half of the first half.
Yeah, Legacy's been phenomenal in the later half of that the first half, essentially. I think INTZ had a really good understanding of what they wanted to do. I mean, we talked about Imperial struggling to be able to get their foot in the door and have an entry if there's no shields on the board. What does INTZ do? They ban all 3 shields, Blitz, Monty, Blackbeard. And I think that's in direct correlation to once the final shield was banned at that 3rd round, that's when we started to see INTZ just run away with it, because Imperial was just struggling, even just at a base, being able to get the IT wall open, just getting in the map was costing them so much utility, so much time, to the point where once they actually tried to go for an execute, once they tried to push through that hurdle, INTZ had so much time and so much utility of their own to be able to hold them back. And that's why it looks so sloppy and disjointed from Imperial, where everyone's just jumping in, everyone's pushing, 1v1s all over the place, and INTZ just is able to sit back and relax. And that was the strength that we were talking about of Nighthaven Labs, is it's such a difficulty to get in the map that a team that struggles to entry is not going to have a good time. And taking Imperial's wild card off the board with banning the shields made it so much harder for them. But now the side swap, Imperial being a big mental team, yes, they can do the same thing. They can sit back. They can use their own set of utility. INTZ has the momentum on their side, and who better than one of their entries, Legacy, to be having a great game if he's going to be able to facilitate getting those first picks. It's going to be a different story altogether for INTZ on their side of the attacks.
Yeah, he was one of those players that we really mentioned in regards of that core from the side of INTZ that we kind of expect to be showing up in these later games here inside of Stage 1. Looking at the Benson, I think we already talked so much about the shield potential. Do you feel like shields might be taken away from INTZ here too?
It's possible. I know the Monty's a really big hindrance. That being said, I just don't believe that the Imperial would worry too much about it. If anything, INTZ is more of a utility team, which is why we're seeing Grim come off the board. We might see a Monty here or a Capital ban, but Imperial, in my opinion, it doesn't seem like they would worry about the shields too much because they know how to deal with it in a way. I think their main focus is trying to keep walls closed and stall as much time as possible.
All right, looking at the second bin here then. One shield coming out and one of those utility operators, as you already mentioned as well. For INTZ, opening up these walls will surely be a little bit easier with the breach denial off the board. Now, they're only 3 rounds away from 3 points here inside of the last game of SAL, and that could potentially mean they overtake Black Dragons as well. Can INTZ do that? Let's dive into the second half.
Attackers need to locate.
Thank you very much, and Fox, and you're absolutely right. Of course, INTZ still playing for that 8th position. They can vault over Black Dragons. Black Dragons will be in our next matchup today, Parker, up against FaZe Clan, and bold prediction, it's going to be a tough game for Black Dragons to win up against the #1 team in South America. So it seems likely that if INTZ can get at least a couple of points here in this game, they will be out of 9th and jumping up into 8th. Unfortunately for Imperial, after that first half result, it does look like that window has closed for them. They could have jumped over Ints and gotten out of last place with a dominant win, but at this point, even if they get a 7-4 victory against Ints, their round differential will not be strong enough, and I believe they are now locked into 10th place for Stage 1. So, unlucky start for Imperial. It will have to be better in next stage. They will have to build back better, but for Ints, plenty on the line still to play for.
There's no way you just said build back better.
That's Stage 2 for Imperial. What else could it be?
All right. In our next matchup, FaZe Clan sits at 21 points. They are the only team that is locked in for the top 4 right now in Brazil. They have looked as dominant as ever. This is the defending back-to-back world champions. FaZe Clan has 7 wins so far this stage, and their opponents, Black Dragons, have 7 points. So, surely going to be a relatively even contest, Jesse.
Yeah,
I expect them to be equals on the battlefield.
Well, FaZe are literally already guaranteed first place, so they do have nothing to play for.
True.
That sometimes does make teams play a little bit crazier, a little bit more loose than they otherwise should be playing, so that does give a little bit of hope for Black Dragons, and of course on the day, anything is possible. It's best of ones, so you can never count a team out, but for now, it's still going to be focused here on INTZ up against Imperial, and this defense is looking pretty formidable coming out from the underdogs. They've got these Goyo canisters set up. They've got Florio on the pulse as well. This was being shown earlier in the game by INTZ when STK was rocking this operator. The information it gives allows some really aggressive moves to come through, and it's been slow going so far from Imperial, who have just started to deal with some of these Goyo canisters and stuff on the connector side, and still no real pressure over towards Aqua or over towards Rafters.
Is he unable to get in?
I don't know.
Oh, no, there we go. Okay, I thought he was rubber banding or having some issues there. Double shields, by the way, from INTZ, as Arthur and Raps will be the focal points, with INTZ having 3 guns backing them up. And yeah, Legacy is having a legacy game right now, far outrunning his stats from the rest of the stage, but everybody's got to improve or overperform. Yex is the one doing that on IMP, by the way. He takes 2 down before Legacy, of all people, shuts the door on more. But you've lost your Capitao, you've lost your Monte, and these are devastating operators to lose when the execute is just inches away.
Yeah, it's a massive couple kills coming through from Yex. He's really going to put the brakes here onto INTZ. They've got 30 seconds now. The Blackbeard's still alive, hoping to make some space, but his teammates are all falling around him, Parker. They get 1 back as Legacy finds that one, but with 25 seconds, they have to find value, and Sexy Cake will shut them down on the push. So a really good defense coming up from Imperial, keeping this game close to start the day.
I mean, it now starts to make sense if INTZ is not confident in their attacks, why they burned their timeouts so early, Jesse, and that was what our speculation was, right? If INTZ knew that they would have struggles in the second half and that Imperial Esports would swim and not sink, as those are usually the 2 options when we use that wording. You got to make sure you run up that score as best as possible. INTZ looks like they just ran headfirst into a brick wall. Imperial rebuffing them every step of the way. It didn't look like there was lots of information on the side of INTZ. It didn't look like they were particularly comfortable with going about attacking the bomb site. and Imperial Esports was there to greet them. This happened a little bit on the opposite side back in the first half, if you recall. Imperial's 2 rounds were won when it seemed like they were exploiting INTZ's lack of awareness. Awareness is very important no matter what side you're playing on, but if you are not aware of where you need to go on attack, those attacks are going to fall in their face very quickly.
Well, I think you got to give credit to Yex as well, getting that 2K, especially onto the Monty, playing inside of Electrical. Like, that's a massive couple of kills to get, especially for a guy who enters this matchup as the worst player here in the stage. He entered with a negative 30 kill differential, and then, of course, was 1-5 before that last round as well. 1-4, I should say. So he's not had a very good game, at least when you look at the statistics, when you look at the fragging ability, and as a guy who does play a bit of a flex role, you want to see him a bit more active, I think, in some of these gunfights, but good to see him getting his first good round on the board, having some success there on the smoke with the defense. He will move to the Valkyrie here for the second round as the bomb site moves downstairs. Imperial try to tie the game.
Hard to pull off and execute in the previous round, too, when you lose Arthur. And I know you credited Yex for that, and rightly so. 2 of his 3 kills, very high impact in that previous round, and I don't think... Well, I mean, it's not that you don't think... Maybe you don't win that round if Yex isn't able to pop off. But Arthur is always so integral for his teams. He's going to be very vocal. He's going to be taking map control. He can be quite aggressive on those shields. Shield mains are all over the place. Some are quite passive. Arthur has never really been passive at all, Jesse. He's usually involved in the fray. So if he dies early, you have to think the entire push from INTZ falls apart. And that's exactly what we saw in the previous round.
This time is a very different defense, so the approach is going to be very different as well. It's a really heavy roam game. Both these teams liking to extend out of the basement to hold these top couple of floors. That is the meta here on the bottom floor of Nighthaven. You can't really just bunker with 5 guys down inside the site. You have to be able to take some early gunfights. So the players on Imperial not currently getting into those engagements, but they've got players littered around this mid floor. They've wasted some decent time up above. Raps will have to be using some of these boogie drones on the top floor just to force these roamers out. This isn't even looking into the site. It's just getting some vert pressure on these mid-floor players. It's Mitrix here on the cargo stairs, a couple of players over towards cafeteria, but the majority of this space has been conceded without really taking any fights.
Still holding their attention, playing a bit more passively at this moment, and Angels will immediately capitalize. Sexy Cake is there for the follow-up, so a missed opportunity for Angels to get more, but STK gets him before he can get back to the bomb site. A hail of bullets goes out as now STK will need to be brought back from the death. Florio in a 1v4. What on earth just happened? How did every single player on the side of IMP die in a matter of seconds? Florio now in really tough shape. He's got a Vector in his hand, so it's always winnable, but he runs up against another gun with an unbelievably high rate of fire, and Legacy continues his impressive performance, and INTZ looking far more comfortable on attack. What a peculiar match so far, Jesse.
Yeah, certainly for a team like INTZ as well, who I should mention have the lowest attacking win rate of any team here in the South America League. They are going up against Imperial, who have the lowest defending win rate of any team in the South American League. It's 30% for Ints and 33% for Imperial, so maybe you expect this second half to be relatively competitive and back and forth, but even still, I liked that attack quite a bit from INTZ. They used the information on Arthur to be able to get some of those pings. They found out the players over towards Cargo, and then they coordinated with the information to be able to get some of those early picks. There were good trade backs from Imperial in the midst of that, but because the vert pressure had already been established, because it was 5 players that were working on that vert, they had really good ways to catch those players after they go for some gunfights, to catch them on rotations, to get that man advantage back into their control, and then in the 1v4 on site, there's just no chance for Imperial to clutch that up. So really good stuff coming out from INTZ. They find some of that space. They use that shield from Arthur, and you go back to those operator bans. You ban the Grim and the Blitz. I know Fox said Imperial have ways to deal with these shields, and I don't disagree with him, but you have to think you're going up against Arthur. Maybe those shield bans would have been the way to go. Hindsight's 2020. We'll see if it has big impact in this round as well.
I just heard Foxay let out a sigh of relief hearing that you don't disagree with him. I know that your opinion to Foxay is very important, and he's like, yeah, Jesse doesn't disagree with me. It's not even that you agree with him. You just have to not disagree with him. It's very integral. I like Mitrix for a second here, running the banana yellow with narcoleptic nugget streamer charm. That is, we're Skinnergizing right now. That's some beautiful stuff. I really appreciate that.
Shout out, shout out.
Shout out.
This is a bit of a sneaky play from STK. It is barricaded off. This is good. A lot of teams will do this on storage where they want to be extending upwards, so they can't really extend outwards, so they just give up cafeteria entirely, barricading it off so they can't get hit without at least a little bit of notice from the back. But keep in mind, like, look again at this operator lineup on the side of Ints. They've got a little bit of hard breach, but then it's all F2s and a shield. Like, this is going to be so scary to try to deal with. And a lot of these players are Imperial. They are kind of isolated. They've got some players here and there, but if you can get one of these isolated engagements, it can be really favorable for the attackers.
They're just wading their way through utility right now, and speaking of skinnergizing, STK showing off that new Shopify Rebellion skin that a lot of teams have been using on their F2. It's good to see Twitch and the F2 in particular back in action. There was a long time where that gun was just simply not useful, and it's not going to save Angels there, though he probably should have had that engagement. He swatted away by Machina, and Imperial will strike first. A little bit more than a minute to go. STK knows that he's on a collision course with yet another, but there is a brief delay when he puts his gadget away. He's not able to outduel any of those players on IMP as he now backs away to save himself for the final minute.
Barely going in and out of the scanner range. As a player over in Cargo, it was really good use of the fire extinguisher there just to provide some smoke to get this player away. But STK, he's still not giving up the hunt. He knows he has to equalize this man count. Insane to me that they didn't get the trade on a Machina, by the way. So aggressive in bottom garage, but there's no teammates for the trade there. So the man advantage for Imperial does look good now. INTZ have to be wary to get something. This is a really aggressive peek from Yex. He does not necessarily need to hold this, especially with 2 toxic babes in his pocket in 30 seconds.
Oh, there goes the F2. Down goes Machina, finally caught out, and now looking for a little bit more as he's still in this position. He might get one. Creeping up ever closer. Good timing. Takes out the smoke. A swing now from the Ella. There's another one as he gets caught with his pants down in the reload. Sexy Cake eliminates him, but all the attention from Imperial is allowed Diffuse Kit to get planted. Lorio and Mitrix, last 2 alive for Imperial. INTZ prevails here. They move to map point. Rap still holding control from above. Oh, this is going to be so challenging for Imperial. They just have to go for a linear retake, and they don't have the bodies nor the time to flush out Raps from this position. INTZ, very well structured. Raps still holding this spot. A bit listless from the IMP guys. Down goes Florio. Raps will unload the remainder of his magazine, and the Monty harassing Mitrix as there's no hope whatsoever. Past the point of no return, Mitrix finds one onto Legacy. That'll be bad for Legacy's numbers, but the round will go to INTZ, and they move to match point.
Huge round from STK, Parker. The space that he made and the distraction that he was able to cause alongside getting 2 frags was absolutely critical in that round. STK, part of that E1 roster that he and Arthur were on to make it to Manchester, to have that international experience. Spent quite a little bit of time there on Loud and on Raza Company Academy, where he had a deep run back during SI25 as well. Now has come back to his former captain in Arthur to play now on INTZ. Tactical timeout will be called from Imperial as they face a 6-3 deficit. They'll have to be flawless through this 4th quarter if they want to force this into overtime and eke out a win. Just feels like the coordination's on a bit of a different level, though, Parker. The shields working with the F2 gunners on the side of INTZ have been really devastating to deal with, and Imperial have to find a way around it, whether that means getting more aggressive to catch these players off guard before they can coordinate some of these executes, or whether that means bunkering back in and playing around their utility, finding some way to survive against this horde of F2s that are coming your way. Something has to be done, and that's going to be the goal of the coaches now, to figure out what that will be. Very tough spot to be in, though, still. I do not like this position from them.
No, it's a rough spot for Imperial. And I mean, the team's been in a rough spot for most of this stage, right? This will be a stage that Imperial will be quick to forget. So far, only 3 points. They've mustered 34 rounds. They have the worst round differential of any team at the present point in time. And I mean, Imperial is, I don't want to say an odd assortment of players, but it's not the team that I would imagine putting together, and the results have been harder to come by, I think, for them than they'd hoped. And obviously frustrating for the team, especially frustrating for somebody like Sexy Cake. Don't forget, Sexy Cake is a pro league champion. He was on that Team Liquid roster when they won in Atlantic City. A lot of people forget that. But Imperial has had some has had some struggles all stage long. They managed to go to OT against Furia, and that was a bit of a shocker. And then they bested Loud in OT, but everything else has been relatively easy losses in regulation. So for Imperial, again, as we talked about with some of the NAL teams, whether teams are going to make roster moves or not, the squad has underperformed their expectations. Maybe they look for more chemistry, maybe they look for more leadership, maybe they look for more fragging when the next stage begins, or maybe they hold with their roster. We're unsure. But either way, Imperial Esports probably not very happy with their performance in stage 1, but I will say there's got to be 4 teams that miss the playoffs. There's got to be a team that finishes in last. It's somebody, and in Brazil, even the good teams are going to end up missing on the playoffs. Hey, Fluxo W7M might actually miss the playoffs here, Jesse, and they're a pretty decent team as well. So again, a lot of depth in Brazil. Imperial Esports has their hands full, and hopefully we see some improvements for stage 2.
Yeah, for Imperial, it's not about finishing outside of last. That is, again, outside of their hands at this point. But it's about getting just another win, right? Again, this team, 1 win, 11 losses on the season. So just to double your win count, get up to 2, would be a massive, I think, mental boost for this team when you look towards the offseason, when you look towards that second stage. It starts in the easiest position that it could. They'll go back to this top floor bomb site, and they have won this site the last 2 times they played it. Of course, back in round number 7, they were defending. They won that against INTZ. And back when they played this map in June versus FaZe Clan, they won this bomb site the final time that they defended on it. So they've certainly had some experience and some success here on the top floor site. It can be really tricky to break into. Kind of look to INTZ to figure out what's going to be that game plan to break this hard hold on the top floor. There's no roamers to try to work this man count advantage, so it looks like the pressure is going to be over on IT. It's going to be over on Connector. It's going to involve a lot of this hard breaching, and then it'll really be up to STK and Arthur to make the space to be able to get inside the site. With the Capitao and the Blackbeard, they have to be good at taking this control.
Timeout for INTZ did work, if you recall. As for Imperial, do we see immediate capitalization? I'm trying to figure out what the overall gist of this take is right now the INTZ core is very spread out, and I'm a little worried that they're going to take a bunch of isolated engagements and lose, and that'll be the round.
Plenty of time still. They've got Raptors control, they got IT control, and that's pretty much what we're looking at. They do have some pressure, I think, over towards Connector, but it's going to be Raptors, the first gunfight. Raps finds Machina on a flank.
Well, I mean, if you're isolating you in your engagements, then you look a lot smarter than I guess I just kind of framed you to be. Opening pick has been pretty important in most of these rounds, but over the last couple rounds really has not had as much of a factor. Yex will now get on the board, shutting down Arthur. Once again, Arthur dying really early on those shields is unideal. Yex is gone, Florio is gone. Mitrix, last man standing in a 1v3 with 15 seconds to go. There's no way he wins this, right? He's taken 1 down. Legacy and STK now will attempt the plant. Mitrix is isolated, cut off. He's over by Fish, going back through Commander, and now they've caught him. STK's last one standing. How does Mitrix do it? Goodness gracious, sloppiness from INTZ, and Mitrix clutches the round to keep Imperial in this.
That is a 1v4 clutched up by Mitrix while his team is up against the wall. What a ridiculous round to come through from the most clutch player on Imperial. A massive round to come through on that Denari Parker. The way he's able to play around that awkward position, it seemed like that was going to be it for sure with INTZ closing out the game. But again, their push maybe a little one-dimensional. They had all those players pushing in from Raptors and from IT. They did try to push Aqua Stairs. They had some pressure there, but it was immediately taken out as Arthur died very early in that push to Yex. It was the one kill that Mitrix did not get in the midst of that round. So really good stuff to come out there from Mitrix. An incredible clutch to keep his team alive. And sometimes, listen, I know that's supposed to be the bomb site that's easy to win. That's supposed to be your dominant round. But, like, if you're trying to build some momentum, if you're trying to get in your opponent's head so that you can win the next round and the one after that to force the overtime, sometimes a 1vx clutch like that is exactly what you need.
It can prove to be such a motivating factor as well. All it takes is one person getting really hot, firing up the team, and when a match is this close, just playing not playing scared, playing confident, playing with the confidence that you know your team should have, can completely change the course of this one. For INTZ, again, both of these teams not really playing for much. We've said that a few times. Not that we want to turn people off of watching this match, but stakes are pretty low for both of these teams. INTZ obviously wants to close this one out strong and get the victory in regulation just for posterity's sake. Imperial's going to finish in last in the league no matter what happens. So for them, it's more about bragging rights and just feeling good about, not going out with a loss. No team wants to end their stage with a loss. And especially if you're a player who might be on the razor's edge. Let's say there is a roster move or two coming for either of these squads. This is an opportunity where you as a player can selfishly say, I need to show them that I'm an integral part of this team and I can continue to be of value. And I mean, you got to take every round and all the chances that come with it as if it's your last. And for some of these players, that could potentially be the situation that they're in. So there is still things being played for on an individual basis, even if the overall standings won't be impacted too much.
Well, INTZ hoping to close out this game. We'll go for a relatively direct push just in through Cafeteria Parker. There's a guy on these vending stairs that they have to be worried about, of course. That's going to be Yex here on the Clash. So they'll find out very quickly what they're going up against. There are still players lurking over towards storage as well, so they have to be worried about a bit of a flank, but they're not looking to directly engage with these roamers. They don't want to go hunt down Machina. They don't want to go hunt down Mitrix. They're really happy just to try to take a bit of map control, force Yex back. They do lose STK to Sexy Cake. That's playing over towards warehouse side of things, so very separated from this push we're seeing out of the cafeteria side. And it gives the man advantage back over to the underdogs. They could be starting to spiral, Parker.
One of the things that you tend to see about these level of teams is that they're hard to close out games. It's really tricky, right? When their back is against the wall, when adversity gets to be the hardest it is, teams can kind of fall apart. And again, even some of the best teams struggle with adversity. Look at FaZe Clan, for crying out loud. FaZe Clan W7M, one of the greatest games we've ever seen in the history of this esport, happened on Brazilian soil. And I think it's fair to say that FaZe mentally boomed in that matchup and allowed W7M to get back into it. So if it can happen with two of the best teams in the world, it can certainly happen with the two lowest rated teams in the region. INTZ will answer back, maybe a bit belatedly, as they take down Machina. So it is a 4v4, far more winnable for INTZ, but the timing is what I'm going to keep an eye on, Jesse.
Yeah, the clock's a huge issue. The information could be good. They've got both the Deimos and the Snake here to try to find some impact, but they have to get Arthur to get that plant down. It is critical when this time's so low. It's so scary.
Down goes Raps to Sexy Cake. The veteran presence on IMP, showing why he's been able to hang for so long at this level. Mitrix now on the board as well. INTZ completely stalled out, still having to deal with the clash. They're all getting fed to the remaining players of IMP. Arthur, last man standing. Yex shuts him down. And oh my goodness, the comeback is very real, Jesse. 2 in a row for Imperial at this point in time. 3 in a row, technically. No, 2 in a row, and we will go to 12 rounds of regulation.
How about Yex, man? I want to talk about this guy because, again, entered this matchup as the lowest rated player in the South America League, was negative 30 on the KD, but I think it's had some hugely impactful moments here, especially on the defense. Clash is his most played defender, and that's not going to do any favors to his stats. There's no doubt about that, but the impact that he's able to have, he makes that Blackbeard push from Arthur so difficult coming in through EXO, and just the fact that he's always behind them, he's causing a whole lot of panic just coming through from this team as they're trying to barrel down to the site with 30 seconds. You were right, the timing was really the biggest issue coming out from INTZ, and the fact that clash was there to make things even more awkward is, of course, a huge deal. Also, big credit to Sexy Cake. That was a triple kill, by the way, for the captain of Imperial. Started with that roam pick onto STK, ran out the breach for a second, and then a third there in the midst of it that I believe got finished off by the smoke. So really high impact coming out from the captain. He will vault Mitrix for top frag in the team. Legacy top frag of the lobby still with 14 and 7 on his stat line. Final round of regulation now. Kitchen Cafeteria is the bomb site. I know this is their site. This is the one they like to play over that storage site, but still, it feels like a bit of a risk, Parker, just given how we know this bomb site plays.
Absolutely. Jesse, I'm going to be honest with you. IMP is the opportunity, the funniest thing ever. Let's win and send us to overtime.
Ooh, I certainly feel like that could be the play. Could be the play. I mean, This is a team who've got nothing to play for, and sometimes those are the scariest teams that you see inside a Siege. I will say as well for INTZ, like, even if they lose this 8-6, they're still in a good position to finish in 8th instead of in 9th, just because they would be putting their future in the hands of FaZe Clan, and that's a very good team to get to bet on, but close this out 7-5, give yourselves the better position, and feel good about it, right? Like, if you're trying to fight for that 8th place here in the league, you want to be able to earn it off of your own hard work. You don't want to have to rely on FaZe Clan to do it for you.
I mean, relying on FaZe Clan to win is a pretty safe bet here, you know?
Sure, but it feels bad, doesn't it? Like, oh, we only got 8th because FaZe Clan beat Black Dragons. Like, you'd like to be...
I know what you're saying. I understand. You never want your fate to be in somebody else's hands.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, this is something we talk about pretty early in the stages as well, Jesse, where we'll say things like, you know, oh, if you give... That was not good. Is shoot Arthur's legs? But... this one thing we talked about earlier in the stage is where if you have 2 relatively easy games and you drop points, whether through overtime or through just regulation losses, your fate gets out of your hands towards the end of the stage. Angels takes down Florio, but Sexy Cake will start off the killing. Sexy Cake has the last 2 opening picks. He has been far better on this side of the board, and I mean, he's sitting at 13 kills right now, very stealthily amassing an impressive tally. Mitrix's clutch has put him at 11 as well. Well, that was a neat reload animation. It was kind of funky.
Well, now you've got this 4v4, Parker, with the smoke still abound. I don't hate this for INTZ. They've got good position to try to work this plant in. Arthur will start holding F, and they'll hope that this can be their success.
This could be the ballgame for INTZ. Imperial will need to shut them down. Ooh. Sexy Cake and Yex will do just that. 2 very quick kills. And it's put Raps and Legacy in an almost unwinnable position with the clash still up, the main impediment from the previous round. And there she goes. Sexy Cake and Machina, huge moment. Sexy Cake in particular, the most delicious type of cake I hear you can eat. And Jesse, between these 2 teams, we go to overtime.
And Yex, man, I can't stop talking with this guy. He got 1 kill in the last round, 1 kill in this round. It's not the eye-popping numbers that are going to grab your attention on the stats, but his Nitro Cell denied that plant from Arthur with a fraction of a second still to go. It looked like for sure INTZ were going to get that plant on the ground. They were going to get into the post plant, and once you're in the post plant, I mean, that round becomes so much more winnable, but it's that 1 kill at the last second. They can't stop those Nitro Cells from coming through. They're trying to cover with the glass, but the glass ends up getting absolutely slammed in the gunfight. Just a brutal execute from INTZ that does not go the way they were hoping. They come so close for that, but unfortunately it's not there. And Imperial have seemingly come alive on this defense side, Parker. They will get defense in overtime as well. This game has suddenly flipped. I no longer feel confident in INTZ's ability to win this. For the first time, I feel like Imperial are genuinely in the better position to win this match.
That is an unbelievable thing to say out loud, given the way that the way that this entire series have gone. But I do think your read is correct. Imperial seems to have found their footing. Nobody is stepping up on the side of INTZ. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, it really does tell a pretty basic story. Only 1 player on the squad is positive. That's Legacy, who was sensational through the first half, but his value has dropped quite a bit now heading into attack, where he's been taking more of a passive role in comparison to where he was at on defense. Meanwhile, on the side of IMP, Mitrix and Sexy Cake have been terrific. I know you've been talking about Yex like he's your co-caster, but he's a competitor in the game, Jesse, and he's had some big moments, but the standout performance has really been Sexy Cake. And I mean, hey, the veteran presence, leading by example, basically carrying this team like a bunch of baby koalas to this point in time, and now potentially 6 minutes away for a big victory for Imperial. What I will say, though, is that Imperial only got the victory in OT over Loud. There will be no regulation win for Imperial when this stage concludes.
Yeah, but noting that, both of these teams were successful the last time they went into overtime. Imperial beating Loud, as you said, a couple of weeks back, and also INTZ beating the Ninjas in Pajamas earlier this month. So both of these teams have a victory column. When you look towards their last overtime performance, they can find success in these high-pressure games, despite the fact that they have struggled with that success all in all through the season. Now you give yourself this opportunity, though, to start on the defense, and you have to think Imperial will be loving this position. It was Mitrix with a massive multi-kill that gave them the round win the last time they were able to defend on this top floor, Parker, and it's a similar setup. You're running a lot of these traps. You've still got this information flowing from Florio. They have to be feeling good about this spot that they're in.
Fair to say, Jesse, that on attack, the shields haven't really been as important in this match as we'd hoped for. Obviously does not bode well for Arthur as a Nitro Cell goes out, gets shot by STK at the last second. A thing of beauty is he and the Blackbeard of Arthur work together to take care of Yex. That's your boy down, Jesse. Shed no tears for him. He'll be back in the next round no matter what. Still, a bit of ugliness on the side of INTZ. Arthur and STK taking a beating despite them getting the kill. That's not exactly the situation you want to be in. Just under a minute to go in a round that has flown by so far.
Yeah, without stalling things out inside of Electrical, this one gets a little bit more awkward. They're going to try to equalize this man count, and will do so. Machina finds the pick on the Raps. That's the Ying down. That was a huge part of the attack back when Imperial were on this side of the map. So you really have to think, does that open up the board? Still some good utility from STK, but they lose their Blackbeard, and the numbers are now falling for INTZ.
Oh my. Imperial has grabbed the bull by the horns at this point in time. We remain on the side of INTZ with very limited time remaining, and that's been a bigger issue for INTZ is stalling out. Legacy gets Florio, a bit of impatience on the side of the pulse, but hey, you can die for the cause, I suppose. INTZ have suddenly turned this one around. What are these rounds? And then Machina pops up out of nowhere, hidden inside of IT. Angels in a 1v1 with Machina. How does it end this way? What are we watching? Imperial limps their way to the finish line, and they've got the lead.
Baffled by the end of the round, Parker. That was a nightmare, as everything looked like it was going their way on the side of INTZ. They had that man count advantage. They'd seemingly done the hard part. They'd knocked those players out of those power positions, but Angels just ends up on the other side of the map from Machina in that 1v1. They really tried to go for a plant in the midst of that. Time was low, and I get it. That means you're panicking. You want to hold F. There's less than 10 seconds on the clock, but it was a 2v1, and they didn't seem to know where Machina was. They had to be able to find that position instead of just panic going for the plants. That decision from Legacy made things absolutely brutal for Angels, and with 7 seconds in a 1v1, trying to barely walk your way through. I believe he walked into a Denari tripwire as well, so he was moving way slower than he otherwise would be, which is why he couldn't get to Machina in the 1v1. Just bad decisions in the late chaos from Ints that are causing them to spiral out of control in this game. They've now lost, I don't even know how many rounds straight. That'll be 4 in a row for Imperial. The mental is completely broken on the side of INTZ.
10 seconds to go. Bomb located by a...
You always know it's going to be an interesting day, Jesse, when you start off with two teams playing for not much. And we are staring down all 15 rounds at this current point in time. Assuming the defenders win their sides in OT, then we will go to round 15. Yes, do it again. Do it again. Yes.
Of course.
Get them. I'm a child. I see an ejected mirror window, and I know that there might be a kill or a Nitro Cell through it, and I just get unbelievably excited. It's like Christmas morning.
Yeah, it's kind of the way the meta has devolved on this site, right? Because every team is going to ban Kaid and Bandit first. Usually you'll see Mira as that third ban, but it's all about getting these walls open on Nighthaven Labs. That IT wall, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It is the most important wall in all of Rainbow Six Siege. That and CC on Clubhouse are kind of the two that are the focus of all attention anytime the bomb sites are near them. So once again, both teams are dedicating a ton of resources to this wall getting opened up. You can see Arthur playing here with the impacts, but when you're up against the Nomad, it makes it really scary as the Clash to actually throw those impacts and get the denial here onto the wall. Does not go for it. Florio opens up the wall just as he did in the previous attack here on this bomb site. So I like this coming out from Imperial. Got the hard part out of the way. They can start to take this IT control, but getting past the Clash is still going to be a big problem for them for sure.
Akina looking for a vault in the building. He will find it. Gets disoriented by the Guzmat mine. Guzmat mines are good, obviously, for that disorientation, as we talked about, but it's also a good warning sign. It triggers whenever somebody gets near it, so Angels knows that Rafters control has fallen in favor of Imperial. Imperial have put on a very impressive showing here. They just found their first lead of the game as INTZ was in control throughout all of Nighthaven Labs, and now Imperial's looking for the knockout blow. Sexy Cake, who was the star of that second half, simply terrific as a defender, is now at a single point of HP, so he will limp along for the next minute. And INTZ, what are you laughing at?
I mean, it's just a terrifying spot to be in, isn't it? Like, low HP, you've got the control inside of Rafters and IT, you're staring into the site, but still 10 players alive in the server. With everything on the line, the tension is just crazy in this round.
Angel still living in that position. STK will be the first to get put in the ground as he and Machina are traded out. Neither team gaining any serious advantage, but the attackers are just walking right into the bullets of the defenders at this point. Mitrix and Florio last two remaining, and they will do some work. Mitrix clutched up in this exact same position, Jesse, but he was doing it as a defender. He stares down the clash of Arthur as Legacy will search for kill number 18, old enough to vote in most jurisdictions here. Mitrix in pursuit, and there we go. Legacy, the final kill, and we are going all 15.
Straight to the polls, and 15 rounds is exactly what the public have voted for in this matchup here to start our day in the South American League. 7-7 between the two lowest rated teams in the standings, and that just looks like a really tough attack. Again, that top floor bomb site, so difficult to crack open. You need to be able to bring some kind of a tool to make that happen. The Ying has been a big favorite of teams to try to make that work. Hasn't found so much success, but instead they go for the Capitao, they go for the Nomad. The Gridlock's an interesting decision as well in that push. A lot of it for Imperial kind of came down to holding angles, getting that space, and hoping somebody makes a poor move. But because you can't force them out of those spots, they're really not able to get those early picks. You end up in a high chaos final 60 seconds where the defense will always have the advantage. So nice patience coming out there from Ints. But now, Parker, they have to do the impossible. There's no more second chances. There's no more time to go over to the defense. INTZ will have to win this game on the attack, something that they've only been able to do twice so far in this matchup in rounds 8 and 9.
We know that a conclusion is coming, Jesse. Just 3 minutes to go, and one of these teams will walk away with 2 points, the other with 1. A reminder that it does not impact Imperial Esports whatsoever in the standings. Should they prevail, they would jump from 3 points up to 5 points, but that is still back of INTZ, even if INTZ hadn't picked up a point. But they will. Even if they lose, INTZ picks up 1. It would tie them with Black Dragons. There's not really much movement that can be had here because INTZ started the day 4 points back of Fluxo W7M, who sit in 7th place. So pretty much the bottom is locked in. It really just comes down to Black Dragons and how they fare in FaZe Clan, which is our next match.
Kitchen Cafeteria will be the site. Again, they just don't seem to love that storage bomb site. They did lose it back in round number 9, so run back Kitchen. They won this in round 12, of course, and that was the Sexy Cake triple kill that came through. So we had seen some really nice moments coming through from this team, Imperial, on the defense. It was that failed plant attempt as well that they tried to go for on the side of INTZ. They've still got Arthur here on the Blackbeard to try to make that happen. But clearing out this top floor should be the primary focus. You've got Machina up here on the Solus. He's playing just inside of Command at the moment. They want to start ripping up these floorboards. That is desperately going to be the goal of Legacy, to get this boogie drone in and start providing some pressure in towards the bomb site. It's a great air jab actually just placed up by Angels because it's going to stop Machina from really being able to move from the other part of this top floor over towards Meeting, which is where he'll be trying to harass Legacy.
Rounds have been very spread out, slow moving, very limited action occurring in the first couple minutes or so. Usually it takes us to the 1 minute mark or later when we start to see blood being shed by both of these teams. INTZ will have their work cut out for them. They have led or tied all but one round. Oh, what a nice comeback it would feel for Imperial if they were able to take this one. Still upstairs control for INTZ as they work their way towards the bomb site, and with the final minute to go, both of these teams still sit at 5 players.
Picking his moment. He's got impacts and he can see that air jab. So of course when he goes for the flank, he can have that impact, but Arthur's already looking to maybe get inside the window. The Candels are flying. The Kibas will stall this momentarily, but this could be a fast execute coming out from the attackers.
Could be Legacy, the first one in 19 kills for Legacy. An absolute banger of a performance for him. How devastating it would feel if a loss came in the hands of INTZ, with Legacy almost breaking 20. They got the Candelas. They got the shotgun. They're now off to the races. STK looking for something. Oh no, a team kill from Imperial. How does that happen? Raps and Arthur with kills of their own. And the man who saved the day and let them get to this point, Sexy Cake, is last man standing. All 5 from INTZ still upright. A flawless end for INTZ. They prolonged the inevitable, but the inevitable arrives all the same. 2 points in OT for their final victory in their final match of Stage 1.
That has got to sting. You come so close, but yet so far for Imperial. That'll be 1 win, 12 losses on the season as we hit the halfway point at the end of Stage 1 here for Imperial. A rough start to the season for sure, but INTZ feeling very good, ending the stage with a win despite their missing out on playoffs.
Yeah, Jesse, we got the desk ready to break down our first of many matches today. We'll see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, and what a series that was, or what a game that was. It took us all 15 rounds, and we saw 2 very defensive sides here with a 4-2 split, and then it takes us all the way into round 15 before we see a proper execute coming out on the attack in overtime here, helping INTZ win out the series here. I mean, that's the most important thing, right? You think they go into the disadvantage going in attack on overtime, but somehow they managed to pull this one out of the bag.
It's better late than ever. At the end of the day, Labs is one of those maps that's very difficult to attack to. It really looked like Imperial was going to be making a little bit of a comeback, but at the end of the day, what really costed them was their own fair share of attacks. The fact that they weren't really able to make anything find success without the shields just shows the glaring issue for Imperial, that not having a dedicated entry besides, Sexy Cake on the shields is going to hurt them in the long run. So that's something to look forward to with this stage ending for them. And as for INTZ, I mean, it seems like they have the understanding of what they need to do. It just takes them a little bit of time to get there. I mean, they looked very good on their defenses. Their attacks didn't necessarily surprise me too much, but you're right. When it mattered most, that's when they were able to clutch it out in overtime. And it's a bittersweet moment for them, because with such a good defensive side at half, it really makes you think that they wouldn't have been able to close it out if it wasn't for Legacy dropping 18 kills. But that's what we were saying, right? They have momentum. Of course, if Legacy, the entry for INTZ, is going to be having a pop-off game, they should be the rightful ones to be able to win it out on attack, and they were.
Yeah, it felt like an extension of execution here for the side of Imperial. I mean, you already mentioned it. Some big rounds, we nearly saw a comeback there. I mean, I'm talking about that 1v4 clutch from Mitrix that we see when we think the game is over in the regulation round 9, but he clutches out a 1v4 to keep his team in it. And I think for both these teams, really, as this is their final showing inside of Stage 1, right? They have to keep this in the back of their mind, like, okay, we got this. We got a good bunch of rounds on the board here for the both of us. We've shown some good things from either side, whether that's like the shield uses that we see on the side of INTZ, or these incredible individual moments that we see on the side of Imperial. That's the big positive that they have to take in the back of their mind, I guess, going into Stage 2.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, also you mentioned earlier, some of these players could be playing to potentially find homes in greener pastures. Mitrix absolutely had a blast of a stage so far. Sexy Cake really showing that he could run back the clock some of these games. I mean, he finished today with 16 kills despite not playing any of the shields. That being said, from the side of INTZ, Legacy, Angels, I mean, there's a lot of good talent on these rosters. They could end up finding themselves on another team that might need it, but if they do end up staying together, I believe we know what the glaring issues are. At least for Imperial, it's the entry game, and for INTZ, it just seems like they just need to be a little bit quicker. I think a little bit more time together as a roster will give them the extra push that they need to be able to, become that team that's competing for a top 6 spot.
Yeah, and especially some scrims as well in that off period to really pick up the pace, and because that was essentially what was hurting them on many of these attacking rounds, essentially, or especially when the Clash came in play as well on the defense for Imperial Esports. It was really difficult for INTZ to get something on the board. I really love the adaptation that they do that in the final round, where they get a more aggressive take on that kitchen window. Of course, the team kill helping out a little bit in that as well. But looking at this 8-7 victory here, I mean, one of the usual suspects that we mentioned as one of these star players on the side of INTZ finds himself as the MVP for today as well. Then we're talking about Legacy, a decent cost on the board, specifically with how close this series got and the fact that it did go all 15 rounds. Being able to put up this much of a cost and almost 20 kills as well is definitely something positive for him to take away.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Legacy is one of those players. We saw him in the NAL for a bit, now he's back in the SAL. It's just one of those players that he is still very young and new compared to a lot of the other players in the SAL. A little bit more time for this player, a little bit more time for this roster, because when you look at it, yes, they do have a little bit of experience, but they don't necessarily have a player that has been making it to majors, and I believe that's what INTZ might need, is a little bit of guidance behind some of this young talent, and they could be a team that's competing for top positions, making it to the major. But Legacy, you know, is one of those players that has ups and downs, but it's good to see that when there's no pressure on the line, I mean, he has the talent to be able to back it up.
Definitely does, yeah. And that concludes our first game, though. As we mentioned, we'll have to get through a series of games where the implications of the results aren't that important for our teams. We already talked about that. This was our number 9 and number 10 in the league, not playing for playoffs anymore. And the same goes for Black Dragons when they have to go up against FaZe. However, this will be maybe much more of a lopsided matchup, as FaZe is our currently leading in the SAL. We'll go for a bit of a break, and when we're back, it's Black Dragons and FaZe.
Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Máquina, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
a maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda. Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma, tem mais 4 chances e você acertar ainda. As 3. No meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes eu não tive sorte de principiante. É isso. Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos.
Meu.
Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção? Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos ver aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé. Vamos jogar chalé. O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo. Exato. O KDS vai sorrir. Exato. E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7-0... Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção? Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
com o cara da Liquid aqui, que é meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram da rede que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV?
Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse. Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Vou dar uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu vou colocar o da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Por quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí, vai.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. GV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. Miguel Norris.
Norris?
É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
Isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e falar, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o Paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Zig's going to be on yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there over through the barbed wire. Next going to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now, before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not thrown or been aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Could this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch!
Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and Gifbo.
Forward and do whatever you can there. Try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on, Yeti will find Fox and after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxi will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess, who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang launching from this angle. Kanzin, are you a miracle worker? You only need 1 more! And there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament.
They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champions.
We just practiced a lot, which... Sorry for that.
Hey, Dad!
It's part of you guys. Hello.
Time to get into our second game of the day. We got Black Dragons going up against FaZe. And if this is anything to go by, when these two teams played against in kickoff, it was a 7-0 for FaZe. So for Black Dragons, they gotta hope they don't replicate that result and get some more rounds on the board at least today, but the matter is, it will still be a very difficult opponent for them. For Black Dragons, they saw their playoff dreams go up in smoke last week without even being able to defend it for themselves due to the results from the games earlier. But what we did see from Black Dragons was a good game against Imperial before that. You know, that one might end up being important for the relegation chances next stage. And with a good second half, everything seemed much cleaner. Big players were coming alive as well in that game. Romeo, the guy that you're seeing on the screen right now as well, was the MVP of the last matchup that they won as well. And also Kuto, Mr. Outlaw, players have been stepping up, and it's the tiny lights that we're seeing for Black Dragons that's giving them these rounds and points as well.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think Black Dragons, the way they're standing on the score sheet right now, it doesn't dictate with how well that they have been playing. Every game that they've been playing has been hit or miss. Essentially, you know, they beat Fluxo W7M, but then they get 7-0'd by NIP. They get 7-1 by Los, but then they're keeping it close against some of these upper tier teams. I mean, very close loss to Loud, like you said, that completely cut them out of being able to make top 6. Right now, after that INTZ win, they're sitting in 9th place, and like you said, for the relegations, points do matter. So a win today would put them at finishing in 8th, potentially 7th, if they can get the round differential against Fluxo W7M, which I don't think that's possible. But that being said, I mean, they really do better than what the statistics have been showing for them. I think the biggest issue for them really is just the supportive squad. They have really good entries. Like you said, they have players that have been performing very well. Outlaw, Romeo, Swag. I mean, the entries for this team have been finding a lot of success. Now, the biggest issue has been their shield play feels a little forced. Rare's been struggling when it comes to that supportive side of things, and there's just no connection between the front line and the back line. The trades haven't really been there. They've been a little lackluster due to Rare not being in positions to help his team, and it's just something that they can easily fix going into the next stage. And I do believe they're a team that is on a good track, similar to INTZ, to being a contender for the top 6 next stage.
Yeah, I do like how you say, though, that if they get a win here today, obviously it moves them up in the scoreboard. But let's face it, they're going to a very difficult opponent here. You know, going from facing the very bottom team in the league last week in Imperial to now having to go up against FaZe is certainly not an easy matchup for this team here. But for FaZe, at least, I think there's moments where they showed being vulnerable, and that's something we saw last week. We talked about this team having a big win streak. They were defending that, you know, even against teams like Furia, they were still getting these victories on the boards. And then all of a sudden, last week Sunday, they faced their first loss against Loud as well. And that's a bit of a concerning thing. And what was even more concerning, in my opinion, was that they did it on a map that we consider this team the best of the world in, on Nighthaven Lab. So I think the main question for this team is that going to mess with their mental going into this one? Will they be upset about that? JP said they don't really care about that win streak that they got going on, but surely if you are the best team on Nighthaven Labs, you should be able to win it against a team from your own region, right?
I mean, yeah, give and take. Labs is a very defender-sided map. I don't want to say it's similar to Clubhouse, but it's one of those maps that any team can really win it just because of how defensive-sided it is. At the end of the day, your FaZe, you're used to winning trophies. At the end of the day, you're not worried about a win streak. They secured themselves in the first seed, so they can go into it and just try new attempts. That's one thing that FaZe love to do, is constantly trying to push the envelope of different play styles, different maneuvers that they can run, different players on different roles. I mean, we got 3 people that are maining Blackbeard on this team, so that just goes to show FaZe's diversity. And if they know that they've already confirmed first seed for them, it's another day in the office where they can attempt something new. They can stay fresh. And a team like this, they have to be able to do it. I mean, they've been together for so long. They've won so many tournaments that they have to use opportunities like this, the very few opportunities on game day settings where you can try out these new strategies, these new play styles, and be able to test the waters before you get to an international event, and that's where you pull it out. I mean, we've seen something similar like last year when FaZe was trying to run Cyber on supportive roles, and it wasn't necessarily finding too much success. Everyone was like, oh, they should be worried, what's going on? And then they get to the next major, and it's same FaZe as always. So at the end of the day, it's FaZe Clan. Yeah, I'm not going to really look at a loss against Loud and just think that something is up. It's not too big of a worry.
No, and especially if JP himself was saying as well, they don't really care about that win streak that they have. And as you mentioned, they locked in first position. They can't go anywhere. For them, it's kind of a waiting game for the end of this day to see who they'll eventually face in that fourth spot inside of our competition, though. And something you already mentioned too, which was echoed by JP, saying that this is the chance for them to try out new things, right? You know, try out different type of roles, different type of executes, different maps as well, potentially too, coming into the series. But you don't want to give everything away too far, especially with best of threes on the line for next week, and those being the more important matches. FaZe out today will be one match away from making it to EWC. That's a big positive for them, but they have to get through this final best of one. So I want to have a look at the map veto and see where they will be taking the series to. As we already mentioned too, the last time they played each other was a 7-0 for FaZe. That was on Clubhouse, which as of right now is still a possibility for us to be going to. But FaZe banned out themselves. We're going to Lair instead.
Yeah, interesting that FaZe decided to ban it, knowing that they 7-0'd them on it, but Lair is a good matchup. I think FaZe wants to take Black Dragons to a map, again, where they can try things, a little bit more competition. I really do feel like FaZe is playing with their food. We saw Black Dragons play Lair twice last week. Wasn't necessarily incredible performance. I mean, they'd lost it to Loud 7-5 close, but then they beat Imperial on it 7-3. I mean, again, it's Imperial. So FaZe not trying to go to an easy way out. Clubhouse is a map where anybody really can win it. So they go to a map like Lair. It's a very big map when it comes to entering a lot of time. It's similar to Labs in a way, which there could be a toss-up where Black Dragons is able to get the edge up because it is a slower map, defended side of map, and Black Dragons tend to favor those sides of maps, Bank, Lair, Clubhouse, Labs, where they can just play very slow and let the opposing team make the mistakes. But that's the issue. FaZe don't make mistakes, at least not too often. Yes, they have looked human, but I'd imagine they're just going to use this as another day to be able to try out some new things. Maybe we'll see Cyber on Shields again. Who knows?
Yeah, especially on the attack as well, right? That's where they're starting on the attack going into Lair here. For Black Dragons, the main question then is, what can they do, you think, to try and force FaZe to make any kind of misses or have an execute go wrong in this year? What's that thing that Black Dragons need to look for on their defense to at least pull a few rounds off here?
I mean, the defense, I know they favor a lot of being able to play the Clash, if they're able to play some type of stall operators. They like to play very slow. If I'm Black Dragons, you're in a situation where you can't make top 6, I would use this as an opportunity to play aggressive, turn the Jets on, try to catch FaZe off guard, just because we want to see something different that we haven't really seen. Again, there's not many opportunities to have game day settings like this to practice. So why not use it and try a different play style than we've seen from Black Dragons all stage and get aggressive against a team like FaZe and be able to use it as a litmus test on what we can look forward to changing into stage 2.
A glorified scrim, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah, essentially. I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, scrims will never amount to what it's like playing on a game day. So this situation is probably such a good learning experience for Black Dragons and FaZe because it's always going to be way more serious than it is coming into a scrim. But yes, glorified scrim, yes.
Yeah, it is. But hey, it's a good team to have to do a glorified scrim against. If you wanna try things out, why not do it against the number 1 in the league right now? But as our match is almost ready, we'll bring in our casters for our match. Back in with Intero and Jesse. And guys, we had a pretty intense first matchup going all the way to 15 rounds. Are we expecting that from this one as well, or not really?
No. FaZe Clan should, on paper, demolish them. But again, they've already clinched top 4. Why bother overexerting yourself or showing strats if you can manage to safely, win or lose the game and still maintain your position?
Yeah, they've already clinched top 1, so I really don't think that they're going to be coming at this one with too much pressure on their shoulders. I think this is a saving strats mission for FaZe Clan. Get this one done as quick as possible, sweep that under the rug, and focus on the BO3s ahead.
That's always the question, right? Saving strats, how much can you really do that to maintain your position? But as that really isn't of the matter for FaZe here inside this matchup, it more comes down to the question for us, what we're going to see. I like how Fox already mentioned as well that maybe Black Dragons should try and go for a bit of aggression on the defense as well. From you two, I'd like to hear as well, starting with you maybe, Jesse, which player would you want to see do really well today on the side of Black Dragons today? Who do you think has that pressure on their shoulders?
I feel like Outlaw's been the guy who's been standing out so far, and he's kind of been their one main fragger. Fox said it. It's been the entries who have been the biggest stars for Black Dragons. So I'd like to see them continue that and continue to build off of what they've already found success on. If we can see Outlaw getting aggressive and Swag as well, that might be the road to success for Black Dragons today.
He has been one of those main characters for the side of Black Dragons. Can he do it again against the number one in the league? The game is ready to go.
Could even be number one in the world, even with their Salt Lake City performance being what it is, because that, Jesse, by my numbers, and don't get me wrong, you're the numbers boy here. When we talk about numbers, FaZe Clan won SI and then still made a triumphant top 4 at Salt Lake City, whereas DZ and Shopify Rebellion, the two teams that finished in the Salt Lake City finals, did not quite have the same level of success at SI at our World Championships. So, FaZe Clan could still easily be the number one team, if that's the case. Oh boy, poor Black Dragons. The one thing that will give them a little bit of hope is that Loud gave FaZe Clan a black eye in the most recent play day, so there is hope that the underdog can beat the big dog.
Certainly going to be a tall task, though, regardless of those recent results. FaZe Clan and Black Dragons, two of the longest-standing orgs inside of South America. FaZe have won 8 of the last 10 meetings between these two organizations, including the last 4 games in a row. That's every game from this season and a couple of games from last season. So FaZe Clan have definitely been confident against Black Dragons. The desk talked about the 7-0 they had in group stage. They also 2-0'd them in playoffs back during kickoff. So they definitely have experience taking these guys down. I think for Black Dragons, I really like what Fox said actually on the desk, where he wanted to see them move away from their current playstyle of stall tactics and try to get a bit more aggressive. As we say that, they have instantly locked the Smoke, the Tachanka, and the Goyo, so I don't know if they're really going to be listening to Fox's advice, but sometimes it also makes sense just to play what you know, right? Play what you're comfortable with. This is a really good bomb site to stall things out and to try to play with the clock, so I'm not hating on it, but something to keep note of as this game continues on.
FaZe Clan are always an exciting team, yet they do remain a bit of an enigma for the international audience. As you know, you think about some of the Brazil teams that everybody talks about, the flashy teams, etc., and they're never usually one of those squads that's in that topic of conversation. Even teams like Furia or Team Liquid Alienware, who don't, as of late, have the most success either making events or playing in events, tend to get more oxygen when you discuss them versus FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan's just very steady as she goes, and if you have a steady as she goes day today, then the one who will be going is Black Dragons, and that's out of the match in the wrong direction. So, starting off with our very first game on Nighthaven Labs, now we go over to Lair, 2 of the newer maps being played. Fingers crossed for a Fortress in our third match of the day. Pacing already pretty respectable for FaZe Clan inside the building in the discovery phase, 1 minute and 15 seconds into round 1.
They were hunted down Rare, who did start this round down on the bottom floor. He's come back towards the site, so no cigar there. They've got Handy on the Supernova on the Habana. Habana mains have quite a great selection of guns to choose from, but the shotgun is not usually where people will go for it. Even still, this pressure in towards the storage hallway has been really tough to deal with, and the Blackbeard is making great space from Vidaking. Stalled out momentarily by these toxic babes. Usually it's going to be KDS that you see on the Blackbeard, but Vidaking picking it up here instead. Kind of interesting to see that change.
First kill is going to come to Handy, Jesse. Rare goes down for the count. It's not exactly ideal. Rare, a great player, long tenured player in this league, and Cyber just saw the feetsies, as our good friend Nicholas Moritzen says, of Mr. Outlaw, as Outlaw manages to get away for the time being. Cannot stall here if you're FaZe Clan, but I will say, Jesse, you don't usually see them stall.
No, certainly not. And here we go. KDS finds one on Naguto, 35 seconds, so this is going to be a 5v3 advantage. They've dealt with a lot of the utility, and they're starting to make their way in towards a plant spot. Swag has to go big here.
He's right now trapped. Mr. Outlaw on the board, highest rated player in Black Dragons. He has way more to do now, as it's just him and Romeo. Romeo, oh Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Dead. KDS sending him to the grave, and Mr. Outlaw now with his back against the wall, defuse kit running. Sees the Blackbeard, bullets bouncing off of the shield of Vidaking, but Handy is there. First kill, last kill, a nice bookend to round 1. And FaZe Clan break very little sweat as we start off on Lair.
I like that push coming out from FaZe. They were really aware of everything that Black Dragons were trying to do in that round, most notably Rare, who again was playing on that bottom floor. He went up towards the site for a moment, but eventually did try to flank up through Skybridge to catch them off guard. Handy was watching it. That's where he got that first kill that we were talking about. And then just able to collapse in the 5v4, shut down that Tachanka, the smoke. Usually on that site, you're really worried about planting because of all the plants through, but they were honestly able to just work themselves such a crazy man advantage that there was no time to worry about plant now on the side of Black Dragons. They were just trying to stay alive. Really good pressure being applied by FaZe Clan. They will take a 1-0 lead in this game. Again, we're here on Lair. There was a point in time where I think FaZe Clan were the best Lair team in the world. When this map was brand new, this team was really running it inside of South America. They've cooled off a little bit on it, mostly because teams have just really been banning this map up against FaZe Clan, so the fact that they got to go here is maybe a question mark for Black Dragons, but it's always tough when you're going up against the two-time world champions. There's no easy map to go to against FaZe Clan.
Is there ever an easy road against a team that has been in 3 consecutive world championships, 2 of which they won?
Nope.
No, there is not. Loud did have their number in the most recent Playday back on July 5th. Loud punishing FaZe Clan on Labs 7-3. Maybe there's still some long-standing issues that FaZe has with the Nighthaven Labs map, Jesse, but I mean, that was an impressive tally for Loud, and it helped Loud clinch a playoff spot because of it, playing for their lives, playing to be one of those top 6 teams, and if you look at the numbers, hard-pressed to imagine Loud falling out of that top 6, even with a loss there. It's just been the middle-tier teams of Brazil have shown some struggles. Los and Fluxo W7M, the latter of which has been talked about quite a bit. But, I mean, Loud took advantage of the opportunity. Can Black Dragons do the same so far through a round and 1 minute in the second round? Not really. They find the opening pick yet again. Swag finished off, but there's Rare, the first one to die for Black Dragons in the previous round. He will find Cyber, and we are back to even footing.
What an insane push from Cyber. He is inside the bomb site as all of his teammates are still pressuring in towards Garage. They don't realize he's down there. It's a really important trade to get back onto the top frag of FaZe Clan. Cyber, such an incredible primary entry, rolling with that F2. It's a good start for him, but still 4v4. Black Dragons have kept these numbers close, and these roamers continue to be elusive. Oh, did he just miss-drone him?
I think he did. Drone scooted on by. Romeo tossed the nitro cell out. It does a little bit of damage, and he's got a good idea and a good handle on it. Takes Handy down in the process. Really good response by Black Dragons. Romeo in particular, and another is there as well. As KDS falls at the hands of Romeo, who's made maybe a step or two out of the spot in which he just killed his teammate moments before. FaZe Clan on their back foot now with a minute to go in the round, Jesse.
Yeah, they really need to hunt down Romeo Parker. He's been such a big problem here inside of Briefing. He's just backed off a little bit. They might have intel on where he's gone, but Vidiking, he's all by himself. Souls is still all the way down inside that basement, so this will be a straight 1v1. He wins it as Romeo's not looking, but now 45 seconds to convert this 2v2. Diffuse kit will be recoverable, but even still, the time on the clock will be their biggest issue.
Not a good position here. They need to manage the clock really effectively. Souls to scout ahead. Vidiking in a safe spot, not far back from him. Diffuse kit not within their control. That is going to be the bigger issue for FaZe Clan at this point in time. Great patience from Black Dragons, but you can hear the sound of the SMG-11. Rare has given his position away. You need to pounce on this information as quickly as possible, but FaZe know how daunting this task can be. Reconnaissance mission successful so far. Souls has the defuse kit with 1 second left. He relies entirely on the coverage of Vidiking. Case going down. They swing at the same time. And a great take by Black Dragons to equalize.
Very nice round coming through from BD. The boys sitting in the yellow chairs. That was a really nice late 2v2, Parker. You really expected FaZe Clan to be able to start working that plant early, to be able to pressure some of these players to come out, but instead of immediately grabbing the defuse kit, and again, the defuse kit was like more or less in their control. They knew where it was, they could pick it up, nobody on the defense was actually holding on to it, but they waited so long, just trying to bait out a kill. They were desperate for Rare or Guto to swing to get that man advantage, because they know as long as one person's planting, that's a 1v2 in terms of players with guns up, so they were hoping to be able to get that man count early enough. They never swung, they never gave them anything, and then finally once that plant went down, that's when Black Black Dragons took those gunfights, that's when they knew the enemy had to be holding F. So let's go take these and win these fights. Really well coordinated by Black Dragons. Some of these younger teams, they'll panic in those moments. They'll really fluster, but BD a super strong defense to close things out after Romeo really opened that round up.
It really does come down to that missed drone, right? A whole round fell apart because they didn't have proper information. They suspected that Romeo would rotate, which is frankly a good thing to consider because very rarely do you get that kill and sit in a relatively vulnerable spot and wait for the next player to come, especially if that player is coming from somebody on FaZe Clan's side of things. Those are players that don't usually miss their shots. Against maybe lesser practice teams, sure, it's a position where you could get away with it. But FaZe Clan will punish you more often than not. Romeo, by whether he deliberately did that or accidentally did it, he played it very well, and he got the upper hand on 2 FaZe Clan members and ultimately put the remaining support players of FaZe Clan in an unwinnable position.
Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure he did get misdroned, but it was kind of just a weird clear from FaZe where they didn't have util to clear him. They weren't very well coordinated. Like, it's sloppier than what we come to expect from the 2-time world champion, but Siege is a very difficult game, and even the best teams in the world will have those moments where they make some mistakes. Again, the pressure for FaZe Clan is completely off of them in this game. Nothing will change for FaZe, no matter what this result is, so probably not going to stress too much about that. This time, they're going to be looking towards his bunks and briefing bomb site, Parker, and this site is all about that top floor control. But when you bring the Sens, as Vidaking has, it opens up the opportunity to ignore the top floor, to try to sneak a plant right under their nose. Black Dragons are ready for it. That's why they brought Rare here on the Solus. It is specifically to counter the Sens that Vidaking has brought out. It's really critical that Rare can spot that defuse kit as it goes down behind the Sens walls, because it's likely that FaZe Clan won't be able to clear out these top floor players.
Rare hunkered down yet again, one of the more experienced players on this team. He's been around for eternity. He's played on LAN before. You know, players like Rare, they age like fine wine. They continue to improve, never spoiling. He's going to rely on the rest of his support players now to hold down this bomb site as Romeo gets chased off of his position by a nade tossed out. Will now reposition. If he can play that rat spot the same way he did in round number 2, then Black Dragon's stock rises dramatically.
Yeah, it's so important that he stays alive. He's the only anchor here, Parker, and he really has to be careful with the risks that he takes. Finally does go down, and that might open the door. If FaZe Clan realize they've downed him, and they might not know it immediately, there'll be nobody in the bomb site to stop them, and it'll be all on that vertical pressure from above to stop this kit getting the floor.
Leading out, still unretrievable. Flash will go in. Guto manages to handle it. So smart glasses come to play. Don't think FaZe Clan has the information that they want. He's still not been shaken off his position. No, he could have fired from the grave. Cyber takes him down. FaZe Clan now finally hitting their marks. Reminder that Romeo is bleeding out. Now Swag is down but not out. That leaves Rare as last man standing. He's the savior of round number 2. First casualty in round number 1. He will be the last casualty in round number 3. He gets taken care of. A flawless round from FaZe. They got the diffuser down as well, but honestly, not even worth mentioning with the way that round played out. And that's FaZe back to their final form.
Beautiful little triple kill coming through from Cyber, the oldest player in the South America League. He was pressuring that top floor as his captain went for the plant down below, and that's the key point to that push, Parker. It's not like you're fully focusing on their own clear up above. It's not like you're fully focusing just on that execute down inside the site. It's both aspects of the push happening together. It's so important that you cause chaos on that top floor while you're going for the plants. That's exactly what FaZe Clan did. Unfortunately, the Solus just not really able to find that diffuse kit. I think the Solus was even extended kind of in towards the hallway, so not even playing on that soft floor. Kept them alive a little bit longer from Cyber's wrath, but ultimately it doesn't achieve the goal of stopping that diffuse kit from going down. So FaZe Clan 2-1 through this first quarter on the attack. That's a really strong spot to be in. It will ban the Azami for the rest of this half.
Great operator to take away from Black Dragons and did slow down FaZe Clan. The other thing with an Azami ban is whether she's strong or not, the attackers usually have to respond by bringing enough explosives. If you just get rid of the Azami, you can bring the explosives for other things and not worry about tussling with them. She is still, pound for pound, one of the best defenders and one of the best operators in the game, frankly. Azami is terrific, especially on a map like this where there's lots of power spots, and you can use them to extend a roam, you can use them on another floor, or you can even use them, quite selfishly, inside a bomb site. So lots of flexibility on an operator like her. A great operator to take out of action. And I mean, no electrification and no Azami means that FaZe Clan has a pretty easy road to the bomb site, especially with getting open those walls. Smart strategic bans that make a lot of sense for Lair and make a lot of sense for what we've seen in a Black Dragon so far.
It was Outlaw who was playing this operator consistently through that first quarter. He will move to the Aruni for the fourth rounds now, and you combine that with the mirror windows and some of these doorways into the site, and Aruni could be a really strong pick. We were talking about some of these outside mirror windows, Parker, that were used in our previous game on Nighthaven Labs, and we're seeing it once again here on the outer mask wall. This is going to be really difficult to open things up. If you try to do it with a thermite or a can opener, it's going to be almost impossible to get close enough, but no Hibana's been brought, no Ace has been brought, so that's really the only tool FaZe Clan have. They'll probably have to push a different direction, maybe over towards Gallery, maybe over towards Ops, maybe even towards the storage hallway as well, because trying to push in through that breach is going to be nearly impossible as long as they're holding it with the Mira.
Patience here from this Black Dragons defense. They're not very active, as you've noticed. A lot of them are holding spots, waiting for FaZe Clan to bring the aggression to them. I don't hate this idea, but so far the one thing that has managed to not happen on the side of Black Dragons is be mobile on their roams. They are spread out, they are away from the bomb site, but they are largely just holding positions. They're not actively changing the map control that they have. VidKing will come to blows pretty early on, survives a scare.
Already good information. I mean, Rare tried that in round number 1, and it went kind of horribly for him. So I kind of like that they are just sitting in sight. This is one of the strongest sites in Siege, so sitting 5 guys into the bomb site is not a bad strategy by any means.
You see with the bigger maps it's possible too. There's a vault out. How on earth does VidKing not have that? Bad coordination. Gudo taking full advantage of it. They had the read. I think he was just caught mid-animation with the gadget still in hand. Things go bad for FaZe Clan though. Cyber will look to try to salvage things as we hit the final minute, and he's knocking on the door of the bomb site but hasn't been able to determine where these defenders are just yet.
It's not a bad trade from Gudo. You kill the Blackbeard. That's the tip of the spear. Now it gets really awkward for FaZe Clan to actually get in the bomb site, and there's still so much util that they haven't been able to work their way through.
They're still outside the building. I said, 2 rounds ago, if you're FaZe Clan, you have to worry about stalling out. This is a team that is usually so well in control of its timing. Swag first kill, Cyber trades it out, Mr. Outlaw on the board as well. FaZe Clan now down in numbers, but not before VidKing can trade it. All of these trades continue to benefit Black Dragons as they now have 2 soldiers, and Souls will gun down Mr. Outlaw. Rare last man standing yet again. Will he allow Souls to extend the round? Nade goes out, Souls off of the defuse kit, running out of time, and Rare wins the 50-50 to give Black Dragons a much-needed round win.
Huge round from Rare, Parker. Way better than what we saw from round 1, where he was the opening death, tried to make a flank happen. That's why you want to stick all 5 guys inside the bomb site, because it lets you trade things out. It lets you keep that man advantage close. At every opportunity, when something started to go wrong for Black Dragons, they made a move. They hopped out a window. They went for a swing. They reacted to their teammates taking a gunfight, and they helped each other around the map. That was a really well-coordinated defense coming in from BD. Again, it's a strong bomb site. You kind of expect this to come through from the defense, but nothing is easy against FaZe Clan. They did a really good job isolating some of those early important picks, most notably taking down KDS on that shield. And then after that point, Parker, the plant denial was fine. It delayed a little bit, just long enough, I think, to get those trades down and eventually win that 1v1. A huge round coming up there in the 1v1 clutch.
Well, we wondered one of 2 things would happen. Number 1, FaZe Clan would dog walk Black Dragons because they are, objectively speaking, the best team in Brazil and one of the best teams in the world. And Black Dragons is, unfortunately, none of those things. Or FaZe Clan would realize they've locked in first place, and they don't really need to try it all because it doesn't ultimately matter. Why bother stressing yourself and showing things off on maps or bomb sites, etc., when none of it really matters? I don't mean to be uncharitable to Black Dragons here, but it certainly looks like the latter is happening far more than the former.
Yeah, I mean, again, I like their coordination. They've got some good moves, but this is definitely not the best FaZe clan that we've ever seen. There's no doubt about that. So maybe something will need to change in these last 2 rounds of the half for FaZe clan to get back in control of this game. They'd love a 3-3 split here on the attacking side of Lara. Black Dragons have been, frankly, struggling on both attack and defense. Below 50% win rate on both sides throughout this stage so far. But anytime you're the underdogs in a game, you've got to favor the defense setup. There's a little bit of a roam game. It's really just Outlaw all by himself, but I don't think FaZe Clan are interested. Just like last time, Parker, they are going all in through the garage, and they're hoping to find a bit of a gap here to get to this man count.
Been impressed with the way the Black Dragons have been shooting back. Rare dies early. Swag trades him right out. The Nitro Cell arrives in the nick of time, and goodbye, souls. Down goes the Twitch. Still one F2. Never mind, issuing a correction. Both F2s are down. Firepower now severely neutered on the side of FaZe Clan as they find themselves trailing yet again. This has been a very familiar spot for FaZe through these 4 rounds.
Big rounds from Swag. I mean, it's kind of swag to be able to take down 2 F2s with the SMG-11. He's certainly living up to his name. Mr. Outlaw gets another one straight back onto KDS. Now it's a 2v4 for Handy and Vidiking to try to root the way out of. And Black Dragons, keep in mind, they've been very good at playing with the man advantage. You go back to the last time they were defending this site. They played really passive, just waiting for FaZe Clan to start that plant before they went in and took gunfights. I expect the same. Handy finds Swag, but even still, they've got close-range gunfights that are going to be really tough to beat.
Fight from behind if they really want. They've got a read. It could crack this open, but Gudo will shut down Vidiking, and now Handy wanders into Lab. Not the map, by the way. That's on Lair. He takes down Romeo. He's still got the player that he was looking for around the corner. I believe that's Mr. Outlaw. As now the Diffuse Kid is within reach. 40 seconds to go. This is very winnable for Handy, especially since his nade just took a big bite out of Gudo's HP. Mr. Outlaw just needs to win the swing. Andy's reflex is usually quite good. He hears the MP7. He'll rope around. This is giving Gudo time to get into position, and Handy just doesn't have the information. Black Dragons have taken the lead on Lair.
Okay, we got a game in our hands. FaZe Clan.
Why are you laughing?
Well, I just think it's kind of an unexpected result, is it not? I kind of walked into this game expecting FaZe Clan to be the dominating titans that we know them to be, but now Black Dragons feel so confident here in this game. They've taken this lead. It's a bit of an unexpected twist, but it's a welcome one at that. They do a really good job, again, of playing with that advantage in the 4v2. They're not overswinging. They're not playing overly aggressive. They only make those swings when they know that they've got a massive advantage because they got a shotgun around a corner, or when they've got teammates with them to go for that trade. It was really well played, and again, I have to give it back to Swag with the SMG-11. That is, those are not 2 easy kills to get, but he found both of them. Has kind of struggled throughout this game. He entered this matchup, or throughout this stage, I should say. He entered this matchup with just 50 kills and 64 deaths, so he hasn't really been shooting back the way I think that Black Dragon fans were hoping for, but in that round, I think he was definitely the star of the show. Gives him that early lead, and now a lead on the round count, too.
All told, really good underlying numbers here for this Black Dragons team. The one thing that they are trailing on is opening duels. They only have a single round where they struck first. That was Gudo back in round 4, roughly 3.5 to 4 minutes ago. Beyond that, FaZe Clan has been clobbering them. Cyber in particular leading the way with the most opening kills of anybody in the lobby. And despite that, and despite the scoreline that you see, FaZe Clan, when they've won these rounds, have done so quite valiantly. Both the rounds they won were with the plant going down at the hands of Vidiking, so objective strength, which is usually something that we pride FaZe Clan, or we praise FaZe Clan for, is still showing up. I just think, if we're being completely honest with the viewers, this is not FaZe at their best. They're not playing the same way that we're used to seeing. They're a bit lethargic. They're taking engagements that they wouldn't do so. They're following up on a lack of information. It doesn't look like textbook FaZe Clan, and again, why bother? This is a largely meaningless game for FaZe when it comes to the standings. Save yourself, save your strats, as our good friend Ann said on the desk, and prepare for playoffs.
Cyber's not saving anything, Parker. He's already quite deep here into this top floor. Last time they went very direct into sight, just using the top floor as a distraction. This time, though, they want to be a bit more aggressive. They want to take fights up above before going for the execute.
Looks like they'll have to shrug off a little bit of damage here. As Rare, again, the star of the show, getting very high pressure situations, getting high deployment against this team. Finds another kill. 4 for Rare at this point in time. Takes down Souls. Souls dying early will never bode well for FaZe Clan, but again, a depth of threats here. Oh, okay. 2 kills very quickly. Almost another onto the Aruni of Mr. Outlaw, who's now trapped on the stairs. He'll vault on over. Cyber needs to be doing some aim labs here, Jesse. He was missing some pretty easy to control recoil, especially for somebody of his caliber. He does find the kill. The Miro walks haphazardly into the waiting arms of Handy, and it's all up to Swag to clutch up a 1v4.
They know where he's at, too. I don't believe they do. Just given these firebolts being shot by KDS, all right, they're right where he's at. They know exactly his position. This is almost unwinnable. He was so good with the SMG-11 in the last round, Parker, but he can't do it again. Cyber, what a round from him. Missed shots or not, it's a triple kill regardless, and he will lead FaZe Clan to tie this game up 3 apiece after the first half.
That is obviously the thing, right? A 3-3 split. All in all, I believe that Black Dragons should not be upset about that. They still got 3 rounds on the board on their defensive here. And I believe that these rounds came because of good time wasting that we saw, right? Either they get aggressive in that early round, or they create problems for FaZe to solve. And then when it comes down to many end of the round situation, when we see like a 1v1 or a 2v1, they seem to have a good understanding of the situation, either play it out by patience, or just play it out well in holding your position. You know, not going too crazy in that one. So I think for 3 rounds, would you say Black Dragons are happy with this on Fox, or do you feel like they could have gotten better out of this?
No, I think they got to be happy with what they're taking away from FaZe. I mean, FaZe got the opening kill, like Intero said, 4 out of the 5 rounds, 4 rounds total. So for Black Dragons to be able to go 3-3 on the half, even though they're losing the man advantage early on, I think that says a lot. It also goes to show that, you know, Rare was 2 of those opening deaths. That being said, being on a supportive player on defense on Lair, it's just one of those things that, again, like we need to make sure that we're prioritizing staying alive. The supportive staff from Black Dragons, again, still being the little bit of the hindrance. So if there's a way that they could have done better, maybe it's limiting the amount of opening deaths that they're allowing. But that being said, 3-3 against FaZe Clan, that's pretty good. The last time FaZe played this map was against NIP in the 3rd week, I believe, or 2nd week, I believe, and they 7-4'd NIP. So Black Dragons, I mean, they're looking pretty good so far. Now, the difficulty will come from being on attack. We saw Black Dragons ban out Monty Ying to make it difficult for FaZe to get entries in. FaZe also did not run much Deimos, much Snake to be able to find information. As we go into things coming onto the other side of the attack, what's Black Dragons going to do? If the Snake's taken off the board, I believe Snake Monty try to limit Black Dragons' entries when it comes to being able to take position. And if they're able to do that, then what will be the response from Black Dragon? That'll be the very interesting sight to see.
This is arguably the more difficult side, right, for Black Dragons, and you kind of wonder what kind of executions they'll be coming up with, what kind of operators you already alluded to, like the Snake being so good for information here, the Deimos as well, especially to put some vertical pressure on, especially the top 4 bomb side as well.
Yeah.
But some of the anti-breach denial being taken off the board here, 1 shield gone already as well, so that won't be in Black Dragon's possession going into this one, though. But the Deimos also being taken out, it does leave up the Solid Snake, like you said.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting from FaZe, to be able to take out these entry operators, because Black Dragons is so primarily good at getting those entries, forcing them to have to find a different avenue. Snake's definitely going to come into play. Ying will be in play. We see those 2 operators brought out immediately, but we'll have to see. I feel like the biggest indicator will be how Rare can be impactful on those shields.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see these operators being brought out immediately low, but for the Dragons, you got a good start. 3 rounds on your defense. What can you now do going into the second half?
Thank you very much, guys.
And a great question. Jesse, I'm going to steal this for just 1 second here, and I'm going to say that it's nice to be back casting Brazil.
think Fox hit the nail on the head, right? The hard part is yet to come for Black Dragons. Now you move to the attack, and FaZe Clan are the single best defense team in all of South America, winning 72% of defense rounds through their 8 best of ones so far in this stage. That number jumps up to 83% when you isolate just to the 6 rounds that they've played here on Lair. So this is a really good team on a really good map when it comes to the defense side of things. I also like their bans. You know, this Deimos ban is a very targeted ban straight towards Romeo. It's his most played operator, both in general and specifically on this map. He's got a 56% win rate when playing on the Deimos, so I like to see FaZe Clan taking that out. But now the question becomes, what else do you have to try to make this advantage go your way? How are you going to find these gaps? How are you going to power in through some of these important spots? And we're seeing the answer with it. The Ying from Swag, the Blackbeard from Rare, even the Snake from Romeo to start finding some of these isolated players. That's going to be the game plan coming through from Black Dragons on his very first attack.
F2s galore. Great to see them back in action. Snake obviously having high prevalence across all regions and didn't work all that well for FaZe Clan in that one particularly amusing thing we saw in round number 5. When the vault out happened, Bit of King and Snake. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. You don't remember. You never listened to me anyway, so it's fine.
I was nodding.
Yeah, you were nodding. You were nodding for who? There's no cameras
for
on.
Myself.
Okay. Speaking of the F2, goodbye Cyber. Loses his head at the hands of Romeo. A good entry from Black Dragons. It will immediately work well, but Handy finds 2 in very quick order. Rare and Outlaw are down. Romeo will need to pick up the pieces. He does so completely blinded. I mean, that thing's a bullet hose. You just need to hold down the trigger and you'll find some level of success. Gudo is gone, and Black Dragons now with the upper hand. Swag, a kill on the KDS. That might be meaningless unless he can find a couple more. FaZe Clan looking to lock out this round. Diffuse kit surrendered by Black Dragons earlier. And Swag, realizing how big this map is, has no choice but to pull out the secondary. Wandering his way through this top floor. FaZe Clan waiting ever so patiently. Andy at 8 kills, tied with Cyber. That's a good spot for FaZe Clan with a minute to go.
Yeah, they're just holding at a fuse kit. They know they don't have to leave this spot defending on operations. This is a powerful position. He's completely out of Candela's as well. If Swag had some util, this would go his way, but with the shotgun, this gets so awkward.
Just don't know what Swag can really do here. He's going to rely on some mistakes being committed by FaZe Clan. They both swung at roughly the same time, and Andy credited with that final kill. I know we trip over ourselves to praise clutches, Jesse, but usually those clutches happen because the numbers make a mistake, aka FaZe Clan would need to overextend, and FaZe Clan doesn't usually commit those, even if they are, certainly, and very visibly not playing at full strength.
Yeah, it would have had to have been a crazy shot followed by a crazy flick for Swag to win that, unfortunately. He doesn't quite hit the first shot, doesn't get a chance at the second. It's the difficult thing when you're going up against FaZe Clan, right, Parker, is this team can play any style. They might sit in the site and stall you out for 2.5 minutes before clobbering you on this chaotic last-second execute, or they might do what we just saw and be happy to get aggressive and fight you before you're really ready to go for that execute. The fact that Handy got 2 huge kills inside of Ops, immediately down into the fuse kit, just made that round completely impossible to clutch back up from Black Dragons. I think it was a good attempt from Swag on that Ying. He certainly had some good value on his own, pressuring that display side of things, but when the core focal point of your push goes down and surrenders the defuse kit, as Rare and Outlaw did early in that round, it becomes really difficult to try to pull that one back. Nicely played by FaZe. Again, we expect them to dominate on their defense. They win the most favorable side, even though they lost a couple of bodies. Now they've got to do it on this basement floor site as well, which can prove to be a lot more difficult.
Kills have been quite top-heavy for FaZe Clan. We mentioned Handy's kill total. Cyber sitting at 8 as well. A fun little quirk of this current Black Dragons team is every single player has 4 kills. Incredibly even. Not all those kills have equal weight, though. Again, there have been impactless kills. There have been round-winning kills. Rare is the player that we've been looking at quite a lot. But Romeo also broke open that one round with the 2 kills on the top floor back in, I think it was round 3, or maybe it was round 4. But ultimately, Black Dragons need somebody to stand up against this FaZe Clan team, because even when they're not at their best, FaZe Clan can still beat pretty much every team in the world.
A Nook pick in 2026 is a bit of a rare sight to see, but Guto will jump on the operator, trying to make something happen, pushing away from his team. He'll be likely on that north side of the bomb site while everybody else is pushing in through garage. They haven't really committed to this top floor clear, Parker. They don't feel it's going to be necessary to be able to commit to that. They do have Romeo who will be up there, but he's going to be playing this pretty solo. If he can get control, he can maybe work with those boogies, but instead just focusing on pinching with his teammates. Everybody on the defense has fallen back down, and they've got such a good read on KDS.
Romeo's let one of those FaZe Clan defenders slip on by. They'll take care of the wall. There goes the Black Mirror as well. There you go. Well, the boogie might actually break it. I think that's what his goal was, but then he had to go melee it too. Not the end of the world for this BD team. I will defend the Nook, by the way. On big maps, she is really, really strong. That's why we tend to see her on a map like Lair and maps like Bank. A swing from Handy, but he misses the head of Swag. The same cannot be said for Black Dragons as they go up with a minute to go. Taking care of Handy, that's the big bad down on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, this is about to get chaotic, I think, for Black Dragons. They have to be able to force their way in, take control of this man advantage that you've gotten. Souls will get aggressive, though. Equalizes that man count as the bodies start to fall.
Souls with one, Rare trades it back. Now it's Souls in the ground. FaZe Clan just sitting like waiting ducks at this point in time. No cloaking available for the Nook. KDS sees that, handles Gudo quite well. Cyber and KDS, the last two standing. KDS with that bullet hose of his own inside the Vector, and he tears through Rare. Cyber on the board too. FaZe Clan have turned this one around, and they know exactly where Swag is coming from. Good thing, though, for Swag. You're on Snake. Oh, my goodness. A beautiful shot on a Cyber. And win the round off of it. That is a highlight reel kill.
A massive one from Swag. Let this be a lesson. Nobody stops Swag from clutching in 2 rounds in a row. That's a big one. And as somebody who's usually one of the entry duos, Swag gets involved very early. That'll be his first successful clutch of the stage. He has yet to find a 1vx before this one, so congratulations to Swag. Now every player on Black Dragons will have at least one clutch to their name, and I think it really comes down to the way that FaZe Clan have been choosing to play this style of defense. They have clearly decided the best way to win this game is to fight early and aggressively versus Black Dragons. They brought utility like the Mira and like the Echo, which should have allowed them to take advantage fights over towards Garage. Unfortunately, they just lost a couple of those big gunfights, did a really good job trading things out, brought it really close, but in the end, again, the guns are always going to be better for the attackers. Those F2s are so deadly to deal with, so Black Dragons not panicking at what's being shown in front of them. They're finding these kills, and they're hanging with the big dogs in terms of winning these gunfights.
Good performance so far for this Black Dragons team. And again, Mr. Outlaw, the standout performer on the squad. If we're just referencing the positions of these players, Handy is the 3rd highest rated player, Vidiking 8th, Cyber 13th, Souls 14th. You got to go ways down to get to KDS, but that's okay because, you know, KDS would rather be doing anything else other than his job, which is so real, King. You know, like... But on the side of Black Dragons, Mr. Outlaw, far and away the standout performer on this team. He's in 10th. You have to go down to 30th to find Guto as the next highest rated player. Rare, who we've been praising for his play so far, finds himself in 42nd of 50 players. So right now, dramatically overperforming his numbers through much of this stage. But again... not to discourage you, but this is a game that FaZe Clan did not even need to load into the server to play. So for them, the stakes are much lower. For Black Dragons, this is for bragging rights. This is for posterity. They're in 8th place. They have been eliminated from the playoff chase, but 3 points here with a pretty decent round differential and a loss on the side of Fluxo W7M later today. And 7th place could, in theory, go to the Dragons.
Top floor clear begins. It's just Romeo on this bottom floor who's trying to get some maybe picks down there, trying to find a player. But on this top floor, right, everybody is just focused on pushing these players back, finding a bit of an angle. Here comes Cyber about to go to blows.
There have been a couple of uncharacteristic misses from FaZe Clan. But again, I do think it goes back to they're not playing at full capacity. They're not droning things out as accurately as they usually do. There's been a lot of face checking from this FaZe Clan team across both halves.
I mean, you're taking the Vector against the F2. It's not a fight that most players will be able to win. It's all right. You're still just in a one-man disadvantage. The rest of this top floor clear has stalled out a little bit. Romeo has joined the rest of his teammates here up above, but nobody on FaZe Clan wants to move a muscle hoping to just stall things out, use their toxic babes, delay this push as long as possible so when they finally get to the execute, they can just win on time.
Out will go the Toxic Babes, slowing down Black Dragons as they march their way towards the bomb sites. Handy tries to army crawl his way from the nade, cannot get it done. Vidiking on the board, the only kill so far for FaZe Clan, 40 seconds to go. The nade bounces off the wall, KDS falls back. Out comes the SMG-11, Soul's on the board too. Shotgun time for KDS as he's in close quarters combat, but he just pulls the trigger a little too quickly. Apprehensive about what may lay in wait at the window, Swag goes down elsewhere. The remaining 2 players on Black Dragons were the ones that KDS was fighting, and now a Nitro goes off, but it hits the door frame. A fade away from Vidiking as KDS finally finds one. Rare in position, and KDS does get them both. His patience rewarded, and FaZe Clan goes back to the lead.
You know, it's not very often, Parker, that we say somebody plays a perfect round in Rainbow Six Siege, but that was about as close as you can get coming out from KDS. He delayed so much time. Of course, partnered with the Toxic Babes from his smoke player. That was a huge aspect of it as well, as Handy was able to stall things out. But just playing close with that Soulless shotgun, it's not necessarily a strat you see too often. The Soulless can very much commonplace on that Bunks Briefing bomb site to deny the plant from up above, but didn't need to focus on the plant denial. Everybody on Black Dragons was pushing them up on that top floor, so he said, let me stand my ground. I know I'm safe. If I tuck in the corner here inside a display, I'll play my shotgun. I'm confident in my teammates' ability to lock things down behind me, and that's exactly what happened. Really good top floor defense from FaZe Clan, using their utility, slowing down that top floor push, and the time, like, there was less than 15 seconds when that round ended, and nobody from Black Dragons even took a whiff of that mid-floor bomb site. Everybody was committed to that top floor push. Really good stall game coming out from FaZe Clan, and maybe the way they should be playing this game further on. Black Dragons have been winning a lot of these duels when they give them early gunfights. Maybe the game plan just has to be for FaZe Clan, win on your utility, stall this team out.
Well, the playoffs are coming up in Brazil. Be in action in just a couple days, actually. I think they start later this week. We already know that one of the teams qualified will finish in first place. That's the team on the right side of your screen. FaZe Clan, Ninjas in Pajamas, Furia, Team Liquid, and Loud have all clinched spots as well, but none of them have been confirmed for the remaining top 3 spots that remain outside of FaZe Clan. To qualify for EWC, it's really quite simple. If you finish in the top 4, you just have to win one best of 3. That's it. For FaZe Clan, whoever they end up going up against, they'll go up against the team ranked 4th after today. If FaZe Clan wins that best of 3, they go to Paris. That's it. It's really quite simple. For the 2 teams that finish in 5th and 6th, you start in the lower bracket and will need to go through that run, but it's still a relatively easy path. Qualification for this event is far simpler than a lot of the majors, so that's something that these teams need to keep in mind. We have an exciting day of games ahead of us. Up next is Los and Team Liquid Alienware, but before we get there, Black Dragons might want to prolong this bout as they get the first pick in this round, and it's a pretty nice one. They take down Vidiking, the smoke.
It's a really early pick on one of the most important operators. He was just playing in that storage position, so now it puts pressure onto everybody else. You have to be able to work a pick down either towards Ops or maybe towards Bathroom, because that main position's been so lost already.
They look to continue to come to blows. Soul's in the ground. Mr. Outlaw will join him in the afterlife. A busy place right now as Gudo takes care of Cyber. Black Dragons leveling up now, doubling up on FaZe Clan's numbers. This has been such a back and forth contest. FaZe has not been able to establish much distance between them and their contemporaries. Romeo takes down KDS, and Black Dragons need just a single kill to tie the game yet again. Black Dragons have not led in this contest. The best they've been able to do is tie. If they take care of Handy, they go back to that oh-so-familiar position. But hey, Jesse, a tie? Certainly better than losing, that's for sure.
Handy in a really tough spot with his Nitro Cell. If you can deny the plant, that's something, but there's over 60 seconds on the clock here. He's got so much to do. Isolating this fight would be everything, but he just misses the shots again and again. He is whiffing on these kills. He has to kill this one player, but now he's isolated more towards his teammates. They're giving nothing up, and the plant will go down in a 1v4.
Just a fun position to be in for Black Dragons, right? You have a single player trying to deal with Handy. You know that the kill will eventually come unless Handy pulls off a 1v4 in a post plant, which with the way FaZe is playing today, I just don't see as possible. He'll take care of Gudo right off the rip, still leaving 3 from Black Dragons to be found. And as we come to expect from teams experienced like Black Dragons, you're going to be quite patient. A nice read from Handy onto Romeo. Staring at the bomb chassis, the last 2 remaining players from Black Dragons, wondering why Handy is dragging this out as long as he is. Past the point of no return, though. No defuse possible for Handy. Even without the kills, Black Dragons will win the round, but Rare finds it with about 5 seconds left on the clock. Black Dragons tie things up.
BD continues to do a really good job of getting fights early in the rounds. They consistently are finding these players who are isolated and be able to work themselves a pick. Swag's early kill into Vidiking, again, over towards storage. We didn't catch it, but that kind of starts the domino effect for me, Parker, where Black Dragons are getting these picks onto important operators early, and they're forcing the other FaZe Clan players to start swinging. Because if you don't, all of a sudden the map control is gone, the numbers are gone, the time is still very favorable for the attackers. So Black Dragons, they're keeping the pressure up, they're getting these early picks, they're forcing FaZe Clan to make some mistakes, and even in some of these positions, right, like you saw Cyber ratting inside of Ops, sure you get a kill, but it's easily traded out by Black Dragons. This is a very solid team, certainly compared to what we've seen from some of the other teams inside the South America League in our last game. This is not a squad who you expect to be making big mistakes like that, not when Snake's on the board, not when the information is flowing. FaZe Clan, I think, a little bit sloppy in some of these early rounds where they're giving up these opportunities to Black Dragons. They have to play tighter, and they have to start playing for that clock.
5 seconds to go.
Golden opportunity here for Black Dragons to make a statement. As again, for these teams that have already been eliminated from the playoff hunt, they will not be at EWC, they will not be in Paris. This is about improving. We spend a lot of time across all regions talking about game day reps, and it's really important for these teams, especially when they try to iron things out. Romeo, the least experienced player along with Swag on this roster. Mr. Outlaw has been at LAN before, but also doesn't have the same level of experience as a lot of the veteran teams here in Brazil. So you want to get your game day reps, and hey, even if they are playing the way they are playing, FaZe Clan is still FaZe Clan. You scrim against them, sure, but scrims are never a proper substitute for the game day play. Black Dragons can gain very valuable experience going up against the world champions, and dare I even say it, Jesse, beating the world champions, then that helps you for stage 2, of course, unless you make some roster moves, which in Brazil is always possible.
Certainly is, but now here on this bottom floor, we're starting to see FaZe Clan go for a similar defense to what they did last time. They've still got this Echo with Vidiking, which will be feeding them information over towards this garage. Black Dragons, they're happy to play into it. They've got the Ram above just like last time, and they've got the full force of their attack pressuring into this basement.
Dragons are, I don't want to say they're playing slow. They're showing great patience, and FaZe Clan, again, just itching to take these engagements. Face checking everything. Mr. Outlaw gets 2. He's dropped, but Black Dragons, with 90 seconds to go, have reduced FaZe Clan to 2 players. One of those players, Souls, still very good, easily clutched. Nope. Okay, well, see, Black Dragons just flawless the round, and now they're on map point.
It's what we keep talking about, Parker. It's these early gunfights that are consistently going the way of Black Dragons. I understand that FaZe Clan have some advantages in these moments. They've got the yokai cam inside a garage. In theory, that favors them. It gives them some intel to take these fights. But Black Dragons aren't even in garage. They're standing outside holding these angles, waiting for FaZe to swing. They're playing a style of game that expects FaZe Clan to play into it, and FaZe Clan are doing just that. At every opportunity, FaZe are swinging. FaZe are going for these fights. FaZe are ego-challenging Black Dragons, and when you're ego-challenging into DMRs and F2s and the long-range guns that the attackers have, it's just not going to go your way, even when you are FaZe Clan. Here's a nice look at the standings as we get ready to jump into this 12th and potentially final round of the game. FaZe Clan are locked into first. They cannot fall out of that top spot. Black Dragons hoping to jump above Ints and maybe even Fluxo W7M if they can get a regulation win here today.
There's been a lot of these standings have been solidified, Jesse, and it is a bit odd coming from North America and looking at the other regions, seeing that most of these teams have already clinched their spots for EWC, and yet we still haven't even begun the playoffs here in Brazil. So, I I like Brazil. I think I've always been a big Brazil supporter. You know, the very first live event I ever worked, one of these teams on your screen, Black Dragons, I adorned myself in their garb. I had a hat on. I had a varsity jacket. I was cheering for them to beat Penta, the team that would then become G2. And, well, let's just say the Brazilian fans quite enjoyed it. I think it's always been a terrific region. And while it took them a couple years to get onto the same level as EU and NA, for many, many years, about half a decade at this point, Brazil has very easily surpassed the other regions. And it seems almost bizarre for a Brazilian team to not make a grand finals at this current point in time. The one thing that needs to be answered is what happened in Salt Lake City. 3 teams from Brazil failed to make the playoffs. Only FaZe Clan put in a good effort, and they did end up making top 4, but ultimately were blanked by Dark Zero before DZ went on to win the whole thing. So, hey, I mean, technically in a lot of ways you could say maybe we're the second best team if you think they did a little better than SR did in their matchup. But Brazil is a region very consistent. Offensive threats across the board, experienced players. FaZe Clan has just been a cut above everybody. And Black Dragons has them on the ropes right now and can land the knockout punch in the next couple minutes.
I think sometimes as we're creating these storylines as broadcasters, we maybe overconflate a region with the teams inside of it. What I mean by that is, like, yes, the last couple of years have been dominated by Brazil, but really it's been dominated by 2 teams in Brazil. It's been the Furia Core, of course, previously known as, the Liquid Core now, formerly known as Furia, formerly known as W7M, and then it's been FaZe Clan. And the current Fluxo W7M Core as well have had some really big moments, but you look at the game today, and it's like that Liquid team have, A, made some roster moves, which maybe have not gone exactly as they wanted, at least through kickoff, but B, have also joined an organization that is completely cursed, and thus they did not make it to the Salt Lake City Major. So that's part of the reason, I'm sure, why they struggled back during kickoff as a region. And then even a team like FaZe Clan, right? Like, they had a good event. They made it quite deep. They ended up losing an unfortunate game in the semifinals to not quite make it all the way up against Dark Zero, but the rest of those teams that attended Salt Lake City for South America had all made roster moves. They were relatively new rosters. They weren't exactly the put-together pieces that we're used to seeing. Fluxo W7M didn't go. Liquid didn't go. A lot of the big, heavy hitters didn't even qualify, and sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes these BO1s don't go your way. Sometimes the regional best-of-3s can be a bit more fluky than you would like, and certainly that's going to, that's part of the game. That's what we play, but I still think Brazil has those powerhouse teams. It still has that ability to run through those international events. FaZe Clan continues to be the shining beacon of a team for this region, and they look like they will be dominant through playoffs as they almost always are, but it's difficult when you play regionally. You don't always send the best teams in the region to those international events, and sometimes that makes a big difference.
Absolutely correct. We've said that so many times with Brazil too, and we speak an awful lot about how good they can be interregionally and how good they can be domestically and how good then they can be when they go up against teams on land, because keep in mind, a lot of Brazil was on land for quite some time. Only recently have they stopped using their studio, which means that none of the teams play on land at this current point in time. Far removed we are from the golden days of most of the leagues being played in person, but that's just the way that she goes. You do have to wonder if their lack of LAN experience day in, day out is hurting Brazil as a region too. On your screen, we've got a head-to-head here showing the way that these teams play and how they do, and while obviously FaZe Clan has the numbers, it's worth noting that Black Dragons is one of the oldest orgs in the history of our esport. They've been around since basically the beginning, founded by a couple people, one of whom is Cherry Gums, who still remains quite active in the scene, and if Black Dragons ever does make it to an event, she will be there loudly cheering them on. Black Dragons has been around forever, and our esport wouldn't be where it is without their contributions. They've made LAN a number of times. They've never won a live event. One of their rosters made it to the finals in Sao Paulo in 2017, and then that roster, which would then be picked up by Ninjas in Pajamas, would eventually make it back to the grand finals for the Six Invitational in 2020, losing to SSG before winning the Hammer the next year at the COVID SI that we saw. So They've scouted out great players. It's just sometimes Black Dragon struggles to keep those top tier players without losing them to some of the other big dogs in the region. So what do? Well, you have an opportunity to beat one of the big dogs right now. We're back in action. 6-5 the scoreline. Black Dragons sitting on match point.
Yeah, it's a shame the Black Dragons will not be fighting for that spot at the Esports World Cup. They're already eliminated from playoffs, but taking down the best team in your region would be a huge statement to bring into the offseason, to bring towards Stage 2 as you start to look towards those future games that you'll have to be playing. FaZe Clan now with their backs against the wall. They will choose to defend downstairs bunks and briefing. They're locked in first place no matter what, but again, losing 2 games to end out your stage and end of the group stage. They lost to Loud a little bit earlier. Starts to put some fears into certainly the minds of others, but I think also for this team, you start to get a little bit worried about how playoffs might look if they have a series of losses right at the end of the group stage.
Yeah, Loud and then Black Dragons. I mean, Loud is at least a playoff caliber team, but you don't want to dive too much into that theory crafting, right, Jesse? Because we have said many, many times, this is not a must-win game for FaZe Clan. It does not matter. Really, it's just about bragging rights. If you can go undefeated, teams are never going to sneeze at that opportunity. But if potentially saving strats, potentially keeping that stuff hidden in preparation for playoffs, or even if you think, hey, playoffs won't be too hard, we're better than at least 2 of the teams, we'll make it to EWC, saving those for the big moment and the big payoff that comes with EWC is far more worthwhile than beating Black Dragons. Let's put it that way.
Well, we're past the 60-second mark now, and this Black Dragons push is going to be trying to work things in through the top floor. We say this over and over again. They don't have that send, so sneaky the plant down below the defenders up above is going to be really tricky. Of course, this top floor clear is going to get chaotic. It's going to get messy. FaZe Clan will be ready for it. It's Souls is the only player in the site, and all 4 FaZe Clan members are still up above. Almost a freebie from Romeo as he finds 50% damage on Cyber.
And through the smoke finds the rest of it. Really well played by Cyber to take down, or really well played by Romeo to take down Cyber. Wow, Jesse, we're 11 rounds in and none of these players have a single kill. That's crazy when you think about it. Mr. Outlaw will finish what remains of Cyber. Gudo on the board as well. This one might be done in a hurry. Black Dragons sinking their fangs in the FaZe Clan. And coming back from the rehost, Souls looks around and goes, where'd everybody go? A 1v5. Gudo, the only one taking some serious damage. A flawless round will not be had as Souls finds one. How many more can he drag down with him? None. Gudo will seal the deal. 3 rounds in a row. Black Dragons will take the match against FaZe. 7-5.
Don't ever count out a team with nothing to lose and their backs against the wall. Black Dragons, a big win over FaZe Clan. They gotta be feeling good about that one. Managing to take down the 2-time world champions here in the best of 1 at the tail end of the group stage. They will not be making the playoffs, of course, but still a big win to carry off into the offseason. And FaZe Clan, maybe some things to work on as they look at 2 losses to end out this group stage.
I got a couple days to do some wood shedding and get up to speed because they'll be playing the 4th rated team coming out of playoffs, which we'll figure out which team that is as the matches roll on today. That's it for our second of 5 games. Let's hear what Ann and Davide have to say.
Thank you so much. What an impressive victory from Black Dragons just in the final round of regulation. They managed to get those 3 points on the board. Big moments for them individually. I mean, on the attack as well, you know, the more difficult side on this map here. But as we already talked about in that halftime, we expected lots of Ying, we expected lots of Solid Snake. That was exactly what was happening as well. I mean, Swag getting some incredible moments for himself as well. I think KDS really tried to on the side of FaZe. But wow, for Black Dragons, this must be an incredible confidence boost.
I mean, it sure was bittersweet because they can't make top 6, but great win nonetheless going into the next stage. Something to take away from it. And we highlighted Black Dragons' entries and how good they were. You know, Swag, Romeo, Outlaw, the way that they're able to find these opening kills. And yes, I mean, the Snake, the Deimos, Deimos was banned, my bad. The Snake, but the way that they were able to get entries and also Rare himself, we were saying that he needed to be impactful when it came to his attacks. Those first 3 rounds with the Blackbeard, he was really doing a great job at following his entries up, which was the biggest downfall throughout the rest of the stage. But he was there for his team, so much so that FaZe had to ban Blackbeard out. And the entries were so good that on Black Dragon's attacks, they got every single opening kill, and that's something that is very difficult to do against FaZe. So to be able to do all of that, work in unison together, and be able to dominate on the opening kills. It shows perfectly why Black Dragons was able to close it out on their attacks on such a difficult attacking sided map. They had a really good understanding, and when they're able to get that pick, it just looked like FaZe was a little flustered. That being said, I don't necessarily worry too much against FaZe. Of course, you don't want to go into playoffs with 2 losses, being your only losses in the last 2 playdays. But that being said, on FaZe's attacks, we didn't see them bring any Deimos. We didn't see them bring any Snake. They weren't doing what we're normally used to seeing from FaZe. So a different avenue that they tried to attack with, and it seems like it just didn't work today. That being said, I'd imagine we'll see a completely different FaZe coming into playoffs. So a win is a win for Black Dragons, and that's great from them. I do want to say I feel like it was maybe a 70%, 80% FaZe game we're used to seeing FaZe way better, but that's how it goes. You know, you're in a position where you've locked in first seed. You got to try new things. FaZe tried new things.
Yeah, well, that's the big thing for this matchup too, right? FaZe can already be confirmed as the first in the league. They don't need to show us the back of their tongue in every single round here, and every card that they still have up on their sleeve. As the casters, of course, alluded to too, this is probably not the best FaZe we have seen. And if you think on the side of FaZe, you know, when would you want to have those losses? When would you want to have that kind of reality check that brings you back down to the ground? Probably now, and not in the playoffs when you are that one best of 3 away from qualifying to an international event. I'm glad that we see Rare as the MVP, though. I mean, we put some pressure on his shoulders as when you talked about Black Dragons, him being kind of a player on the back line that hasn't been able to show up as much as we wanted to from him. But in this final game, you know, it gives him confidence, but also being able to get points on the board, especially if we think about the standings too, right? I mean, this, again, brings them back up higher and gives them even a better starting point going into Stage 2 and not having to worry about relegations, maybe.
Yeah, Black Dragons finalizing themselves into 8th place, so that's great. You know, they're able to bounce back over INTZ. And yes, I mean, Rare, that's something that we talked about. He is that shield player. He's kind of this flex supportive player on defense, and he's been missing the mark throughout the stage, mainly because he is a supportive player. Him being on shields is something that is relatively new to Black Dragons. But today, with no pressure on the board, that's where we saw him following up his entries, and that's what we needed to see throughout the rest of the stage. Thankfully, it showed up now, and that's good looks going into Stage 2, that he has that ability to be able to follow up on the shields. And it's good to see him be able to have the spotlight a little bit, towards the end of the stage, but just being able to see that he has that ability gives confidence for Black Dragons going into Stage 2. You know, sometimes you need to be able to have stages or experiences like this to see where you can go forward. And again, this was a learning experience for both of these 2 teams. Black Dragons learned a lot. They got a win. They understand that, hey, we can beat the best team in the SAL right now. And FaZe, on the other hand, again, it did seem like they were trying some new things out, not running operators that they're used to. So maybe that gives them an indication on, well, we're not going to use this stuff if we get to, the major. So that being said, a good practice for both of them.
It is, yes, but that is now our 2 matches where the importance of them isn't as much now out of the way because we move into the more exciting matches. As we already said earlier today, there is still 1 more spot in playoffs to be decided and 2 teams are fighting for it. Lowe's currently find themselves in 6th spot, but they do have Fluxo W7M breathing down their necks as they're chasing them in that 7th spot. Lowe's get their chance to defend their 6th spot against the Liquid after the break.
3 balas, essa aqui é as 3? Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma pressão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Vou deixar essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou!
Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Ó, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance porque a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada. 2 hours later. Não, peraí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Pausão do Igão.
Pausão?
Do Igor, não.
Pera aí.
Nunca tomou certeza.
Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. Perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o que da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase. Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Só fúria. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir fronteira? Já baniu fronteira?
Banir fronteira.
Ah, baniu contra Liquid. O jogo não valia nada, Liquid queria jogar.
Queria jogar,
época, né?
verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
Não fala não.
Gravar doc de bastidores? Sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
a gente nunca usou
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
A gente nunca usou a palavra bastidor.
Como não usou, você não sabe o que é bastidor? Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é claro, essa aí
você
é louco.
Você presenciou bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão
do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, isso aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Isso aí não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve 1.
Mas talvez o quê?
2.
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada e por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê? Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal. Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
As Zig's going to be on yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there over through the barbed wire. Next going to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now, before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not thrown or been aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Would this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch!
Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and Gifo.
Forward and do whatever you can there. Try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on though. Yeti will find Fox after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxi will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess, who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang launching from this angle. Kanzin, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more. And there it is. One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament. They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champions.
We just practiced a lot, which sorry for that.
Hey Dad!
It's father view, guys. Hello.
Now, this is where things get excited in the final playday of SAL, because we're about to decide our very final spot going into playoffs. And we'll do that first by having Los and Liquid play against each other. Now, to set the scene, Los are fighting for their spot in the playoffs, and all that Liquid can do is play the Grim Reaper here. I think back about an interview last week with Igor saying that, we think Flux and W7 are going to lock in that final spot because we play against Los and we want to win that game. It just is giving drama. I don't know about you, Foxy. I love matches when it involves so much drama like this one.
Oh yeah, of course. There's so many implications. I mean, Los playing against Liquid, then we have Fluxo W7M playing against Loud. Now, Los, they're probably in the most comfortable spot because even if they lose out, let's say both the teams, Fluxo and Los, lose, Los would still be able to advance into the top 6. That being said, no team wants to end on a loss. So if Los is able to beat Liquid, they would be able to jump up. There'd be some round count implications, depending on who wins Loud versus Fluxo, but Los would be locked in to top 6 with a regulation win. As for Liquid, they're not just playing to gatekeep Los, they also want to be able to avoid that phase matchup. That being said, if Liquid wins, they can be able to bounce above Furia or NIP, or potentially both of them, we'll see, based on round count. And that being said, Liquid would be able to avoid playing against FaZe, because 4th seed should be playing against 1st seed in the upper bracket. So that being said, there's so many implications for all these teams. Same thing for Loud and Fluxo. I mean, Loud can easily as well jump in above some of these teams, depending on if Liquid loses. Loud's able to get top 4, or maybe even top 3 and tie a Furia, tie an NIP. So there's so much on the line when it comes to those two big games. But first, I mean, Los versus Liquid, everything on the line. Los could just end Fluxo W7M's hopes and dreams here and now if they're able to beat Liquid.
Yeah, they would do the same as what they did last week, because Los certainly gave us some drama last week. They destroyed 3 teams' chances of making playoffs simply by their victory that they did last Sunday. So Los now got a lock in for themselves as well and put a similar effort to at least get their 6th position as well. But for Los and their roster, Defo absolutely was the main person to show up, then winning 6 rounds in a row on defense as well on Fortress, a big momentum changer. That just led to them winning out that matchup and keeping themselves alive in this matchup. But as you already mentioned, they need a regulation win if they want to make sure that matters stay in their own hands.
Oh yeah, of course. And it wasn't just Dafo in that previous matchup, it was all last week. I mean, against INTZ having 12 kills, but against Imperial having 17 kills. He's really been a slept-on player. I feel like Los is comprised of just slept-on players. Perez is one of these players that we've talked about throughout the whole stage. He's been doing very good. He's within the top 5, top 6 players of the SAL. Daffodil is just right behind him within the top 10. So both of these two players, I mean, they've been having an exceptional performance for Los as a whole, as a unit, and them being able to just constantly work around with what's given to them. They're a very scrappy team, and there's really nothing that has been holding them back besides teams that are better than them. I mean, Los hasn't been able to, I believe, beat another team that's in that top 5, top 6 besides Loud. So it is a very difficult challenge when they go up against a higher level tiered team. They keep it close, but that's where they tend to struggle against that experience difference. They're going up against Fluxo W7M. So that's a team that I would also say, even though they haven't had the best run of this last stage, I would say that they're a top 6 team contender. Absolutely. They have great players. And I believe that's maybe where it comes into play, is when they get into a 1v1 against a team that is also very gifted when it comes to individual fighting. That's where Los's weak areas shine.
Yeah, and for their opponents for today, for Liquid at least, their fans, they can breathe a sigh of relief, because with that overtime victory that Liquid got against NIP last week, they locked in playoffs. We had a super happy Igor in the interview as well, and if any player on that roster, KZ, picked a moment to come alive, 20 bomb in the matchup last week to lock in playoffs. And we see this team also just really abuse crowd control operators on attack in Nighthaven specifically. Defenses seem to be a little bit more rough for them, but really making good use of the attackers that we see so frequently in the current meta. And as you already mentioned, this matchup is still important for them, right? They can make it to top 4, and they can even make it further past that. 3rd or 2nd would be ideal. You avoid FaZe that way, and then you have, I'd say, a more suitable situation at your 2 chances of making it to EWC, because we saw how that went last time around when they played in the kickoff playoffs and they just missed their 2 chances of making it to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, you would have thought that after not making it to Salt Lake City that Team Liquid Alienware would have been able to lock in. I mean, this team, since the start of time, back when they were on Furia, even now, the only team that can really beat these guys is themselves. There's a little element of just there's so much talent on this roster that a lot of the time it doesn't seem like they're necessarily problem solving. Their problem solving is let's all fight together. And some teams are just really equipped for that now. They're very prepared to be able to handle an over-aggressive Team Liquid Alienware team. And so that's the only downfall for them is they underestimate their teams that they go up against them. I mean, yes, this last week was good, but a very close overtime win against NIP. It's not something that is too confident for Team Liquid Alienware, because in my opinion, a lot of these games, if they are just playing the most disciplined, the same way that they play at these events, at these LANs, these games should easily be going in their favor, and they should be on par with a team like FaZe Clan that is just hasn't lost anything. But sometimes that overconfidence gets the better of them and is what causes them to lose, like it did against Loud, like it did against Furia. And that's really their downfall. So at the end of the day, if they can just make sure, hey, we don't want to go up against FaZe. I mean, I'm sure they're not necessarily thinking that specifically, but if we want to be able to just end it on a win going into playoffs as confident as possible, let's fall back. Like, let's worry about what Felipox is communicating to us, and let's focus on the basics, because sometimes they're relying too much on the great individual performers on this team to be able to carry it out. Like last week, they needed KZ to have a 20 bomb to be able to close it out against NIP. It shouldn't come to that,
no,
but so far it has came to that situation time and time again throughout this stage.
Yes, this will be their final best of 1 though before they move on into playoffs. Let's have a look at the map veto then, because we've had some close games today. We've had an overtime and a full-on regulation as well. These 2 teams, when they last faced, it was a full-on regulation match as well. 7-5 victory for Liquid on Bank. Lows do not want to get a repeat of that as they ban out Bank. Instead, we move into Cafe and Liquid start on defense.
Yeah, not a great look. I'll be honest, not a great look. Los, recently played this. I believe it was against Fluxo W7M. They got smoked 7-3. So hopefully they've changed some stuff going into it. I mean, Border is a very comfortable map for Los. That being said, I believe they played it against IMP. They played it against, I want to say, also another team. I think it was FaZe potentially, or Black Dragons, one of those. So I think it was Black Dragons. They played it as well, and they dominated those games. 7-1 Black Dragons, 7-5 against IMP. So that being said, to ban out a comfort pick because you're worried that Team Liquid Alienware is going to counter-strat you, to go to a map that is arguably one of Team Liquid Alienware's better maps. I mean, it's a revolutionary map for KZ. He's one of those players on the Azami that's constantly bouncing around from piano, different positions. A very gunfight-oriented map for Team Liquid Alienware. I'm not a fan of this map pick for Los at all. That being said, I mean, I just think Team Liquid Alienware is going to probably be the favorites in this one, especially if the right bans don't come out, if they're not able to ban out Azami, ban out these utility-based operators to keep TLA alive.
Well, okay, so the plan seems clear. Just make sure they don't have the Azami to play with, and then try and go gung-ho against them, I guess, if it's really a map, like a gunfight-heavy map. But let's get the opinions of our casters in as well, then. We can chat with Intero and Jesse ahead of this oh-so-important matchup, because we're putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these players with chances of qualification. It seems very clear that Foxay thinks Liquid are going to just take this one home. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. What are your thoughts on this? Intero, starting with you.
I think this is a tough match to assess for one reason and one reason alone. Team Liquid Alienware is probably the least consistent team in any region at any point in time. Sometimes they look like they could easily be the top of Brazil, and then other times it looks like they have no idea how to play. But this goes back to the old Furia roster. They had moments like this on W7M. They certainly look like they've improved and made some changes and fixed some things, but Los is a team that loves to break hearts, and there's going to be a lot of Team Liquid Alienware fans that are hopeful that this is a big victory, and Los could easily play the spoiler. My money's on Team Liquid Alienware because I know Foxy is going to make fun of me for not making a prediction.
Yeah, rightfully so, I should say, and I will also back you on the T-Law prediction coming through here. I just think that this is a single best of one that they have to play this week. One of the biggest strengths that Team Liquid Alienware have is their coaching staff. It's their preparation. The fact that they could put everything into this single BO1. They likely expected the Cafe would come up. Maybe it wouldn't have been their first pick, but they should have known it was an option, so they'll be ready for Los here on this map. I can't wait to see what they have in store. Plenty to play for both teams, so I expect a really good game, but Team Liquid Alienware should come out on top.
I'm not gonna lie, this feels a little bit rough. It feels like there's not a lot of faith into Los here. I mean, this is a really high pressure matchup. This is all to play for them for this final matchup of the stage. Either they move to playoffs or it just ends here for them. I mean, we're looking at players as Defo and Paris. They've been stepping up consistently. Any other argument, I guess, that we could make for the Los Centurions out there that should be something that brings them into this map? Fox, anything maybe you can come up with, or is it too difficult?
For Los, something to give them confidence. At the end of the day, like Parker said, Team Liquid Alienware underestimate their opponents, and they don't take things seriously sometimes, and there could be an element of, well, we're already qualified at the end of the day, so it doesn't really matter where we slot in. That being said, just based on the map bans, Los banning out one of their comfort picks because they're worried about going to a head-to-head gunfight against the Team Liquid Alienware players on border, but then they take him to Cafe. I think KZ might drop another 20 bomb today. I really don't have much faith in Los.
That is very, very rough. Terry, your cat maybe has something to add to this conversation?
He doesn't know ball at all. So unfortunately, he's not the best with it. So he's trying to desperately let go of me, but I'm not yet. I am the master, not the cat. He does not control me. I think it's really going to come down to the fraggers. If Perez could show up huge, I think Los has a fighting chance.
That's the question, right? I mean, of course, I appreciate your cat being here just for the vibes. Maybe that's the support that Los need into this, going into this one, right? The most important best of one for them at the end of the group stage here. Can they make it into playoffs? They start on the difficult side of Cafe going into the attack.
Thank you so very much, Jesse. Our expectations might not be grounded in reality. I think we got a pretty good idea and handle on how this game is going to go. Cafe is an interesting one. It is a map that is not played as frequently as it used to be. Some of the newer maps have been far more in vogue these days. Again, just to summarize what I said on the desk, I think it boils down to two things. If Los's fraggers show up, they have a fighting chance, irrespective of what T-Law does. But if Team Liquid Alienware plays some of the games that we've seen from them, maybe not so much in this stage, but especially during kickoff, they can be their own worst enemy. It doesn't matter who you're facing against in the server when you are beating yourself. So it could end up being, two teams fighting against Team Liquid Alienware, Los and themselves. We'll see as we get underway with T-Law starting on defense. They'll pick the bottom floor on Cafe.
Yeah, I also don't think this is like a crazy 90% chance T-Law win. We're all picking them as the favorites, but at least for me, I think this is pretty close. I think this definitely could go either way between these two squads. You look at Team Liquid Alienware and Los, and I think Los are a team who have found some great success in the past. They're led by Dash, of course, who has come back from Wildcard. He's come to his home region here in South America, and I think he's had some really good success building this team up and kind of leading a brand new roster into some really high successes. Of course, this Los team, we saw how good they could be back during kickoff, where, of course, they were able to secure themselves in a top 4 spot. They made it to Salt Lake City, and maybe the international event didn't go quite their way, but even still, I think this is a team who are extremely formidable, who have to be a threat domestically, of course, in these best of ones. So I'm not expecting a stomp. I expect this one to go the distance. max regulation, maybe some overtime for sure. I talked about how Liquid Alienware have certainly been prepping for this game, but Los have as well. And already you kind of saw it early with some funky operator bans. Grim is far and away the most commonly banned attacker on Cafe, so it wasn't a huge shock to see him be taken out. But the fact that they immediately banned the Ram was really interesting, I think, from Team Liquid Alienware. It's the most common operator for Daffodil on this map. He loves to play Ram on Cafe, and it also maybe gives a bit of a tease for what their site rotation will look like. Cafe is a map with 4 viable bomb sites. All 4 of them see constant play here in Professional Siege. So the fact they ban out the Ram probably means they're going to be sticking to those lower bomb sites. They're going to want to play a lot of Kitchen. They're going to want to play a lot of that mid-floor because Ram, of course, not really that useful on the top floor. So it kind of shows that Liquid have a very significant game plan coming into this. Like, they've been very thoughtful as to what they want to ban, how they want to take these first 6 rounds on the defense. So I'm just super excited to see what they've come up with, because while this is so important for Los to be able to get that regulation win to lock into the top 6, Liquid also want to lock in top 4 here. You know, if they lose this game, there's a very real chance they'll be starting in the lower bracket, and you never want to be starting in the lower bracket, especially when you're a team who have had difficult mental struggles like Liquid have in the past.
Yeah, again, they can often be their own worst enemy. The good news is they've locked in playoffs. They fell short of where I think the expectations were for both the team and the organization. There was a big splash getting them under that horse banner of Team Liquid, which would then partner up with Alienware officially to rebrand as Team Liquid Alienware, at least for the time being. And with it, expectations very high. This has been an org that has been around in esports since the dawn of time. They expect all of their teams to do well. They support them well. They fund them typically quite well. And usually the org seems to be immune from the drama that a lot of other esports companies and organizations end up getting into. There's a big reason why 4 of the 5 players left Furia to go to Team Liquid Alienware, despite Furia being a huge Brazilian organization. And yet consistency has haunted this Team Liquid and now Team Liquid Alienware squad for quite some time, irrespective of who plays on it. Just ask Nesk, just ask Palu. Look at guys like Ask, who've now gone over to Geekay and have flourished in their position. I don't know if they're cursed or not, but they've got to exercise some demons here. They've got a golden opportunity against Los to cement themselves in the top 4 and be one best of 3 away from qualifying to EWC.
Definitely a bit of a chip on the shoulder for Team Liquid Alienware. Just to rewind the clock back to the kickoff playoffs, they started in the upper bracket. They won their group back during kickoff in the BO1s. They played Ninjas in Pajamas in the upper bracket to try to qualify to the Salt Lake City Major. They lost 8-6 on map 3, barely losing to NIP, so to lose that first opportunity. No worries, though. They drop down to the lower bracket, and who do they meet? Well, it's the best team in the world. They go up against FaZe Clan, and they lose that in another close 3-game series. So this is a team who definitely felt like they should have been at Salt Lake City, like they should have been at that event to represent Brazil, represent South America, to continue their legacy. These are former world champions, of course, who have won more majors than any other core of players in history. So this is a squad that expects to be at the big stage consistently. Now would be the time to prove once again that you are still a top team in this world, that your brightest days are not behind you, but that you can continue to push forward against some of the best teams in the world, and also against Los, as they'll be playing here today.
It's been a very top-heavy side of things for this Team Liquid Alienware squad roster, too. T-Law has KZ as the second highest rated player, and Maya not far behind in 5th. So the fraggers are fragging, and KZ sitting with 87 kills, competing with the likes of Hates and Handy and Gabu for top in the region. But Perez is not that far behind, and again, so goes Perez, so goes this Team Low squad. I think if Perez has a rough day stacking up against the aggression and skill of T-Law, it might be a quick one.
Could be quick here, too. Daffo just outside the window. Maya heard that get opened up. They are droning. You can see Daffo's drones to the left. I think it just saw Maya. Maybe. Oh, but loses the fight anyways. That's a tough one, and he eats the Nitrocell right afterwards. At the same time, KZ finds Perez for a 2-man advantage. So this is a massive play from Team Liquid Alienware. Now you have to get desperate on the side of Los. You've got to find some way to get this kill back, but everybody retreating. They have 1 HP on Felipox, 1 HP on Maya, but all of them get back to that ground floor. It's a risky roam game there on the mid floor of Cafe, but it pays off for Team Liquid Alienware, and they'll take a 2 two-man advantage into the late part of this round.
As we've seen time and time again, even if you have just a single point of HP, you can do immeasurable damage to your opponents. That's the hope here for this T-Law squad, is that Felipox and Maya, both terrific players in their own right, will be able to still make some noise despite being in weaker position. Yeah, you might not see them as forward and aggressive because they can't gamble off of taking too much damage, but they'll still be in a decent position, especially with 3 other players on T-Law upright. Dash will find what remained of Felipox, so that's one of them gone. What about Maya, though? KZ active, takes down Dash. Los reduced to Dark and Nuxka. Goodbye, Dark. Nuxka inside the site, charging his way out. He finds the remaining point of HP on Maya after smiting him with his shield. And now the fadeaway as he gets JV92 to boot. T-Law just needs to wait out the next 30 seconds. Keep Nade and KZ in safe positions. There's no reserve utility. KZ finally gets Nuxka, so the waiting game doesn't last too long, and the Horsemen start off with a successful round.
Couple of good impactless exit frags from Nuxka there at the end of the round, Parker. He enters this game as the lowest kill total player in the South America League, just 44 and 63. He is the hard support shield main, so it's not something to dig too deep into, but just nice to see him boosting those stats a little bit at the tail end of that round, which was more or less lost. I don't think that was horrible by any means for Los. You know, they had a really good opportunity to get a couple of those early picks. They brought Maya and Fleetbox down so low to 1 HP each. If those kills go the other way, if they're able to find those frags, all of a sudden it's a 3v3 execute instead of a 3v5 execute, and that could have gone so differently for Los. But couple of really close gunfights in the early game do go the way of Team Liquid Alienware, and you start to wonder, like, is this going to be the difference maker in this game? If Los can put together some good fights and some good strats, that's great, but if they're just losing these gunfights by very slim margins, will that be enough for Team Liquid Alienware to just run away with it?
10 seconds left before...
We know it's going to be a dogfight between these teams. Again, we showed the standings before getting into the matchup. Los entered the day in 6th place. They are safe there for the time being, as the only team that can surpass them is Fluxo W7M. They're up next, playing against Loud. Loud has qualified for the playoffs. Whether they make top 4 or they're one of those 5th, 6th teams in the lower bracket, that remains to be seen. It is win one and you're in with EWC, so making the playoffs is the goal for all of these teams, but if you finish in 5th or 6th, you start in the lower bracket, which means if you lose that best of 3, that's it, you're out. The top 4 teams get 2 opportunities. So if Loud makes top 4, loses their first best of 3, but then prevails in the lower bracket, they still make it to the Esports World Cup in Paris. That means Loud is not going to be taking that match easy, which is bad news for Fluxo W7M, as they desperately need Los to lose, and then they need to win in order to capture this last spot. A 3-point victory for Los would secure their spot, and Jesse, it might be a little bit challenging, as KZ blows 2 up with a Nitro Cell. Felipox gets 1 as well, and Dash and Datho are left standing there going, guys, it's been a minute. What is happening?
Beautiful strat coming out. Maya, of course, on that pulse, gets so much good information for Team Liquid Alienware, and then the Nitro Cells just go flying. Those ones over towards that pillar door that we were witnessing, so maybe the pulse not as much intel on that one, but even still, like, you're feeding information combined with Nitro Cells. It's a winning strategy, and Team Liquid Alienware, surely no way they lose this round now.
They're in excellent position with a huge berth and tons of opportunity to close this one out. I will say the 3-kill lead, a 5v3 to 5v2, tend to be among the most dangerous in Siege. That's when you start taking chances, but Felipox will find a second. Down goes Dash. Daffo with 1 kill so far. It's his only kill in this matchup. NF90 in the hands of Gridlock is a pretty formidable gun, but he's got to deal with 4 players, 3 of which are world champions. They've played against some of the toughest opposition. KZ's sitting at 6-0 right now, a Herculean performance through these 2 rounds. And Dafo's just going to buy time. 45 seconds remain in the round. Again, prolonging the inevitable, Jesse.
If he had the defuse kit and they didn't know where he was, maybe he's got a good chance, but Kit is downed outside of reading. He has no way to pick that up. It'll be watched like a hawk by Team Liquid Alienware, and they're reading his every movement. He's just trying to catch them off guard. There's one. right onto Fleetbox. Give us a little bit of hope. Missing some shots here, though, and it will be KZ who locks it down. 7-0 now for the star fragger of Team Liquid Alienware. Fox, I said he was expecting a 20 bomb from KZ heading into this game, and he's already through 2 rounds, more than a quarter of the way there. I fear our analyst may have gotten the prediction right on the... hit the nail right on the head.
Right on the money, Jesse.
Right on the money, thank you.
Right on the money. It's okay. Sometimes the idioms, they take a little bit longer to show up. There are a couple players within reach of hitting 100 kills before we get to the playoffs. You know, you and I got poked fun of a little bit, me in particular, for talking about Kaysen hitting 100 kills with 100 Thieves. But Hates, 12 away. KZ, 13 away. Gabu, 15 away. Perez, 19 away. Unlikely that we're going to see 19 kills dropped, but for both Hates and KZ, 12 and 13 kills respectively, that is definitely doable, especially if KZ starts off 7-0. He needs 6 more kills to be the first player in Brazil to eclipse the 100 kill mark, and it's very possible, especially against with the way this Los team has been playing. The kills have been coming pretty easy for T-Law.
KZ on fire at the moment, looking red hot here on Cafe. They go to a 2-0 lead. They'll be confident in this first quarter no matter what, knowing that it cannot be a loss. For Los, they've just really lost to some unfortunate predicaments. Like, you lose a couple of close gunfights in round 1, then you get eaten by 2 nitro cells, 3 deaths in round number 2. I mean, this team has really been struggling to catch a break. They will also lose a drone now to KZ, who has caught one here on red stairs, so can start to get a little bit more active with this information. The question is for Los, what do you do as a response to this? You know there are more nitro cells, 4 of them, this time being brought by Team Liquid Alienware. Combine that with information from both KZ and Maya, and it's going to be really difficult to creep through this top floor. They have to find some way to disrupt this information before they just take in top. If they repel into piano and sit around and wait for these nitro cells to come, it's not going to be a winning strategy, so something else has to come around.
KZ's averaging 1 kill per round at this current point in time, which is, again, really quite terrific for people who don't follow Siege. I remember when Shaiko was the only player over a kill per round and people were agog at how well he was doing. Typically, you're going to average somewhere around 0.75 to 0.8 kills per round. If you're a star fragger, anything above that is terrific. KZ has been exceptional. We come to expect that from him. And this matchup is no exception whatsoever. So, Los have their hands full through these 2 rounds. Still plenty of time to turn it around here as we're early in the Cafe.
Everybody drops on Team Liquid Alienware. They don't want that smoke clearing through the top floor. Again, they know they can just play down here with their C4s, Parker. They'd be happy to let the attackers take that top floor space. Now it's about landing them. 3 still left in the pocket. Casey's did not land, so they've got an opportunity here. And with the fact that there's a Kaid Claw even on this hatch, it might not entirely prevent this hatch from being opened, but it will slow them down, and that could be a big deal when you're fishing for C4s, as Team Liquid Alienware will be throughout the rest of this round.
Final minute now, as there's a retake onto the top floor that is now thought otherwise by KZ. Immortal so far, just as Nade finds himself in the same position. Dark and Perez yet to get a kill. For Perez, that needs to change in a hurry again. He is the player that they rely on the most to get kills. Tough competition here as we fast approach the execute.
35 seconds now. Everybody's still alive. This is a crazy spot to be in. The Dread Mines obscuring the vision for Nuxka. They've got full vert control. They haven't been able to land any of these utilities. Perez gets the first one on a JV92, though, and we're off to the races.
Say his name and he shall appear. Time running out for Los, but they got the first pick. The flank comes in. A bit of sloppiness from KZ. He manages to stick the landing, though, as the site control is gone in favor of the Monty of Nuxka and surrounding cast. Time running out, but the guns will find their marks, picking away at T-Law. It's all up to Felipox to clutch. Diffuse kit getting planted. Lobs up the nitro cell. He finds one. But the round prolonged for 40 more seconds, and 3 players remain, might be out of reach. Unless Felipox can pull off a miracle here. His first task getting up the stairs, and Dafo says, no thank you. Los on the board.
And a really good response to come out there, Parker. They wasted so much time. They weren't able to get into those gunfights, but that's okay. They understood that Team Liquid Alienware would have some of those advantages if they did try to get into the building. If they ate some of those nitro cells, they burned a lot of utility as they were wasting that clock down. And eventually, Nuxka just found his way in. He didn't bother trying to clear through that top floor too much. He was up there, but even when he did, he would stick on that hard floor so he couldn't get C forward. Walks in straight through pillar, finds his way into the site, gets that diffuse kit in on the ground. It's a really well put together push from Los. They don't overextend. They take the map control that is given to them. They don't die to anything crazy, and they get on the board 2-1. Happy with that result.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta break the rotation, right? And when you get a tertiary bomb site, that's usually where you see teams lose it, which is that middle floor. We're gonna immediately go down to the kitchen now, which is where T-Law started this match off, avoiding that top floor bomb site for the time being. No cocktail to be played. It's been very interesting watching the ebb and flow of this map, Jesse, because that cocktail bomb site up top was very popular and quite highly prioritized by a lot of teams, particularly North America. Brazil has not particularly liked it very much, and with it, its pick rate has steadily fallen. It's the middle floor bomb sites that are often argued over, whether you want to go to fireplace mining or whether you want to go to reading. You have to pick your poison. In this case, fireplace mining is for a lot of teams considered one of the weaker sites, and funny enough, that's the one that T-Law just lost. So do they end up going back there at any point? The site is open. You can go there if you choose. But T-Law is going to hang their hat on the bomb site that showed some success back in round 1.
Yeah, probably we'll continue the rotation through rounds 4 and 5. If we get to we'll get to round 6, but when we do, I kind of expect them to repeat the bomb site anyways, just because, again, with this RAM ban and with how top floor has fallen out of rotation for a lot of teams. Oh, hello. That's going to be pretty tough to hold on to. A perfect little Toxic Babe from KZ will get the final finish off onto Dash. So an early frag going the way of Team Liquid Alienware. That's an opening pick that will go their way. So far, all 3 opening picks have been converted to round wins. So a massive one to get if you're Team Liquid Alienware.
Knocked off your stride. Unideal. Good round from Perez previously. Picked up 2 kills, and again, he just needs to warm up, and the rest of this team can follow suit. It is a bit of a fall off from Perez down the rest of the standings. You got to go down to 11th to get to Dafo. So it was a small joke, but I was hoping you'd laugh, and you didn't laugh, so it really hurts my feelings. But then it's a big drop all the way to the bottom. Dash, Dark, and Nuxka are all in the bottom 40. So 40th place for Dash, 43rd for Dark, 47th for Nuxka out of 50 players. That's quite detrimental, and yet Los are still in a playoff spot, and a lot of that is thanks to Perez and lesser so to Dafo. So if these 2 players again can show up, but Perez being the big one, they do have a fighting chance, and so far they've shown that they can easily match up against the aggression of T-Law from the last round. Can they do it again? They're down a man.
Not anymore. KZ goes for a flank. It's really risky. You're in a 5v4. They catch him on a drone walking up Brown. I think that's just I'm 9-1. I'm going to ego them a little bit. That's kind of what that feels like from KZ. He was low HP anyway, so fair enough. Now they got to turn towards this execute. There's a player still inside of VIP they've got to worry about. It's JV92 who's playing close to the shield of Nuxka. Not sure exactly where he's at. He's not down to the left. He is inside of VIP. Maybe backed off a little bit too. Over on the brown stairs, actually, is where he's playing, so that nade will start to root him out, and the vert pressure remains strong from Los, but they have to convert.
Going fishing, hunting for kills from above. Maya on the board. Perez will tear through Felipox. Perez, big player over the last 2 rounds. Nuxka gets Diffuse Kid down. Yokai Drone unsuccessful. T-Law, a bit of a sleep at the wheel here. Detrimental as you bring an Echo to scout, get information, and maybe knock them off the plant. Not able to do that as Nade was focused elsewhere. He's put in the grave. Perez carrying ample body bags through this round. Maya and JV92 both under fire. Nuxka and Dark, the final 2 kills. And with Dark getting that one, nobody on Los held off the score sheet so far. Los pushing T-Law through 2 rounds now, and we've got a tie game.
A little bit tough there at the end of Yokai wasn't able to deny that plant. Parker, you mentioned it, sleep at the wheel, and it certainly felt that way a little bit from Nade. No doubt one of the best support players in the world, but a little bit lacking in that moment. His twin brother Handy just fell in a big upset loss in our previous matchup. Now he could be maybe on the same path as we're tied at 2 after 4 rounds of Cafe. But even still, it comes down to a close round once again. Really good execute from Los altogether. The fact that they get a trade back onto KZ is kind of blessed, but they take those picks when they get them. And then it's the Sens wall to protect that drop in through Freezer. It makes JV92's position completely irrelevant. He's not able to do anything from VIP, and he hasn't been able to do anything throughout this game. Now 0-4 from, I'll call him the loudest player on Team Liquid, Alienware, the one who's most likely to talk some smack in text chat, but he's been quiet, as you've expected, because he hasn't really been able to find his place on the board. Usually it's him, Maya, and KZ who are the 3 big fraggers on this team. It's just KZ so far who's been able to hold that mantle.
Yeah. 6 kills if you're not named KZ, 9 kills if you are named KZ. JV92 and Nade yet to find any frags, and again, you have to imagine how those first 2 rounds go if KZ gets shut down early. He certainly cooled off, and as we said, still in pursuit of 100 kills when he entered the day with 87. He needed 13. He's 4 away, and I mean, it's 2-2. You have to imagine he's going to pick up 4 kills between now and the end of this matchup. It really just depends on if it continues to be as lopsided for Los as it has been over the last 2 rounds. If T-Law can manage to get back into this and stop the bleeding here, especially with some assistance from the supporting cast, then KZ will be in prime position to do that. But of course, there's more to it than just 100 frags. T-Law want to lock in a top 4 spot.
Still some C4s to play with. JV92 and KZ locking those down below as their 3 teammates play above. This is going to be the game plan for Team Liquid Alienware. Can you make sure that you don't lose up above the bomb site to hold on to that pressure? They've tossed a couple of nades on the side of Los, but they haven't really taken that map control just yet, so I'm waiting for them to find their moment, to find the gap, and to get that pick.
Creep up. Maya, the leadoff frag. Down goes Perez. Perez has been a huge part of this team throughout the entire stage. Last 2 rounds were won in large part because of him. A 10th kill will now come in for KZ as a Nitro Cell gets expended. Maya, ego checking that spotlight, and with Los right now shoved back to just 3 players. I suppose you can start to play a little bit looser. Philippox dies, KZ dies, Nuxka finds 2 before being settled down by JV92. Nade on the board as well. That's both the goose eggs broken on the side of T-Law. And Dash will look around and assess the situation. 3 players from T-Law to find, and they seem a little bit more interested in taking those engagements. Scared away by a Nitro Cell. It's been a great 2 rounds for Los, but it looks like the journey has ended for the time being. He takes down Nade, no response. This is where things begin to get a bit scary for this Team Liquid Alienware team. You need to play farther back, because if you peek and you lose your 50-50, you put Dash in a 1v1 with Case and plenty of time. That is not an ideal situation to be in. Dash just plodding along, though. Sees the default cam above him, bulletproof camera as well. All this information being funneled to the last 2 players on Team Liquid Alienware, and Dash's job gets a little bit harder because of that F-mine. Walks in, disoriented, walks right back out. Jesse, this is a valiant effort, but unless T-Law commit a huge mistake, they should absolutely be able to hold this one. They cross him, they both check, and Maya gets him on the response. Well played by T-Law, and they regain the lead.
Really well played by Dash. I mean, he, of course, didn't have a great chance there, a great opportunity. I think Team Liquid Alienware played that perfect, but Dash did as much as he could in that 1v3 to try to make the clutch happen. Shows that experience that, of course, he has earned from years of high-level teams that he's played on. Of course, wildcard last season, W7M, the big one previously as well that he would play on, won a major with them in Montreal, so has plenty of experience leading on top teams. Now here on Los, it's been a bit of a pet project for him to get these younger players kind of up to speed and to get them on the same level that he's used to playing at. Down 3-2 to Team Liquid Alienware is not a bad spot to be starting the attack at all. They should be feeling pretty confident at this, but for me, Parker, it's been the same story as what we started this game talking about. It's the C4s, which have been getting constant usage out of these vert plays coming through, and then it's KZ and Maya, the 2 players who have just been finding those frags. They find them in the early game, they find them sometimes in the late game, but just the amount of impact they're able to have, always starting their team on the right foot. Even if then, KZ walks up downstairs and dies doing something stupid, he's still giving his team the advantage. He's still finding that opening frag. You're not seeing these players die with no value in any of these rounds. It is constantly a threat, and it's constantly a problem that Los don't have a good answer to.
It was almost a team ace in the previous round. By the way, Felipox was the only member of the squad who didn't pick up a kill. Maya got 2. The rest spread out quite evenly. This was also something that we both agreed upon. It cannot just be the KZ show. You need more depth. If they can show that depth here again, then they're positioned very well, and these players have woken up. JV92 and Nade in particular held off the score sheet until the previous round. So this is a very frustrating angle to combat if you're an attacker, and something where the defender's usually good enough for a single kill, and then that's about it. KZ is going to gamble his life in that position. He gets droned out, and immediately the pivot from Los. They do not want to contest that skylight. They will instead go for safer passage by starting at top red.
He's not alone, don't forget. Of course, he's got his captain, Felipox, just inside of Cigar 2. They haven't droned him out just yet, but they should do that soon. Of course, this two-man roam up above is just wasting some time. KZ will fall off now, leaving just Felipox up on this top floor. They will enter a red, and they will start to work their way down towards this bomb site. So loads of util to use on the side of Los. 4 Candels from Dash will likely be saved for the execute, but getting Nusk up above with this butt could be so important too.
Ark was hoping to fly by and not be seen, but Felipox has his number, and there he goes. Los suffering through their very first casualty. If Dark had been able to get in under careful watch by T-Law, they would have been in great shape. It does not come to pass. Perez now dealing some damage to KZ, so they understand the Fenrir is down on the bottom floor. All of these things being taken into consideration by Los as they try to count bodies for the final minute.
This gets so annoying. You're just trying to open this hatch up, Parker. You've got to explode on all 4 sides to find this electric claw. They will finally clear out the claw, but you can see just how many X-Kairos it took. They will get it open without any issues, but it's wasted so much time. And in a man disadvantage, that's time you can't afford to be wasting for Los.
Right now is about potentially bottoming out as we hit the final 40 seconds. There goes JV92. Perez with an opening pick that could end up snowballing into something greater. Los chasing the tie that would happen if they win this round. They're not able to win the first half, but salvaging it by drawing even with T-Law would be a huge accomplishment. They're losing control of the clock, though. 20 seconds now elapsed since that kill, and all hell is going to break loose. Maya grabs Nuxka as the drop comes in, almost gets another. Gaffo lives a little bit longer. Felipox on the board. He was the one without a kill in the previous round. He's got 2 for his trouble. Nade with 1, and it's KZ with the exit frag in round 6. T-Law take the first half 4-2.
Liquid here with those 4 rounds on the board, and especially in those first things, what we saw there, incredible. Reverse James Bond from KZ really stepping up. I mean, round 2 as well. What can you do if you're a Los and 3 of your teammates have died to a C4 in the first round? That seems really rough, and it seems really difficult to salvage that situation. I do think that kind of led to some aggression, overconfidence maybe of Liquid, because we definitely saw that in round 3, maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves with certain gunfights. Round 4, maybe not being too sure of what was going on with the attack on site and the plant going down as well. But it's good to see Liquid lock back in. KZ again getting a lot of kills. I mean, you said it, Fox, you can't really always expect KZ to pop off the way that he did, but it seems like he's just doing it once again.
Yeah, all of the warning signs were there from the start, and we all predicted it. We predicted every single one of them. I mean, the only people that can beat Team Liquid Alien where it really is themselves in round 2, they just get overconfident and then allow Los to be able to take advantage of them. Yes, great playmaking from Los. I mean, on round 4, them being able to get the bomb down essentially with TLA just not understanding that was happening. I mean, it's smart play from Los to identify these situations, but again, it's just TLA Alienware noticing these issues because of overconfidence, or allowing these issues because of overconfidence, and they regroup it and follow it all together. That's what we were talking about. Again, Los spanning border to go to this map because they want to avoid gunfights, but then they're bringing Cafe, which is arguably one of Team Liquid Alienware's best gunfight heavy map. KZ, again, it's one of the maps that he thrives in. He revolutionizes. They didn't ban the Azami. It was just something where everything that Team Liquid Alienware needed to be able to get a good start, they were allowed. Yes, it is a defender-sided map, so those 2 rounds that Los was able to get could be good. We're going on to their fair share of attacks, but then that brings into the bigger issue is Los has only gotten 1 opening kill in that whole half. So that being said, it might not get any easier when you have KZ and Maya that are just on a hot streak right now at being able to find those opening kills. So that'll be the biggest challenge, is playing slow for Los and limiting the amount of opening kills that they're able to give away. Maybe relying more on the utility would be their best friend in this scenario, to be able to slow down TLA and make them focus on going for executes as opposed to just being able to slay their way through the rest of this series.
Yeah, and as a defender, of course, you can make time work as that 6th defender as well for the side of Los. But let us reiterate the stakes here going into the second half. Los, they need a regulation win to get themselves safe and locked in for playoffs. Anything in overtime means that there's still all to play for Fluxo W7M in the matchup after this. Los, you're going to need to put in a hell of a shift to get those 5 rounds on the board.
Thank you very much, guys. And, I mean, you're absolutely right. This is do or die for Los. They have to be able to get as good of a result as possible. Certainly a regulation win would lock it down. An overtime win is still better than a loss or an overtime loss. Like, they need every point they can get. The more points they get, the better round if they get, the harder it will be for Fluxo W7M to take that spot away from them when they play later today. But yes, regulation win is absolutely the goal. I'm also glad that Foxay brought up that opening pick stat, Parker. Only 1 entry through the first half is brutal for Los. It's always the challenge when you go up against Team Liquid Alienware. They have the highest entry rate of any team here in the South America League, winning 60% of their opening duels. That has only expanded after the first half of Cafe, and they'll be looking to keep that up now as they move to the attack.
KZ at this point in time is, let's do some math here, Jesse, 2 kills away from being the first player in SAL this stage to break 100 kills. So we are again going to keep watch of that. Everybody else is sitting around the 70 kill mark. Of course, 100 kills is a high water mark, especially to accomplish that during a group stage without best of 3s being done. As we've seen in other regions, if you end up in the lower bracket, if you end up in the higher bracket, in the upper bracket, you lose your best of 3, and then you go down to the lower bracket and you win that and continue the run. 200 kills is within reach of some of these high-performing fraggers. Obviously, we are going to be getting well ahead of ourselves, but we'll see over the next 7 days or so as this region comes to a conclusion how that works out. JV92 starts off the killing. KZ also on the board. Nuxka, the only one so far from Los, able to deal with this. This is a breakneck pace being set by T-Law, and the blitz of Nade having some issues. Maya on the board. He's traded out immediately by Dash. 3 still remain for T-Law. 2 on the side of Los. Dash and Daffo, the 2 members holding outside the bomb site. Still alive. JV92 taking a beating in the process, and maybe a brief pause as your rush strat did not ultimately work out. The Aurora being used to cut off the line of sight over towards Whiskey. Now it's just a small rotate that can be done. They'll find it. KZ, Mr. 100, looking for 101. Daffo just out of reach for the time being, buying time for JV92 to get the defuse kit down. Daffo now attempting to get back to the bomb site. His job gets much harder, and his entryway guided by these players from T-Law. Last kill goes in favor of Nade, and Team Liquid Alienware go up 5-2.
Just a beautiful rush to start this second half, Parker. I know we don't have telestration capabilities here in the South America League, but if we did, top down of that round would be absolutely brilliant to watch back. You had all angles being covered by Team Liquid Alienware, with everybody having a really important role to play. JV92 shutting down some of those lines of sight with that Aurora, making sure that nobody can flank in through small bake. At the same time, you've got these smokes being thrown out by Amaya on the glass, nades charging through on the blitz, the Blackbeard from Felipox. It was all so well coordinated, focused on bakery, but also pressure towards front door. Also a little bit of pressure, I believe, kind of coming in towards that bakes, towards the restaurant side as well. So it just felt like all across that bottom floor, it was a flood of players coming in from Team Liquid Alienware. And it's not like it was a heavy roam game from Los. It's not like there was a huge commitment above the site that gave them that gap. They were just confident that, like, there was no thorn, there was nothing that was going to dramatically slow them down in that push. They could go for that execute, and they had the team play to make it happen through the Goyos, through the Aruni, and through the Fenrir.
Lots of opportunities there for this Los squad, but Pace again set by Team Liquid, just a bit too much for them to muster. 100 kills hit by KZ right on the dot, so congratulations to him, the first player in Brazil to do so this stage, and he will have a lot of company over the next week as teams continue to do well through the final day of groups and then beyond, because all of the players that are within striking distance of that so far have clinched a spot in the playoffs, except for Perez. So Los is obviously very hopeful that a victory over T-Law will be enough, irrespective of what happens in that Fluxo W7M Loud matchup later today. But Los does need a victory here. 3 points for Los in regulation, which means preventing T-Law from getting one more round, and you're in good shape. Doesn't even matter how it happens in that Loud Fluxo W7M game, but Los obviously a lot on the line here, and a loss in regulation to Liquid and Fluxo W7M getting 2 points or more means Los ultimately end up on the outside looking in.
Mining dining for round 8. Team Liquid Alienware have lost this bomb site on attack the last 3 times they've played it, to Fluxo W7M and to Black Dragon. So this is a bomb site where they've known some struggles in the past. Already, Los have kind of shown their hand here, Parker. They're not willing to commit to this top floor defense. After 60 seconds, they give it up, and they will reinforce their site after conceding that space. You've brought some good soft breaching on the side of Team Liquid Alienware. Of course, Philippox bringing this sledge will start to work the floorboards in and above train, but really it's going to be about how you can collapse down with your utility, getting some of this space with the ace, managing to use these Grim Beasts to spot players out, trying to work this vertical as much as you can. That's the name of the game for Team Liquid Alienware. For Los, they've got 3 nitro cells of their own. They were so deadly for TLA. Let's see if it can happen again.
Steadily inching closer to the first point of contact. KZ has a good read on Dark, takes him down. Perez, the first one to draw blood, though. It's Philippox gone. Philippox dying quite early in a number of these rounds, maybe somewhat concerning for the roles that he plays. Perez gets another. Nade trades him out. So 2 for the high-flying performer on the side of Los, who currently is tied with Nuxka for most kills. Nuxka, the 3rd lowest rated player as of the start of today, and he is well overperforming. That is good news for Los. They need all the help they can get as they have their hands full with this T-Law squad. 3v3 with 30 seconds to go, just a little bit less. Very winnable for both teams. No real clear win condition for either of these squads. Los ever so patient, holding these crosses far back from the bomb site. A burst in. Nuxka has a big moment, takes one, gets the other down, and it leaves Nade in a 1v2. He pops up, and Dash will get the final kill. A big round from Nuxka, a big round from Los, and the gap shrinks to 2.
It's a huge round from Nuxka. Parker, again, this guy enters the game not just as the 3rd lowest rated player, but with the fewest kills of anybody in the South America League. You're talking about KZ chasing 100 kills. Nuxka entered this game chasing 50. He will accomplish that goal, but even still, it shows the difference in fragging output that these 2 players have put throughout this stage. But Nuxka has been just as incredible in those tight moments. The fact that he gets a couple of early kills is great, but it's that rat spot just inside of Dining after reinforcing the wall that completely catches Team Liquid Alienware off guard in the midst of that push. It had a couple Grim Bees still to use, and as they were shooting those bees out, they didn't find anybody. They were getting no information, and that maybe should have been a tip to Team Liquid Alienware that these guys are playing kind of ratty. They might be somewhere we don't expect. Whatever the case was, they had no clue about Nux's position. He completely shuts down that push in the 3v3 and deserves all of the flowers for keeping Los alive. Don't forget, this is a team that is desperate for a regulation win. They have to go perfect to accomplish that goal, so their back is essentially against the wall in this moment.
9 kills for Nuxka is huge, like you said. 50 kills was what he was chasing, and he's about a 1/5 of the way there in just a single match. You see this with these support and more auxiliary level players where they can have a really good game if the fraggers are not doing well. Let's say, for example, Perez and Dafo are your main fraggers stacking up and getting the hardest minutes against T-Law. And you're trading each other out effectively. As long as Nuxka is positioned well, the map and the site works in your favor. You can pick up a couple kills in what is often referred to as garbage time in other sports. These don't need to be kills that directly impact the result of the round. But in Nuxka's case, a lot of his kills have been very critical. So he's not just stat padding. Those 9 kills are working very well for Los and are a big part of why he's been able to have such an impact on this scoreline. If he keeps up this level of play, even with some struggles from guys like Daffo and Perez, or Dark, who's sitting at 2-8 now and is the first casualty of this round at the hands of KZ, Nuxka's play can be a big contributing factor towards a Los win, which right now looks unlikely, but is still very possible.
It's a very rare top floor site, Parker, and again, some of these outside angles are exactly why it's not really favored, but Perez steps up and finds the head of KZ. That equalizes the numbers back to a 4-on-4, and you have to imagine that trade favors Los, taking down the menace that is KZ. Now, here inside of Cigar, it's a big problem. They've got a player very tucked in close. It's going to be Daffo. He's hitting the shots, though. He loses his shield, finally goes down, but honestly, that's a great defense round coming out from him.
T-Law with the upper hand now. A little bit over a minute to go. They've yet to flush Nuxka and Perez out of their positions. Nuxka finds a 10th kill, continuing his terrific play. Now Perez will confront Philippe Hawk. That leaves JV92 somewhere else on the map to deal with one of them. Perez spots him. He's got a line of sight on both of these players. He finds one, turns on to JV92. Adorning his gun is the Team Liquid skin, and it doesn't matter at all. Nuxka gets another kill, and Los are one round away from tying things up.
Oh, they're making this game messy, and that's exactly how they need to win it. Los, a massive round to come out once again, keeping their regulation dreams alive. Really nice hole in that top floor. They instantly lose their Cigar player to the drone hole, and that's a really awkward fight to take, but what happens? It's an immediate response. You see the swing out to take KZ off the window, and then you see the castle jumping up, Daffodil retaking that position. He's in such a bad spot, it feels like. The Monty's staring at him. They blow up the castle barricade and the shield that are surrounding him, but he still escapes by finding a head in the midst of that. It's just those little picks that are coming out from players in really difficult spots that's making the difference for Los here on this defense side. Really nice late round as well. I thought Perez and of course Nuxka played that absolutely phenomenally in the 2v3. What do you do when you're up against a Monty, Parker? You make sure you have a crossfire on him, and ended up just being some beautiful shots from Perez that took down Philippe Hawks on the shield, but even still, they had the really good coordination. The positioning was perfect for them in that round, and now only one will separate them from tying Team Liquid Alienware.
Just as we saw in the FaZe Black Dragons game, the underdog still has some bite behind them, and I mean, the side's going the way it is. Defenders seemingly having the advantage on this map with the way these teams are playing, and with the operator bans lined up the way they are. I mean, losing the Mira now as your next wave of bans here, I think this greatly benefits the defenders. I don't think Mira is as big of a part of this defensive setup, though Los, to their credit, did play her twice in the previous 2 rounds and was instrumental in those round victories, but there's still other options. All right, Perez breaks the window, takes care of JV92. JV92 playing some of the hardest minutes on T-Law, and attacking this bottom floor bomb site without a ram is going to be such a challenge for T-Law.
They still have the buck, but you're right, that is brutal to be able to lose that one operator. There is still another roamer, don't forget. Dash is all the way on the top floor, and despite KZ being on this Doke and Maya being on the Deimos, he's sitting on a mute jammer, so they won't be able to track him or give him a call. Dash is playing really aggressive right now, gets droned out, and they do catch him on the cross, so really good teamwork coming out from Team Liquid Alienware, but even still, they're constantly worried about who might still be lurking on these top couple of floors. Still a 4v4, 16 kills now for KZ as they've got this full top floor control, but without the soft breach of the Ram, without JV92 able to open these floorboards, it's going to be awkward to force these defenders out of their positions. I think the craziness of the bottom floor of Cafe is now gone. I think we're going to see this round slow down a bit, Parker, as they start to work on this soft breaching, but you have to be feeling bad about losing JV92 on the Ram. That's such an important operator gone.
It's brutal stuff. It's just very fortunate that you do have other options. You know, there are operators that can do soft destruction in a pinch, certainly not the way that a boogie drone can, and usually not with the level of security and noise that a boogie drone provides as well. I mean, even the secondary, the sidearm of Deimos, can easily tear through the floors quite effectively. You've got a buck too. The skeleton key's about to run out, and you can see just how effective even one boogie drone can be in comparison to the 20 some odd bullets that Nade used on that floor for the skeleton key. A little concerning with the time management right now for T-Law, no doubt caused by the loss of that Ram.
They're okay for now on the timing. The important thing are these defense positions. They've got Nuxka behind the bar. They've got Daffodil inside of VIP. The push is going to rotate over to Bakery, actually, so those players might not be what's relevant. It's going to be Perez and Dark who have to stop this push as it starts to come in bake.
There goes KZ at the hands of Dark. Maya trades it back, but Los in really good shape. Nuxka. He is doing so well. Perez also heating up, challenging Nuxka for top frag. Dark will get the final kill, and Los has tied the game.
Oh, Parker, we're starting to see the famous Team Liquid Alienware mental shutdown, I fear. This is exactly what they did not want to see, and a tactical timeout will finally come through from Igor to try to slow this game from spiraling out of control. For me, Parker, obviously it's Nuxa and Perez, right? Like, these guys have been incredible, but it's not just their individual aim, it's how they're playing together. When things are getting scrappy, when the comms are no doubt getting cluttered, when the push is coming in from Team Liquid Alienware, it's those two who have been able to keep their cool, trade their teammates, and always be aware of, like, where the pressure is, what they have to look at. There's so much going on in these late rounds because it's getting very chaotic, very panicked as Team Liquid Alienware go for those executes. But it always seems like Los are able to keep their heads on straight and not panic to what's happening for them. They're doing a really good job of reading these pushes and responding to them, even in that round. We all thought it was going to be a freezer drop. That's usually what happens when you take top floor control. I was watching the VIP guy. I was waiting for the restaurant player to find some impact, but instead it's a pivot straight towards Bakery, and it could have caught lesser teams off guard, but Los immediately read into that. They immediately said, yes, we're going to find that response and be able to shut you down with it. I just think it's really good coordination coming out from these guys on Los. They've earned themselves this 5-5 score, and now just 2 rounds separate them from a spot in the SAL playoffs.
The performance it's been by Los, and it's been a little bit, as you just mentioned, it's been a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, right? The old Team Liquid Alienware, the organization, not the players. Old habits die hard, and it seems like history is slowly starting to repeat itself. And to their credit, Los has been playing very well. The information game has been good from Los. They've been fragging effectively. Again, there are just times where you have a good strategic element, and if you can't hit your shots, it's over. Look no further than the FaZe Clan game we just witnessed. There were a couple times where both Handy and Cyber missed what seemed to be relatively easy fights. Some days it's just recoils, I guess, a little too tough, or you get surprised by your opponent and you're not fully prepared and ready to deal with it. So in this particular instance, sometimes if you just can't shoot, that's it. Good news for Team Liquid Alienware is they have qualified for the playoffs. Where they end up will remain to be seen. Pox trying to keep his team very much in this, takes out Dash. That's the very first casualty coming early in the round, and boy, oh boy, that must be a sigh of relief for T-Law.
Yeah, I believe that was a spawn peek attempt coming through from Dash, so they shut that down. The spawn peeks have been brutal for Los. They've been really good to shut down the early pressure from Team Liquid Alienware. JV92 is quite aware of that fact, I'm sure, so making sure that you don't die to that is absolutely critical here in this defense, or in this attack half. Still 3 players remain on the top floor. It's Nuxka, Dafo, and Perez. These guys have been so critical in winning these last couple of rounds for Los. So Team Liquid Alienware will take their time on this, start to use some of their Grim Bees. JV92, revenge on the spawn peak, takes down Perez in another aggressive position. Here's the jump out, though. No. Dafo on the angle finds the head back onto Nade, and this game is getting really scrappy on the top floor. But finally, it's Team Liquid Alienware who are slowing things down and getting themselves into advantage.
I mean, with the way that they've been playing so far today, Jesse, even with a 4v3 advantage, you gotta wonder if Team Liquid Alienware are going to be able to capitalize. One of the final bosses for Los has been Nuxka. He's caught by KZ, who hit 17 kills, an incredible run as he eclipsed the 100 kill mark so far this stage, just a few rounds ago. Dafo and Dark now, both of whom have had relatively quiet games, though Dark did save the round previously. They're going to have their work cut out for them. 2v4 with a minute to go. This allows plenty of time for T-Law to settle in.
Absolutely. This is lots of time to hunt for these last couple of players. They should have a couple of drones to drive around still, too, on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, so information can go their way. They've got time to play with. Daffodil has lost his phone. It's already been blown up by the Dokkaebi. That means he can't get called again. Down at the bottom of Brown Stairs, he needs to be that surprise factor that catches Team Liquid Alienware off guard. If they're pushing white, though, and that seems to be where they're going, and he just immediately gets caught, he's not going to have any impact.
2 kills reigning in JV92 and KZ. The final knockout blows as T-Law move to match point. Now, again, what does this mean when we talk about the playoffs? Well, Los can no longer get 3 points from this matchup. The best that Los can muster, as they call a timeout here, Jesse, is 2 points in overtime. Now, Team Liquid is also trying to lock in top 4. It's not like they're playing for nothing. And Team Liquid is the last team currently in the top 4. They sit in 4th, tied with Loud. So for Liquid, all 3 points still available. They win, they get those 3 points. They end up in a 3-way tie with Nip and Furia for 17 points, meaning that Loud will need to win their matchup to potentially get into the top 4. But again, tiebreakers might prevent them from doing that. As for Los, they are 1 point ahead of Fluxo W7M. If they get 2 points and Fluxo W7M wins quite well and does so with all 3 points, there is potential that Los can still end up outside of the playoffs. Now, it's just us theory crafting. You being the numbers guy will have a better handle on this than I will, but this obviously is not the result that Los wanted. They needed all 3 points in regulation.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah, I think the key takeaway here, Parker, is that no matter what, later today, Fluxo W7M will have the opportunity to take the last playoff spot away from Los, but Los still want to do as well as possible in this game to make that difficult for Fluxo W7M. So even if they get an overtime win here, that's better than an overtime loss, which is better than a regulation loss. Like, as many points as you can get for Los should be the goal. You would have liked a regulation win to lock it down and know that you were confirmed in playoffs. That's no longer possible, but take your tack timeout. Make sure you've got your head on straight, because this next round is also critically important and could end up making the difference as to who make playoffs or not. This defense from Los on the top floor is absolutely everything.
Do or die is a pretty fair statement to make here. For Los?
I mean, like, you start to ask the question, how aggressive do you want to be? Because they went on their winning streak by playing very aggressive on their defense, going for spawn peaks, making some aggro moves, but then you just tried that on the previous round, and after the attack timeout, Team Liquid Alienware shut it down dramatically. Do you try that again? I think with Nuxka on the Echo, it seems like they certainly are, but Team Liquid Alienware are ready for it, and they're expecting it, so that could make all the difference as to how they can counter some of these aggressive roamers.
Hunting down Dark quite incessantly. He's got mute jammers abound to keep him safe. Nuxka sitting on a mute jammer as well. You saw that when Echo was played by T-Law, Nade was not able to use that Yokai drone effectively to stop the plant from going down. If Nuxka can stay safe, he can provide immense value there and work to stop T-Law. Dash, the first casualty, goes the way of the Dodo. Philippox, the very first kill, and there's 4 more bodies to be found for T-Law as they look for all 3 points.
Yeah, still everybody up above. You've cleared out this bottom floor, and now you've got this good control. JV92 able to use his death marks from down below. KZ down here as well, can push up the white stairs. It's a flank, though, drop from Perez, and it doesn't pay off.
Around KZ will go, takes care of Nuxka, 20 kills for KZ, a 20 bomb in front of our very eyes. En route to a big victory for Team Liquid Alienware, and they'll get them. Philippox and Nade landing the last 2 strikes on Los, and now Los's fate is out of their hands. 3 big points for the Horsemen. Los will await the result of Loud Fluxo W7M to see if they make the playoffs, hoping to qualify for EWC.
Huge congrats to Team Liquid Alienware, and a bit of a congrats to Foxeye as well for correctly predicting the KZ-20 bomb. That's kind of insane. Regardless, a devastating result for Los. They came so close to their goal of a regulation win, and then not only do all 3 points slip out of your fingers, but any points at all were wasted in this game. They'll have to get very lucky to make playoffs at this point.
Yeah, I mean, your fate is completely out of your hands. Fluxo W7M and Loud is going to be one hell of a matchup. It's up next, and Loud is going to be competing for one of those top 4 spots as well, so it's not like it'll be a cakewalk for Fluxo W7M. But before we get there, let's break down what just happened in this match.
Thank you so much. And yeah, whilst it's a negative point for Los not getting any points from this matchup, we can spin that very positively for the likes of Liquid. A regulation win gives them the opportunity to lock in a matchup with anybody else than FaZe in this case. We get to speak to the winners. We have Igor on the line after this victory here for Liquid to ask him a few questions about their final best of one in the group stage. Igor joining us. Congratulations on the victory. The big smile is back. How are you feeling?
Hello guys, thank you so much. I'm feeling very well because we got to the top 4. It was our main priority for this group stage, and right now we will have 2 chances to get the spot for the WC.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. You guys were able to secure yourself in top 4. Big win for today. I mean, something that we've been seeing is, and then we've been talking about, is Team Liquid Alienware. You guys have so much talent on this roster that some rounds it feels like you don't need to worry too much about the strategy of it. You just have players that go out and get kills. Like today, you know, KZ had an amazing game. Is that something that has made you guys maybe look at some teams as not a serious contender? You think, oh, we just have the better players, so we're just going to outshoot them? Or do you go into every match preparing for the team ahead?
I don't think so, because right now, Siege, we have a lot of broken operators in the attack, so we basically, you don't need to be the best to win some rounds, because you have Snake, Green, Ingi, Shields, a lot of good operators to use. So basically, we look to ourselves and we need to be in our best, because sometimes we don't feel we lose for our opponents, you know? Basically, we lose for ourselves because we want more than we need to do, or sometimes we play very bad. So we are more focusing ourselves than in our opponents, to be honest.
Okay, awesome. Well, Igor, that's 6 victories in total for you guys here in the stage. Which one of these was your favorite, and which one do you think back of with the fondest memories?
This stage, let me see. Maybe against NIP, because it was some crazy game. We played one more time with them, Night Haven Labs, and we won in OT. So because we played very bad in defensive side, but we could reset for the attack side, and we get the control of the game one more time. So for me, it was the best moment of this stage.
That's awesome. I mean, depending on the results later today, there is a serious chance that you get a rematch against NIP. If you guys stay in second, and NIP and Furia kind of like swap some points around. Anything you learned from that game that you could take against NIP in a future game?
So we know NIP, they are a very good team. We know here in Brazil, they play better than they play in majors or WC. But here in Brazil, they play really well. So Brazil, we have tough opponents, you know, so basically Furia, FaZe, and IP, we don't know. We know it's going to be difficult, but we need to be prepared. And right now, I think we are in our best shape for the BL3s, because we won Night Heavy Labs, we won Café Dostoyevsky, so our map pool is improving, and our confidence too. So I think we will get the spot for the WC.
Awesome. I love the confidence. That sounds very good. Igor, once again, congratulations on the victory here, and good luck next week in playoffs.
Thanks so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Good to speak to Igor and kind of have his thoughts about not just only that game, but also the whole of the group stage for Liquid. And they finish it off here pretty well. I mean, on the side of Lowe's, we already said it during the halftime break, but what can you do when KZ drops another 20 bomb on your heads? And as Parker already alluded to, you know, the first players get 100 kills this stage in just 9 games. You know, quick maths, that's a lot of kills per game. So that's making sure you get the double digits every single game. For me, the main question is, who's going to stop this guy? Somebody has to stop him at some point.
Yeah, someone does have to stop him eventually. I mean, it seems like the team that was able to stop Liquid this stage, I believe, was Loud. So, I mean, it just goes to show, like, what we were saying, and I'm glad that we had Igor to confirm it, is the only people that are really losing Team Liquid Alienware games is themselves in situations where they'll get a little too overconfident, or they make the wrong play, or they rely too much on individual gun skills. So it was nice to hear him say it as well, that, you know, sometimes we just get too caught up in the fact that we have good players, but we still prepare for each individual opponent. And I mean, when they really need to lock in, that's when we see them lock in and they're able to win. So that being said, it does help when you have KZ in their last two matches that has also gotten a 20 kill. We also predicted that. You know, I did say that giving KZ Cafe is just a situation. I've played against this guy on Cafe. I know exactly what he's bringing to the table. He's so hard to be able to stop and to put down. He's able to make positions like piano, like bakery, just areas that are very small, very claustrophobic. He's able to just stay alive in them and just consistently farm kills. So it's so difficult to go up against him, and that's in this map specifically. So if anything, for the teams that are going to be playing against Team Liquid Alienware in playoffs, maybe don't go to Cafe.
Maybe don't go to Cafe or ban somebody like Azami or anything that makes this guy unable to play in the tiny spot here. But as Igor's already saying as well, they truly believe they are in the strongest form that they could be on going into playoffs, especially with their map pool improving with the maps that they've shown us in these last two matches here. But just in regulation, they close it out, and surprise, oh my god, big shocker, the MVP for this matchup is KZ. I mean, we talked about the 20 bomb, but if you talk about consistency and the fact that he did hit those 100 kills, 100% cost as well, given that this went full regulation round, that's probably even more impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, now he's at 107 total kills throughout the stage. He just took, after this game, the #1 spot in the SAL for rating of all players. So he's been so consistent, and every player on Liquid has the potential to do it. I mean, we always talk about JV92, Maya. I think there's a lot of pressure that we put on these players and this team specifically, because they are the W7M Dynasty, the Furia team, you know, the team that has now become Team Liquid Alienware. So we always look to them to be that roster that's going to stomp and everything. But at the end of the day, you know, they have picked up Maya. It's still a learning progress, and Igor being able to shed some light that, yeah, we're still working on map pools. We're getting it down. I think it says a lot from the team's humility in the way that they're slowly trying to approach everything. They're not just taking it for granted. They're not just a team that thinks, oh, we're the best because we have the best players like KZ that's dropping 20 kills every other day. So it's good to see them still be humble in that factor. That being said, they know what little things they need to be able to correct, and I'd say that's a really good statement piece game for them to go into playoffs with.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, of course, as well, one of the strengths of Team Liquid is when they get that time to go into a matchup very well prepared with specific counter prep. And guess what? They get a whole week to do that now, going into playoffs, going into best of threes. But the matches will continue from here on. Just 2 more best of ones in our group stage. And because of the result from the last game, this has fully opened the door for Fluxo W7M to capitalize off the mistakes that Loads are making and overtake them in the standings and lock in playoffs. Their final chance to do so is up against Loud after the break.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mas eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar, acho que é mais difícil. Vou de maçã, pô. Fora de Snake. Stop. Isso que eu faço. Não tem como não.
Sente. Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird.
Thunderbird.
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Fala pessoal, eu tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1. Por quê? Pô, a mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi a Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Um cara da Liquid que quer meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV?
Aquilo é bonito.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Eu sabia que era pra esse.
Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Vou dar uma aula de trash pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano. É médico, é receita? Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu vou colocar da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da p***. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem educação, cara. Não tem nem o que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Por quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, vai.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vou tomar no p.
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. Miguel Norris.
Norris?
É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Eu aposto um carro da próxima.
Isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o Paluzão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Loud versus Fluxo W7M, and this is the prime opportunity for Fluxo W7M to lock in the playoffs. Because Lowe's lost their matchup earlier, any kind of win is going to be good enough now for Fluxo W7M to go into playoffs and have a shot at making it to EWC. I mean, thinking about what these players must be feeling right now, Foxy, you been a player yourself before as well. This must be feeling good because you still have that opportunity, but there must be so much stress as well.
Of course, the dominoes have lined up for Fluxo W7M. I mean, with Los losing, it puts them in a situation where they just need any type of win. Overtime win, regulation win, and Fluxo W7M is able to clinch that 6th spot. If they lose at all, even if it's an overtime loss, they will be stuck at 7th, and nobody wants to be going out that way. When you're so close, you have everything in your hands to be able to paint the picture of getting to playoffs, and you know, they've been putting on a good performance individually in their last week. That being said, for Loud as well, I mean, they're still playing for top 4 potential if they're able to win based on the Furia matchup, round count, and everything. Loud can also be able to clinch upper bracket. So at the end of the day, it matters for both of these teams just as much. Nobody wants to be able to go out with a loss here because they could significantly increase their individual positions with a big win. That being said, yeah, the pressure for Fluxo W7M, but they're a team that, in my opinion, that they thrive under that pressure. If anything, Loud's one of those teams that struggles when pressure's on their shoulders.
Exactly, yeah, and of course, you know, Loud have a little bit more of a safety net going into this one because playoffs are already locked in for them. And they did that last Sunday. I mean, they were the first team to take down FaZe, and that is an incredible way to lock yourself in for going into playoffs. And as you mentioned, top 4 is a possibility, which would be great, but at least they have a shot already of making it to yet another individual event. And one player I want to highlight on this roster is Gabu. He is just a rookie, but he got his flowers from me in the interview as well, saying that he is one of the best players in SAL that we currently have. He got an ace as well, just when his team needed him the most, and I think that is just one way to help your team get over the line here. A lot in general as well. Great reads, what was going on with FaZe, you know, what they were doing with replay C4s and everything, and it was really impressive to see how they were able to pressure on multiple, kind of sides really on the attack against FaZe there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned him. I mean, being a rookie, young player to the scene, also being the 5th rated player right now, rating-wise, I mean, he's what they needed, and it was a big week for them last week. I mean, being able to beat Black Dragons and then securing their spot by beating FaZe, that's a big task. That's a big task. Loud is an underdog team for sure, but that being said, it feels like some of these games when they should be winning, I mean, they're one of the teams the only team that Imperial was actually able to beat. So when it's a game that they should be closing out and winning, that's when the pressure gets to them and they slip a little bit. So that being said, today, now that they've already secured their spot, they're going to go up against Fluxo W7M. There's not a lot of pressure on their shoulders. It could be a situation where it does slip again.
Yeah, for Fluxo W7, they got one step over the line, right? Big victory last week against Furia on Sunday. And now, again, this pressure has to create diamonds for them. I do really like the interview that we had with Lobin last week. I think he was explaining a lot to us about the things that they were fixing internally to try and get things right. He was talking about how Cones was the IGL before. That is now back with Dots. Dots is having an incredible game, got MVP despite being on the IGL role. And things seem to click a lot more for this roster. The fact that this happens in the 8th matchup out of 9, should give them confidence, right? You know, they have these internal issues solved and sorted out now, and this is the most important match that they have to go into.
Yeah, of course, and like we said, the dominoes are lining up. They're going up against Loud. It's probably the best team within this top 6 that you could have picked to have an opportunity to make it into the top 6 and get a win under. I think a lot of it comes down to maps as well. If Fluxo W7M can get a comfortable map, I mean, ideally, they'd probably want to ban out something like Labs, take away any type of strong suit for Loud just to be able to have the best scenario for Fluxo W7M. I think, if anything, they're in the driver's seat right now before seeing the maps. So we'll have to see them first.
Yeah, we can roll in the maps as well, because contrary to what you said, Fluxo W7 actually won Nighthaven Labs 7-2 against Lowe's in kickoff, against Loud, sorry, in kickoff in this situation. So far, it still seems a possibility, but Loud end up betting away in Nighthaven Labs. We're going to Clubhouse instead. Loud on the defense. Interesting?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I didn't expect Loud to ban it, even though, yes, Fluxo W7M did beat them on it. I mean, Loud looked amazing in their matchup against FaZe. They dominated them on that. So that being said, I mean, FaZe also lost on a map like Lair today. So maybe it's just the bigger maps that teams are able to break FaZe apart on, and it is a weaker map against Fluxo W7M. I mean, Clubhouse, though, it's a good map, in my opinion. It benefits Fluxo W7M because this is one of those maps, we always talk about it, you don't take a team you're worse than, but both of these teams, I'd say, are in the same ballpark, and you're giving a good roaming map. There's not a lot of diversity that you can do on it, so a lot of the X factor comes from roaming, and a big person to look at that for on the side of Fluxo W7M is Loban. He's the best player on his team so far. He's been having an exceptional stage at being able to find those picks. And even though that they've had their difficulties with IGLing and being able to focus, they're kind of eliminating that by going to Clubhouse. So regardless that Dots is now IGLing, it doesn't really matter too much because Clubhouse is such a cookie cutter map. It's just straight step 1, 2, 3, and it allows the individual players to be able to step up and have big rounds, have big games. And I would say right now, looking at player to player, Fluxo W7M, in my opinion, just has the better individual roster when it comes to gunfights.
Yeah, of course, there's some big names on that roster as well, right? You expect a player like Paulo to be making every single international event. So for Fluxo W7M, you have all to play for, but it is also your final shot at making playoffs. Loud can be big gatekeepers here to benefit with a possible top 4 finish for themselves as well. It all goes down on Clubhouse.
Thank you very much, Jesse. 4 matches so far today, and all of them have been on different maps. What a treat that is. Clubhouse is a very foundational map. Foxay was talking about defaults, all that jazz. This is going to be a tough one for Fluxo W7M. They have not looked quite like the old Fluxo or W7M over the last couple of years. They have their work cut out for them today against Loud with a playoff spot on the line. The big winner of this matchup might not even be in the server. It could end up being Los, who are clinging to life as that final playoff team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This will determine the final playoff team no matter what. So the last game, it could have determined. It might not have. It didn't end up determining that. This one will. If Fluxo W7M win, they're in playoffs. If Loud win, then it is Los who get that final spot. Much like the desk, I'm a little surprised to see that we're going to end up here on Clubhouse. Of the 8 group stage games that Loud have played so far this stage in the SAL, half of them, 4 out of 8 maps, have been played on Clubhouse, and they didn't have great results. They lost to NIP, then they lost to Los, they beat INTZ, which great, but not a top team in the league, and then they lost to Imperial. Again, Imperial have not won any game on any map other than that single match versus Loud. They have lost every other competition that they've played, every other match that they've played here in Tier 1. So for Loud to be coming back to this for now a 5th time to play more than half of all group stage games on the same map, to me, it's a bit of a question mark. To me, it might suggest that they don't have as deep of a map pool as they maybe should at this level. But at the same time, you're already locked into playoffs. Maybe they are just thinking, let's save some strats. Let's keep some maps in our back pocket so that we can pull them out during playoffs when things really matter. And for Flux with W7M, they're probably thrilled that they're headed to this map. They've got so much VODs, so much footage to look back on from Loud playing on this map. So I'm really interested to see if Loud try to change things up today or how this first couple of rounds are going to look with Loud on the defense.
On paper, there isn't a ton separating these teams. Loud's scoreline is 4 regulation victories, then 2 losses in OT and 2 losses in regulation. Fluxo's 3 in regulation, and then 4 regulation losses with 1 OT loss. 4 points separate them, and there are only 8 rounds in terms of round differential separating them too. Loud is a +3. Fluxo W7M is a -5. All of the other teams above Loud have a double-digit positive round differential, so there is a bit of a drop-off from 4th to 5th, which is where Loud sits. Loud have clinched a spot. So Los, who, as we said, are in that final and 6th spot, looking to qualify for the playoffs, is very hopeful that Loud have a good day today.
Alrighty, this is going to be a pretty direct sight in through Dirt Tunnel. We've got the Blackbeard taking space. They've had to burn through these Goyos. This wastes a lot of time and makes it very obvious what Fluxo W7M are doing at the moment. Loud will be aware of that, but there's also so much time still on the clock that they could always pivot. They don't have to actually push Dirt Tunnel. The fact that they're clearing this utility means that it will always be an option for them, though. That impact trick doesn't go the way they were hoping for, and it seems like that kitchen hatch will now be open, so Flash Tree falls back to play deep inside of Armory, and this push is taking shape, Parker. They clearly want to go in through this Dirt Tunnel with the fuse kit, play that kitchen hatch, have Palu solo pressuring towards blue. It's a time-tested strategy, but they have to execute it well.
It's Clubhouse. It takes a while to drone this out. You know that when you're attacking downstairs, there are going to be a bevy of players in the bomb site, and that's where they are lined up right now for Loud. Not all of them, but 4 silhouettes right now visible. 35 seconds remain. Still stuck inside of this dirt tunnel for Fluxo W7M, and Flashtree's going to be the first one knocked over by that air jab, not taken out of his position, fighting away towards dirt tunnel. That's a big kill for Fluxo W7M, but they fire back on the side of Loud, Live, and Resets, putting in some serious work. 2 more for Resets, and Stemp will get the exit kill as Fluxo W7M shoved out of round 1.
Yeah, not the most inspiring push that we've ever seen from Fluxo W7M, Parker. It really is telegraphed what they're trying to do in that execute, right? They're spending the entire round in Dirt Tunnel, showing off with the shield what their goal is, where they're trying to bring that diffuse kit in. And so Loud were able to set up for a really nice crossfire on that Dirt Tunnel entry. They had Stemp playing just kind of under the kitchen hatch, despite the fact that it was open on the Azami. He was staying alive that entire round and got the final frag. And then while it looked like the blue push was going their way, it instantly gets traded out. We see Resets finding some big kills, Live in that position as well. Taking back blue control was so critical for Loud to be able to win that round. So a nice little defense start here on Clubhouse. They did get the side decision start too, so they chose to start on this defense. You'd expect them to go up early, but again, Flux W7M should have a read. That was not a new strategy from Loud, so you would like to see some better attacking strats coming out from the team that is expected to win.
Absolutely. Looks like W7M have a lot of weapons. It's just, I don't know. I am not knowledgeable enough with the way that this team plays in this region to point directly at their problems, right? Fragging is obviously a big issue with this team. Their best rated player so far this stage has been Loban, all the way down in 18th, which is obviously not ideal when that's your best performing player. Even some of these teams towards the basement have somebody in the top 15. Loud, for example, has Gabu right now at 4th. Then Flastry at 14th. Both of those players are ahead of Loban, and that's just 2 of them. Resets isn't that far behind either. So Loud is top heavy. A lot of these teams are. And again, you have one fragger who can really dominate. Fluxo W7M has good fraggers on the team. It kind of beggars belief that they've not been able to do as well as they can, especially a guy like Palu, who I kind of look at, who's all the way down in 37th. He is the worst rated player on this team, which is quite a fall from grace when you look at his previous stats. So whether they make playoffs or not, this team has some soul searching to do in the offseason.
What a round it's been already. Flashery gets this opening pick straight onto Loban. He's playing this Rafters position. They've had a lot of pressure his way with the Selma charges going to open up that wall and also some smokes being thrown his way. But so far, he's staying alive, flashed out now. Eats an air jab. This is misery from Flashery, and finally cleaned up by Dodez, but it's good time waste to come through from him, and he trades 1 for 1. That's not bad to come through from Azami in that position. Rafters can often be really difficult to hold in this day and age. Like, the meta just makes it really tough sometimes. Teams have gotten very good at taking this position, so going 1 for 1, not bad from Flashery. Now there's about 80 seconds still here on the clock for Fluxo W7M to make an execute happen. No more Rara either to try to block off some of those doorways. So they're going to have to find another way to stop these defenders from retaking into the site. A Thorn Trap from Resets and 2 Toxic Babes from Live, plus a Nitro from Gabu. Gives lots of plant denial over to the defense.
Not that we would say Raptors is played out, but the amount of tools that attackers have now to cut through this, especially if Azami is banned, it just means that defenders cannot play as freely up here as they want. Flastry dies in the very typical spot. So you have to surrender that part of the map to the attackers. Fluxo W7M's advance will continue. They find Stemp at the top of red. That is a very important pick. It's opened up so much of this site now, and they don't need to worry immediately about that spot. Dots dealt with by Live, but with red cleared out, here comes Fluxo W7M, and Resets will have to retake the bomb site and fail at doing so. Dodez shuts him out, and it's a tie game.
Love that round coming through from Flux with W7M, Parker. I was worried about getting that plant down, but it doesn't matter if Dodez is able to just hit some brilliant shots in the midst of it. Keep in mind, Dodez at one point in time was considered the hottest young player inside of South America. Up for debate as maybe the best player in the region. Certainly when they were winning that major, I think people were starting to have that conversation. Has fallen off a little bit this stage. Enters this game at a +4 KD, 59 and 55. Not bad by any means, but certainly a big step down from, I think, where the hype was when this guy came in, and the hype that was delivered on, I want to say as well, back a couple years ago when this team was consistently making deep runs at majors, were champions in Montreal, went on really big kind of swings across the CEG sports scene to surprise a lot of people with how deep they went. Seeing Dodez get active here now for a big 3K, using that AK on the Nomad is really impressive.
Absolutely. And some swap-ins now coming as the entire lineup on the side of Fluxo W7M has been blown up. Snake, the only operator that is remaining as a consistent on this team. Here's a little fun fact for you. Out of the top 10 players in terms of ratings, 7 of them have Solid Snake as one of their most played operators. That is an eye-watering amount. Technically, 5 of those 10 have Snake as their most played attacker. 2 of them have him in their top 3. Shout out to KZ, Gabu, and Vidiking as the only 3 players who don't regularly play Snake. So he's a very strong attacker right now. He's a great entry fragger. He provides good value. He can be played as entry, or he can be played as a secondary or support follow-up. How Dodez chooses to use him remains to be seen. He's got 3 kills to his name, though, and, well, the Blitz is going to be the main entry at the moment. Dodez, the Snake, gets the very first kill. Blitz traded out by Stemp. That's a devastating loss for FX. Dots goes down, Palu will join, and Stemp somehow gets out of there alive.
So that's brutal. They need to be able to catch him. Loban is bottom garage. He's just droning for him now, but I think he barely missed him. He's checking down the blue stairs. He doesn't realize that Stemp is tucked so close just beside the corner. If they have intel on Stemp, Loban could instantly just wallbang him. He's on the other side of that garage soft wall, but they don't have this information, so instead, Stemp continues to be a problem, and even if he gets out here, I like this call, Parker. He's surviving to get back to his teammates. Give yourself a 4v3 advantage for the execute. That's exactly what he had to do. The early game didn't go to plan for Fluxo W7M, so now they have to make something happen with this information from the Snake and very little util other than that.
Dodez holding this cross with the F2. This is such a tough fight to make for a defender. He will get a bit more active now as time starts to run down. About to hit the 1 minute mark, and they will double up on this smoke. Both Dodez and Loban hoping to flush out Flastry, neither of them being successful so far, but it has cost Loud all of those gas canisters. So no denial to be had here on the ground. Loban will now inch together. They make it work. Flastry drags one down with him. An incredible gamble from Flastry, and one that FX really should not have allowed to happen. Now it's Cons and Dodez with 45 seconds remaining in the round. The swing from the shotgun comes in. Dodez is gone. Loud in position to regain the lead, unless Cons can pull off a miracle, but there are shotguns pointed at the door frames, and he's on low HP, so even a few of those pellets grazing his skin will send him to the afterlife. They know exactly where he's coming from as he toys with that door frame. Loud getting a little bit more active in anticipation of his entry, and Resets will get the final kill to give Loud the lead.
Some nice attempts coming through from Fluxo W7M on these clears, Parker. They're really trying to work together, but they're still not able to hold on to that man count advantage. It starts with that cash clear that comes in really, really quick. It's a great shot with the F2 from Dodez, but the shield play just doesn't quite get there in the way that it needs to. I thought it was quite creative, like coming in through the con signal to pinch the guy inside a cache. You just don't see that very often, even at a high level. It was really nice to see that come through, but the fact that Stemp gets out makes it so brutal. You had to be able to secure that kill. Then in the 3v4, it's not unwinnable. They try to group up. You see Lobin playing beside Dodez, but again, Lobin goes down. Dodez gets left all by himself. You've got the fuse kit across the map because you're trying to find a different dimension to this push. You know you can't just stack up in a three-person death ball. You lose that fight every day, so nice attempts coming over there from Fluxo W7M. I think they're making the right decisions. The general game plan here is really good, but the execution, when they're trying to actually go in, secure these kills, get themselves an advantage, that's where things have been falling apart a little bit for this team.
Eager to hear what Ann and Fox have to say about this when we get to the halftime report, because it has been a relatively even balanced match so far. And I mean, again, Clubhouse does tend to resort to defaults. Teams tend to push in very similar ways when you're attacking that gym bedroom bomb site upstairs. Holding construction is very important. Defenders can obviously branch out and take control of cache and CCTV, which we don't see as regularly when there are electrification bans. And I mean, you take a look at the top right of your screen, and Kaid and Bandit are both removed. They are terrific bans here on Clubhouse. It makes life quite miserable for the defenders, and they have to pivot, right? You can't just hunker down and rely on EMPs or some form of anti-gadget denial. Now you have to be, I'd argue, a bit more active in your defenses. Having Kaid and Bandit up allows for more of a passive defense here. So not so much on this bottom floor, Jesse. Kaid obviously will be missed, but as you can see from Loud, a very active set of defenders at the moment. Only Flastry is in the bomb site.
Yeah, with this roam game, it really makes rushing a very appealing strategy. They will just start to try to clear out these top floors, throw some candelas, but it's actually just a bit of a bait, Parker. They've got a couple players getting into kitchen, getting into the bomb site. Here's Cons, drops the kitchen hatch immediately and can go for a plant.
This might be a quick one here. Cons has found the all clear. Diffuse kit gets to the halfway point. 2 minutes, shortened to 45 seconds. There goes half of the round as Cons finds a pick onto Live, guarding over top of that case. Mother henning it, so to speak. He'll get another onto Stemp, but Loud comes out swinging. Gabu with 2. Flastry also on the board. Lobin and Dodez will need to hold this together as Loud outnumbers them by 1. Dodez in a bit of a precarious spot inside a kitchen, but the position for Gabu's been given away. I don't think he was aware of that spot. Flastry is suddenly last alive as Lobin gets his licks in as well, and Dodez will seal the deal. A quick round goes in favor of Fluxo W7M.
Just perfect opportunity seeking coming out from the Bulls, Parker. They do lose a couple of fights in that post plant, but it's all okay because they've got that coverage. Dodez and Lobin playing so smart in that 2vx to go back up above. Lobin was getting burned out inside a dirt tunnel. Dirt's not a bad place to be, but when everybody knows that you're there, you have to give it up. You don't want to be so predictable. He went up upstairs and tried to just deny that plant. I think it's a really good move from Lobin. And of course, Dodez, like you see it in the stats. This guy has just been immaculate for Fluxo W7M today. Has a huge part in that post plant coming through, but it's everybody that makes that rush happen as successfully as it did. Dots chucking in some of those candelas up towards the top floor. Of course, the plant being put down by Cons as well. Less than 60 seconds into the round. All of it comes together beautifully in round number 4, and it's that rush that will tie us back up once again.
Well, you can't say this isn't an entertaining matchup so far, up to CCTV and Cash. Loud will go. This was where the first domino, I suppose, fell. It's been a big back-and-forth matchup to this point in time. Neither team yet to win back-to-back rounds. This was where Fluxo W7M started their successful set of attacks, and now that they've been able to conquer one side on the top floor and now on the bottom floor, it sets them up well for how they maneuver around this map and know how to play these bomb sites. But that said, this round could be anybody's game. These teams seem quite evenly matched so far. I did say that in round number 1, that even though one's in the playoffs right now and the other is still on the outside looking in, that I expected this to be far closer than some people might anticipate. You seem to say the same. And because of that, it's always nice to feel vindicated. Loud looking to regain the lead. Fluxo W7M yet to lead so far through 4 rounds.
Yeah, similar-ish push, but there's really not the tools that you'd want to clear rafters, Parker, which makes me think this might end up being a construction-focused take from Fluxo W7M. They've still got this Ying from Dots that was so effective the last time around, so they could try to use that to take some of these roamers down over on the con side. It's exactly what Paulo is getting good information for as well. Spots 2 players roaming over towards Master, so if they can find an angle to get these players down, that would be so big.
And it's Fluxo W7M rushing in right away. First pick answered back by Live, but Cons will trade it too. As long as Fluxo W7M can keep trading, they will win. Gabu trying his best. He shut down. Loban finds yet another. Nitro Cell from Stemp goes out. Jesse, not just back and forth when it comes to round counts, but back and forth when it comes to kill counts. These teams are unable to shake each other. Dodez and Loban now against Flastry and Stemp. Flastry will give the lead to Loud. And Fluxo W7M will hang their hat on Dodez, who's technically in the bomb site, but without the defuse kit. The bombs just really nice ornaments and decorations for him to stare at, as he will have to attempt a retrieval, or more likely, go for kills in the process. And they've read this very effectively. A swing from Stemp to give information. Flashtree looks for the follow-up. He'll get it with the TCSG. Fluxo W7M will not win this first half, nor will they lead it. 3 rounds for Loud means Loud is incapable of losing the first half. They're in good shape for this final round of the first half.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, something about can't get fooled again, I think is how it goes.
I think so,
regardless.
Yes, that's the song. Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure that's it. You don't get caught twice by a rush game. At least Loud certainly don't. They are falling to it back in round number 4, but as another very fast push comes out from Fluxo W7M, Loud adapt to it really well. It's not like they completely stop it. They might not know exactly where the push is going to come from, but as soon as they start seeing those snake pings over towards the master side, they kind of get a good idea that, hey, there's going to be some people inside Jacuzzi and Logi very, very shortly. And they traded out really, really nicely. You know, that was the biggest thing for me, Parker. You can't stop that push in its entirety, but trade things out. There's Yings and Blackbeards running through your roam game, but at least trade it out, keep those numbers close. It's exactly what they did. And then late round, of course, Flashtree on the Goyo, by far his most picked operator on this map. He plays it basically non-stop, and we've got a huge sample size again. 5th time Louder playing this map this stage, but just really impressive to see how they were able to react to that rush game. They now try to go back down towards this basement and will have an opportunity to extend their lead 4-2 and maybe force the Bulls out of playoffs.
I mean, a lot of times when teams are really confident on a map, they're just going to keep playing it over and over and over again. You don't really risk being overexposed if you feel you have full confidence and are just stylistically a better team than whoever your adversary might be. In this case, you're absolutely right. There is tons of opportunity to scout out this Loud team and prepare for what they're going to bring. Right now, if they've done their homework, it's not immediately clear for Fluxo W7M because they should have somewhat of an advantage here with that information. Right now, this is a very comfortable map for Loud, and it's showing and being reflected in the score.
The thing with Fluxo is all 3 of their pushes have really revolved around this dirt tunnel. And I think maybe that's just kind of a product of the bans. You know, we've banned some Hard Breach, we banned the Grim, they've kept most of these aggressive shields up, so you can still kind of pressure this side of the map, but you have to imagine Loud have read into it at this point. For the 3rd time, they will start to feel this pressure. The Goyo canisters will get burned out. What I'd like to see Fluxo do here, Parker, is I'd like to see them just leave. Create this pressure dirt tunnel, maybe leave one guy lurking there, but I don't want to see the defuse kit come through dirt for the 3rd straight time on this basement. Cons is down there at the moment. He has the opportunity to rotate back out if he wants it to. If they try to go for this once again, they have to make sure that they don't get blue control and or control here under this kitchen hatch, because if somebody exists in this position, they'll have a crossfire on you trying to get out of that dirt tunnel, and there's just no way, even with a shield, you're going to be able to take that space.
Glad you clarified. I thought it was a little bit rude when you said that Fluxo W7M should just leave. As in, like, what? They're just done playing? You don't want to see what happens? He's trying to get out of work for the day, maybe, I guess. I don't know, spend more time with your wife or something. No, I think you're spot on, and I think if you're going to go for a dirt tunnel execute, you've either got to go quickly or you've got to do the job around it to flush the defenders out. Taking control of the kitchen, as you assessed, is perfect. Hasn't really been done by Fluxo W7M, and Jesse, it looks like that escape tunnel is going to be where they put all the bodies from this team, but hold on! Fluxo W7M finds 2 very quickly, resets, levels things off, settles down FX's assault. Now a drop from Palu through the hatch. He manages to survive for a few seconds before Stemp shuts him down. Full control at the present point in time of the bomb site for the defenders. They've allowed Khan's entry, but he's on limited HP, dead at the hands of Resets, who's having a great round. And Loban, what can you do? 20 seconds left, a death drop, fighting against the Azami, takes down Stemp, hoping for one more, onto Resets. A 7th kill for resets? No, Gabu will steal it away, and Loud takes the first half 4-2.
Very impressive stuff from Loud here with 4 rounds on the board for Fluxo W7M on their attack. I feel like seeing some questionable stuff. Arguably, you could say like, oh, they have the right idea here. They're going for these explosive executes to really trying to spot a gap. But then when push comes to shove, I don't think they're winning their gunfights, or they're creating the space with these pushes that they want to get essentially with them. Add to that, Dots is having a very rough game. And that makes things look really rough for Fluxo W7M. Granted, it is the attack, and as the caster talk about, of course, many of the operators that Fluxo W7M like to use and can use, especially for these downstairs attacks, the operators were banned away from them, but ideally, Fox, if you're Fluxo W7M in this and you have the right idea, you want to also see them get more rounds on the boards with these ideas.
Yeah, of course. And since we highlighted Dots' performance so much now that he is having a rough go at it, it's not a good look like you said. But I think the biggest issue for Fluxo W7M is not bringing enough utility, forcing the shield play a little bit too much. I mean, when we look at Fluxo W7M's bans, they were really trying to just stop denial, make sure that they can get walls open. But Loud is adapting very well to it, and they're playing almost as if like it's a bunker setup. A lot of Wamai, a lot of Azami, a lot of utility denial to create angles in the bomb site so that they can just play posted up and force Fluxo W7 to go for these executes. And that's where they're getting caught in the crossfire. We can see that Fluxo W7 has just been dominated when it comes to the opening kills. I believe they had 5 out of the last 6 rounds, and they're still losing 4-2. So that just goes to show that Loud's game plan was working very well. They're forcing them, maybe stalling time early, forcing them to have to go for an objective-based play, and then boom, that's where they have all of the Azamis, everything set up. And Fluxo W7M, because they're forcing these shields, they don't have utility to deal with it. They can't clear these angles. They can't clear these corners. They're not bringing Ying. They're not bringing Glass to be able to get into that bomb site to get past that initial hurdle. So that was the biggest issue. Now with side swaps, though, the one caveat for Fluxo W7M to have the edge here is the fact that they arguably are one of the better roaming teams, one of the better aggressive defensive teams, and one of the best defensive teams statistically. So that can be their edge. If they can maintain getting that opening kill and be able to just keep that aggression on, that's where we'll see Loud start to slip up, because early game so far has been Fluxo W7M's.
Yeah, let's just say that besides the early game, that aggression and the gap spotting has not been working out for them. But as Loban told us in the interview last week, they worked a lot on some confidence issues that they had. Things seem to be going much better now, and they need all the confidence that they can get as well. 5 rounds ideally, or an overtime victory is what they need to lock in playoffs.
Last week, we saw Fluxo W7M struggling and Loud doing the impossible, beating the world champions to secure their spot in playoffs. Now they have the opportunity to deny a playoff spot to the team sitting across from them. 4-2 at the half. If they can win just 3 more rounds in the next 6, Parker, that'll be Fluxo W7M out of the playoffs, and it'll be Los in for that final spot instead. This team has way higher expectations than 7th place in South America. This has to be where they come alive on the defense.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this team has been such an enigma. They started off with a match that a team of their caliber probably should have walked away with more than a single point from, which was Black Dragons. They lost that in overtime. Then they beat Imperial 2 weeks later. They got blown out by a bunch of the top tier teams. They beat Los before losing to INTZ, and then beat Furia yesterday, or last week, which was a bit of a shocker. Because how do you lose to INTZ and beat Furia? That doesn't really make any sense. And again, I really admire our analysts and the more analytical minds as well of the viewers and the community, because I just simply cannot pinpoint what is going wrong with this FX team so far this stage. And to have Palu be the lowest rated player right now competing for that spot in the lobby, but the lowest rated player on the team, seems like either he's being mismanaged or maybe he's got something going on. But either way, the weapons on Fluxo W7M should have them in competition for a playoff spot, and yet they're not.
Yeah.
Again, something needs to happen in this offseason to change that.
Well, I think Fox hit the nail on the head. They were trying to force shields in that first half. They will do it again with the with the clash coming through, but instead it's the roam game that goes poorly for Fluxo W7M. It's an early death, but he's not alone. Dodez was in the same room as Lobin, and he is just hiding in the closet, hiding in the corner, not on a mute chamber. But they already killed the guy inside of Logi Parker, so they now are just assuming that it is clear Dodez may have lost a teammate, Parker, but he's gained something so much more valuable, and that is the element of surprise. They have no idea that he's lurking inside of Logi. There's only 3 people in the bomb site. They will not be able to stop this push all by themselves, so it is going to be entirely on Dodez to come alive and save this game.
And what did you say, Jesse? Would you like to repeat yourself, just so that you can show your ball, knowledge to the audience?
He has to be the one. They didn't know he was up there, and now he has Diffuse Kit in the palm of his hand. This is such a good position for the castle.
Following up now. In stride, Loud looking to capitalize off of that. Dodez gets resets before Stemp can trade that one out. Great damage that's been done by FX. Dodez in particular. You said his name, and boy, oh boy, did he live up to the billing you gave him. Final 30 seconds, and it's anybody's round. Clash still up for Fluxo W7M. That's the thing that would concern me the most if I was one of these attackers. Still got Candelas, still got Deathmark, still got nades. So tools there for Loud, but they need to use them quickly before they run out of time. And that shield is slowing them down. Khan's taken out by Flastry, who's got the sidearm out, also gets rid of Dots. Diffuse Kit going down, and Paul Lu finished off by Gabu. Loud stretch their lead.
Oh, and it's just a disaster, Parker. They had all the opportunity to win that round. Dodez did so much, but unfortunately nobody else is able to find a frag. And you know what? I keep going back to what Fox was saying because I think everything that he was spitting on the desk in the halftime was absolutely correct. What was the one thing that we said was missing sometimes for those pushes from Fluxo W7M? It was the Ying. It was using those Candelas to get into the bomb site. That was specifically called out by Foxay. And now on the very first attack, it's Loud with a Ying in the 3v3. That makes all the difference. Flastry's getting zapped by a clash, but he doesn't care at all because nobody can see inside that site. He's the only one taking that space and gets 2 miraculous kills just because of that good util play. Loud in a dominating position now, up 5-2 versus Fluxo W7M. I was really hopeful, Parker. It was just going to be the attacks that were their issues. You know, their attacks didn't look good, but maybe on the defense, that's where this team comes alive. But after losing your primary bomb site in round 7, this game just got so much harder.
The walk is going to be really, really challenging now for this Fluxo W7M team. Obviously, we're not going to write them off early. There is a good chance that they could come back under the right circumstances. But so far, those circumstances through 7 rounds, Jesse, have not really materialized. And, well, if that round is any indication that just preceded this, then things are going to be a real struggle. Again, the kills are the big issue for this FX team. I know Dots plays those auxiliary roles. And I know Paulu has not been at the forefront. He usually plays that lurk backstab role, so his kills are largely contingent upon his team doing well. He doesn't usually have full agency. It's the team that decides whether or not he's in position to strike. But I'm looking at Lobin, who's usually better than 6-6. That's a big one. Dodez has been doing okay, but Dots should be performing better. This whole team is having issues countering the aggression of Loud. And if Loud have read this correctly, which they did in the previous round, looks like W7M might not be fit enough to scale this mountain.
It's crazy, Park, because I genuinely think Dodez has played the best game of Siege out of all 10 players in this lobby. And yet, it doesn't matter because nobody else on his team is able to find much of an impact. And it's not just about the kills, it's the impact that he's having. You go back to that last round, downs the Diffuse Kit, playing it with his life. He sacrifices Lobin to do that, right? Of course, you don't get that if Lobin doesn't die there. They probably drone it a little bit better, but even still, nobody in sight able to do anything with that previous round. They need somebody else to come alive to be able to find the victory that they're looking for. Gym Bedroom, of course, is going to be their second bomb site. They'll start to clear out this cache side of the map, Parker. It's really important that Fluxo W7M don't walk away with a man disadvantage here.
Yeah, first kill is going to be very, very important. And right now, the player you said was having the best go of it, Dodez, being watched by Stemp, lined up multiple players on top red. He's living on borrowed time. A good flush out from Loud, and Dodez is in the grave. The star performer on FX is no more. The job gets even harder, Jesse.
You've got over 60 seconds. You've got cash control at this point. Everybody else has fallen back to at least construction, so the map control is really good from Loud. Timing's pretty good as well. Lots of util, too. I mean, you've still got 3 Grimbees coming through from Live, some smokes on the side of resets, too, so there's so much util that you can play around with to make this execute happen. My one concern, Parker, is going to be the util that the defense has. We're looking at a Clash, we're looking at a Nitro Cell from Loban, and still 3 Toxic Babes from Cons. If they try to go for a plant strat, there's a good chance Fluxo W7M can stall it out. I want to see Loud go in, try to get some kills, and play with their guns.
Final 30 seconds, and you have the upper hand. The Clash was not as much of an impediment as we had wondered it would be. Thought aloud, rather, in the previous round. They were able to navigate that quite well. Flashtree was the one credited with dealing with that. Stemp now making his presence known as he marches up the stairs. An unceremonious end to him as he suffers through it. Khan swats him away. Loban also on the board. The guns on the side of Loud quiet for the time being, and they are completely lost. Fluxo W7M might give up the first kill, but they get every single one after that. They're still in this. They'll have to wait on the side of Loud for match point.
Nice try coming out there, Parker. They do go for the kills. They're not trying to force a plant up against all that utility. That was the right decision, but unfortunately, there was more util they didn't deal with. There was the barbed wire on those main stairs, which made that fight from the Demos really difficult to go through. There was still the Clash, which was being a bit of an issue inside the bomb site as well. It just felt like they didn't have enough time on the clock. And I felt like they maybe should have. Like, they cleared out that cash control at about a minute 15 left on the clock. That should be enough to try to put together a good execute with a man count advantage, but ultimately, I think the clock just got away from them a little bit. They stalled out maybe a tad more than they should have. And Fluxo W7M now will be able to continue their live here in this matchup, 5-3. Again, an overtime win or a regulation win would be fine for Fluxo W7M to qualify to playoffs. It doesn't matter how it happens. They just need the win.
You got 2 teams this evenly matched, as they are despite their place in the standings. You expect a scrappy game. We've had a couple scrappy games today. We've used that word a few times. But I think what really highlights it here is that through up to this point, almost half of the rounds, only 2 players have survived. That's it. 8 casualties in almost half of the rounds. These are bitter struggles where they are fighting tooth and nail for space. And these teams have been giving up first blood quite evenly. 4 for Loud, 4 for Fluxo W7M. Objective play, only 1 diffuser has been planted. It was Fluxo doing that back in round number 4. So this has just been an all-out brawl. Violence has defined every single round, and bloodshed has been relatively even when the teams go on to win the round. Now, as you can see from the bottom of your screen, it's Loud who are coming away with far more kills, and the scoreline should tell you that. But yeah, I mean, if you're basically winning a round and there's only 1 or 2 people left on either side, time or kill be damned, you know that you're in for a good game. So Fluxo W7M fans, don't despair.
This is the bomb side I've been waiting for, Parker. You ban out Nomad and Capitao. That's going to make Rafters basically impossible to clear for the attackers, so they're forced to go for this construction side push. Fluxo W7M will know this. They should have a lot of their resources focused over towards that master side of the map. Certainly they've got Loban playing down below there. They've got Dots on the Clash inside of construction waiting for that. There are some Loud players that are giving some intel around Rafters. Maybe they will still try to take this, but you have to imagine this will be an impossible task just given all the resources that the defense have here.
Oh, it's going to be hard to play Rafters as every nade on the planet lands on the head of Dodaz. And yet, Jesse, he survives and gets Gabu for his trouble. A wildly unsuccessful clear from Loud. They will try to make the best out of a bad situation as Loban and Dots now take up space over on the side of blue. Dodaz and Gabu both in the ground, so back to a 4v4 we go with 1 minute left.
I said it would be hard to take Rafters, Parker, which, frankly, they actually did quite a good job at it. They go 1 for 1. They'll take that. Oh, that's a gross shot from Flashtree. That just shouldn't be allowed. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous.
See, Jesse, the problem is I don't listen to you.
Yeah, clearly.
Sorry, what'd you say? Final 35 seconds now. Fluxo W7M with their backs against the wall on the scoreline and with numbers as well. Live allows one player from FX to get into the bomb site. He's being tracked by those death marks. Palu takes down resets. Another for Palu. And it's a 2v2 as Palu bites the dust. Loud in control for the time being. He said how little objective play has happened. This time it's huge. What is Dots doing? He has his back completely turned to Stemp. He dies, and the run out from Cons also doesn't work. Flastry, mere inches from where he got that incredible kill, will do it again, and Loud move to match point.
What a mess, Parker. From top to bottom. I mean, sure, congratulations, Palu, for doubling his kill count, but letting that guy cross the breach to get into a plant position was absolutely brutal. The clash play, a little bit lost in that post plant as well, Parker. It just feels like, again, the general macro idea is not bad for Flux with W7M, but when it comes to actually executing the strategy, this team is making so many blunders. There's so many issues with how they're trying to hold on to these sites, with how they were trying to push, forcing the shields out onto the attack. Top to bottom, this team is just not the same squad that I remember casting winning the grand finals of the Montreal Major. This team has taken, it feels like, such a significant step back, and I don't know exactly what the issues are for them. Maybe it's the roster moves, right? Cons is a new addition to the team this season. Palu is a relatively newer addition to the squad as well. They lost Volps, their IGL, and now Dots has been doing some more of this. Like, without being in the team, it's hard to specifically diagnose what's causing the issues, but the problems are clear for anybody with eyes to see them. They're just not able to lock down some of these really critical sites. Some of the very basics that Loud are going for are just working without any util, like, enabling some of the space that they're taking. A tactical timeout will be called by Norris, hoping to get the train back on the tracks, but at this point, it just feels like it might be too far gone. It's fully derailed, and they will have to be perfect through this final quarter just to force overtime, which they then must win as well.
All the players on Los in action in our match that went on right before this, staring intently at that scoreline as their fate is no longer in their hands. As of these words leaving my mouth, Los is still in a playoff spot. If Fluxo W7M make it to overtime, they guarantee themselves a single point. That will tie them with Los. Now, you, again, will know the tiebreak situation better than I will, and I'll let you fill that in, but 2 points for Fluxo W7M gives them that sixth and final spot where they will go into the lower bracket. A reminder that Loud has clinched a playoff spot. And despite them sitting in match point right now, Loud are still eager to get all 3 points in regulation because they want to try to climb up into a top 4 berth, which will again hinge on tiebreakers with Furia and Ninjas in Pajamas, who just so happen to be going head-to-head in our final matchup of the day. So, a lot on the line here for the playoffs. The only thing we do know is FaZe Clan and Team Liquid have guaranteed their spot in the top 4. FaZe Clan, in particular, will be the best team in Brazil, irrespective of what happens in the remaining games.
I don't know how Gabu is alive right now.
I stopped because I was watching what was happening.
I was sure he was dead. There's a player on the corner, and he's getting wallbanged through the wall, but he is okay. Still playing here on the sledge over towards Strip. It's a very heavy roam game, just by the way. There is, of course, the bomb site down in the basement, but you've got Dodez here in the rafters with the opportunity for a quick retreat down to site, I'm sure. Loban up inside of Logi playing on that vigil as well. It was Dodez and Loban playing together. That was such a problem for Loud the last time that they attacked on this bomb site. Now they're both still roaming, but they're much more separated, which will make it somewhat harder to clear them out, but if you do find that frag, it means that there is no trade potential to come back.
Blue now assessing that dirt tunnel, a space very familiar with this FX team, as you wagged your finger at them many a time for trying to usher the defuse kit through that part of the map. It did not end up working out for them as much as they'd wanted.
Worked once.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but do you think they wanted once, or do you think they wanted more, Jesse? I was very clear with my words, okay?
Probably wanted it 3 times to work.
So that's more than one. Times. You are you got a major in numbers. You should know this. They've droned out much of this top floor. Not been able to find anything from it as they're in the building now. Gabu taking quite a bit of damage is really all Loud has to their name. They managed to find Lobin, and Resets is on a tear too for his trouble, Jesse. Just a little bit less than a minute to go, and Loud look poised to send this one away.
It's perfect for Resets. It's exactly what he was hoping for. Now you're putting so much pressure on these three anchors. They're all inside the bomb site. They can come from a million different angles on the attack. Good to keep the kitchen hatch closed, but this push through Dirt Tunnel is still going to be a menace to get past. Cons is in a great position, though. If they can get a crossfire onto this shield coming in through Dirt, that could be devastating.
Cons now on the run as he and Stemp will be in a isolated 1v1, but realizing that there's still other players spread around this map. Loud with 5 players still upright and 15 seconds to go. It surely must favor them to close this one out. FX will hang on to their hats. 10 seconds to go. Dota is the very first pick. He finds another. It's Paul Lu on the board all of a sudden. What is going on? How is everybody dying? Why is Loud getting bailed out by Live? He won't survive the affair. No, no, no. It's him in a 1v2, and FX somehow comes out ahead. What the hell did we just watch?
How do they keep getting away with it? This team survives by the skin of their teeth, and you gotta put so much credit in for Paulu. He might have been having a rough game up until that point, Parker, but a brilliant flick to get that second kill in the midst of that chaos. This is, again, the issue with pushing in through Dirt Tunnel. It's very telegraphed. It's very obvious what you're trying to go for. Paulu on that Azami was keeping the Dirt Tunnel closed for so long, and it made that push really, really late when it came down. Yes, it was 5v3. Yes, they had the man advantage, but the clock was that extra man favoring the defenders, and it was worth more than those 2 dead players combined. Did such a great job of making that end of round chaotic. Paulu, again, hit some ridiculous shots to be able to get that man count even. Dodez did as well through the midst of that earlier on into that defense. So just really good stuff all around, stopping that push as it comes in. And I don't know, man, I feel like we need to start seeing a little bit more variety on these basement pushes every time, barring once. It seems like the defuse kit is coming through Dirt Tunnel, and that's 25% success rate so far for those keeping track.
An unbelievable round, just defying the odds right here, and this is the hope and dreams of this Fluxo W7M team now on the line round after round. 2 more to go. They will again need to be perfect through regulation to get us to overtime, or else that's kaput. Loud takes all 3 points, and with it they hope to climb up the standings. That would lock in Los as the last team to qualify for the playoffs, a team not even competing in this matchup, and yet they could end up being the biggest victors of them all. Confidence-inspiring rounds for Fluxo W7M are so important. One of the things that a couple of these players on the side of FX have been talked about somewhat derisively is the way that they can mentally boom in big matches. There's a criticism about that Team Liquid roster when Palu was on it for a long period of time. If you can center yourself mentally, and you know, again, the fundamentals of this map, you'll be on relatively even footing with a team that, through the entire stage, has looked to be very close in skill to you. But again, it's a tough task. You've got to win 3 in a row. Fluxo W7M's got 1. Now it's time for the next 2.
They're on the easier side in theory, right? This defense should be exactly what they need to lock this down. And they won this bomb site last they were here, Gym and Bedroom. Despite the fact that that cash extension didn't really go their way, they lost an early man count advantage. Didn't matter. They were able to lock things down in the site, even in the 4v5. This time the push isn't as concerned with clearing cash. Instead, it's all on Logi, but it's still an opening pick regardless. Fluxo W7M converted the 4v5 on this bomb site previously. They will have another one. And these roamers, they're very far extended, Parker. Loban and Dodez are across the map from the rest of their team.
Oh, Khan's going down so early in the round. Jesse, that could be the fatal blow for this team as they cling to the hopes of the playoffs. To lose the Warden as well. I mean, I guess not the end of the world given the gadgetry that's being brought from Loud. There goes Loban. You said Dodez was the best player in the lobby. Well, just like some of our ranked games, Jesse, just because you're the best player in the lobby doesn't mean your team is going to win. Dots has a few strips torn out of him. And the numbers for FX continue to worsen with half of the round to go.
This is the problem. That was a must-win fight for Loban, Parker. Now the man disadvantage is even greater. We've seen them clutch up in a 3v5 before, but They've got good isolated info here onto Dots. He falls all the way back, so he retreats back towards his teammates. It's now 3 players inside the site for Fluxo W7M, but even still, you don't have the same utility you had last time. 2 Nitro Cells, but no more Toxic Babes, no more Kibas to be thrown up. Dota has already used all of those. If they're going to stall things out like they did previously, they have to be able to rely on their utility. Feeling like that might not be the play, Dota takes a rat spot instead.
He can pop out and get a timely kill or two. It'll throw all of Loud into a tailspin, and there goes the round. I guess Fluxo W7M, that second round they so desperately covet. Again, playoffs on the line here for the team on the right side of your screen. They are outnumbered, they are outmanned, they are outgunned, but their hopes and dreams still very much alive. They need to wait out Loud. They can just sit pretty inside the site. Flashtree's been picked back up, so Loud will be fighting 5v3. Palu with 1, but they come to blows with the Blackbeard. Dota's down, Dot's down. Palu will need to win, and he doesn't get the job done. Resets with the final kill. Loud take it, and they lock Los in for the playoffs.
What a performance these last few playdays. Loud get their 3rd straight win here to end out the group stage, beating FaZe Clan the other day, and now up versus Fluxo W7M. What a performance this team has been on. This Loud squad had so much hype behind them when they first got signed a few years ago, but when they were known as Raza Company Academy. Now they're starting to live up to that hype. They are, of course, still in for playoffs and will be fighting for a top 4 berth as well, now tied with 3 other teams at 17 points, so we'll see how that all plays out. But what a performance from Loud and Fluxo W7M, a massive disappointment. Things might need to change for that team.
Obviously a very frustrating situation for them and their fans. You said it yourself, not far removed from winning a major under that W7M banner, and success has just not found them the way that they are used to. So back to the drawing board as they await stage 2. Congratulations to Los for locking in the playoffs, and even though the match is done, we've got 2 beautiful people wanting to talk about it.
Thank you so much. What an incredible victory for Loud here. They get the job done. 3 important points go their way, and it sort of keeps them alive in the fight for the top 4, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. I think when it came down to the first half, we talked about, okay, Fluxo W7M seem to have the right idea. They want a problem fixed. They want to spot these gaps and make good use of them. But I feel like on the second half, the attacks that we saw from Loud kind of was what I wanted to see from Fluxo W7M. When it comes to the pressure that they were taking, the way they were dealing with these high pressure areas as well, like Rafters, for example, so efficient. When it comes to down tier stakes, they don't just take the dirt tunnel as well. They use multiple different areas. I feel like Loud took a page out of Fluxo W7M's book and just improved it and fixed it with their attacks here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Loud, what's the word I'm looking for? Their win condition essentially was those hard gaps, and that's what we saw on defense, was just them being able to make sure, like, okay, Rafters, basement, B3 armory area, these very death spot positions, they were putting their whole focus on being able to hold on their defenses. On attack, they were focusing on being able to get those gunfights and find those opening picks there. Funny enough, Fluxo W7M was still managing to maintain opening pick aggression for a majority of this game, which is why it's very disheartening to see them lose the way that they did, because they were doing the hard part first. They were getting the opening kill, but Loud was just playing their trades and off of each other way better and being able to focus on the objective game. I feel like there was also a couple of, besides that one Paula round to keep them into the game a little bit longer, there was a lot of rounds prior that it felt like the retakes from Fluxo W7M was very questionable. It seemed very individualized, not necessarily, oh, let's 3-2-1 this, or let's push this together. It was somebody making a big play and the rest of the team all running around, scurrying around, trying to find some type of kill back into it. And Loud was ready for it. They'd just be holding on to their angles, and that's what carried them through the rest of their attacks.
I feel like we could talk about this game forever and overanalyze every single bit, but let's get an expert in there. Let's get somebody in who was part of this game as we get to speak to Resets and ask him a few questions about this game. Good afternoon, Resets. Congratulations on the victory here. Now, I know that players will always say, we play our own game and we care about our own things, but does it play anywhere in the back of your mind that with this game you have an opportunity to deny Fluxo W7M of playoffs?
Of course, I played with Paulo before, so of course I want to win against him. And we had no pressure in this game. The pressure was on them, so they choked, so they wasn't shooting back. So very easy today, to be honest. Very easy game.
Yeah, it seemed pretty straightforward. Even in the rounds where you guys were losing the man advantage, what was the main focus for Loud as a whole when you guys would lose that opening kill to be able to bring those rounds back? What do you guys say to each other? Is it just following the strats to get post plant down? Well, what's the win condition for you guys?
Saying like on the attacks, we knew they are very aggressive. They sometimes can get a kill, but we are like getting gaps on the other side of the map. And on defense, they was executing like in the late round very bad. So we just keep the crosshair. We just hold the angles, and they are like dying for us for nothing. So.
All right, then speaking of your potential finishing spot, I mean, we have 4 teams right now on 17 points. This means that for you guys, it could go anywhere. You could have many different opponents going into playoffs. How do you feel about that?
To be honest, I think we don't care too much, because if we want to qualify to the WC, we don't like choose the opponents. We are just like doing our game. If we are better, we are going to qualify. So it's fine.
All right, and then before we let you go, Resets, any moment this group stage that was maybe your favorites that you look back on?
I think beating Liquid and FaZe probably, because they are a very great team, and that's like give us some confidence. That's it. And by Loud
the confidence. Very important as well. Yeah, sure, we got the media training on the board here. Thank you so much for your time, Resets, and good luck next week with playoffs.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Glad he got to sneak that little promotion in there in the end. But honestly, Loud, I mean, we were talking about it already, right? They took a page out of the book from Fluxo W7M, perfected it, and showed us some really good attacks here as well. You know, the confidence that Resets was talking about taking down 2 really big teams inside of SAL must have really helped them here as well. And, you know, we were analyzing this game a lot, but Resets came to the conclusion that Fluxo W7M just weren't shooting back today.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but I agree completely. I mean, we talked about it before the game started with the IGL swapping from cons to dots within this last week or two. And I was telling it to you while we were watching the game that it's just, to me, it screams of a lack of confidence. Being able to swap your IGLs, yes, you know, at Salt Lake City they had a good run. I believe Dots was the IGL during then, and now this stage they had Cons IGLing for the first half of the stage, and it wasn't looking the best, but it wasn't looking bad. But to swap it in the middle, I mean, you've been practicing with Cons on your IGL role for some time now, and to swap it within the last 2 weeks of the stage, hoping that you can get back to your former success, it's very difficult because your practice has not been that in the last month of the stage. So it just seems like they weren't confident in Khan's ability with IGLing, but to swap it all, it just throws everything off. And I think that really shook things up, especially when it matters most, because that's what looks like happened in a lot of these clutch scenarios. Is there's not necessarily one voice, there's not one trusted system on how we're going to focus on a retake, what's the end goal here, and everybody had their own ideas because they didn't really have one specific voice to listen to, and it just seemed like there was a lot of confusion from the side of Fluxo W7, despite them getting the opening kills, and that was the biggest downfall. We heard it from Resets. Even though they were losing the opening kills, they knew if we just play safe, we play together, we're finding the gaps because they're all running around, they're all leaving openings everywhere. That first kill doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things, and unfortunately, Fluxo W7M will not be making it to playoffs due to this loss.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for them here, with that being their final matchup, essentially, of the stage here. We'll see them back in stage 2, of course, depending on what's going to happen with the roster. You know, you already mentioned the IGL issuing. What's going to happen with that going into stage 2? Of course, there's a little bit of time for them to decide on what they want to do with that, though. Now, speaking on the side of Loud, there's a lot of positives we can mention, of course. I mean, one of them being their MVP, Stemp, maybe a player that we don't always talk about too much in regards of the one player that really needs to step up, right? We really gave Gabu his flowers. You know, Reset's always a big talking point as well. Legendary player in regards of, like, everything he's been through inside of Siege and the ecosystem. But for the entries, I mean, Stemp was doing a really good job on that as well. But the minor downside that I can call for this game, if I have to bring up something negative, that clutch that mostly Dodes and Paulu got there might come to bite back Loud in the end there, because the round difference for them right now in regards of hoping for a top 4 finish with Furia is not looking that good.
No, it's not looking great, because I believe how the round count looks is Loud is at +6 and Furia is at +12. So I believe, if my math is correct, Furia would have to lose about 7. They'd have to lose 1 to 7. So they'd have to lose essentially at least 6 rounds to tie Loud to bring it into a head-to-head tiebreaker. That being said, Furia is going up against NIP, so that, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But quickly, just to commend Stemp for today's performance. I mean, great game from him. He definitely showed up, and it's good to see him also find success, because he has not had the best run on this roster so far. He's probably been the most inconsistent player on the team, but he has shown a lot of life throughout his career in the SAL, so now to be able to have games where he's able to pop off, specifically for him and Loud as a whole. Big wins against FaZe, big win today. They're going into playoffs. Every player's firing on all cylinders. It has big hopes for Loud going into the playoffs, and like Reset said, they just have to be the best team on the day if they want to make it to EWC.
Yeah. On the sideline as well, though, NIP have one more game to play, and due to the results from this matchup and the matchups from earlier today, they have now also locked in that top 4 position. Together with Liquid here, they find themselves in a very favorable position going into playoffs, the upper bracket, and that extra alive is definitely going their way. However, there is one more spot inside the top 4 that is to be decided. There's a very slim chance that it goes Loud's way, but Furia have all to play for in our final game of the day after this break.
Não, ótimo, 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho uma pressão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou!
Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É, bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Ó, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô. Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, peraí, pô.
Você tá funcionando dos piores. Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta tudo que eu errei, corta, só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Não, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Esse é o marco, essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Não, mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo,
mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa.
Se der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida.
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano.
Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também...
Monooperador hoje em dia é foda, monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano.
Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, né? Só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê?
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano.
Mano, um cara feio. Feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Ele foi mal, o Flastrai, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Guardiola. Você é meu parceiro. Mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Just one more match here in the group stage of SAL, and the final match could be all determining because we have 4 teams on 17 points. Now, 2 of these teams on 17 points find themselves in this final match. We'll bring up the standings to really show you why this game matters between NIP and Furia. NIP have the upper hand over Furia simply because they have one better round difference by 1, so it's very slim margins. And assuming this is not a 7-0 for NIP, we already talked about it in the break with Jesse, and he gave us the stat that the loser of this matchup, Foxy, has to go up against FaZe. That is not an easy match for your first one going into playoffs.
Yeah, nobody wants to find themselves in the 4th spot, although you're in upper bracket, so at the end of the day, you do get an opportunity. And hey, we've seen teams beat FaZe before, that being one of them, Loud, which if Furia do get 7-0'd, they would bump down into round count. Loud would take that 4th spot, and they have beat FaZe before, so it is possible, and you are in that upper bracket, so it's comfortable. But at the end of the day, for NIP and Furia, one of them want to be able to win so that they can just secure themselves in the 3rd seed, and they have a little bit of an easier road because they don't have to go up against FaZe.
Exactly, and let's dive in these teams and get the matchup going as quickly as possible because both these teams have a little bit of a curious form going into this one, right? I mean, we look at Furia, 2 losses in a row. We look at NIP, 2 overtimes in a row as well. But NIP, they do move over Furia, as we can currently see in the settings, of course, as well. It's just that they couldn't stop Casey when they played against Liquid from getting as many multi-kills as he was doing today as well. One strong point for NIP really seems to be their entries. They show some aggression sometimes when it comes with that, even, you know, if their opponent takes a tactical timeout, they dial it up further a notch. But the main question is for NIP, can they break through that ceiling now with having 2 overtime losses?
I mean, you'd like to hope so. You know, overtime losses, they did look fairly better last week, even though they were overtime losses compared to Furia's just regular losses. That being said, their entries are their strong suit. I mean, they got Fantasy. They're able to just get very into your face, very aggressive. But something that NIP has been doing this whole stage is just playing amazing together. Hates is arguably, in my opinion, the best player on NIP right now. He on the shields has been so monumental at taking position with Fantasy and being able to follow him up, which has always been something that NIP as a whole struggled until Hates joined this roster. So them together as a whole, they've been looking very good and cohesive, and they've also been playing a lot slower, which is something we've never really seen from NIP up until this last couple of months from them.
Yeah, it's good to see that though, but for the other side, for Furia, I don't know if this is a moment to start worrying a little bit. I mean, we speak about 2 losses in a row now for them. The loss against FaZe obviously makes sense, you know, FaZe being the #1 team in the league, but then they also lost against Fluxo W7M, who, as we just saw, didn't even make it into playoffs, and that was such an important game for them, right? It is more important for Furia as well, but should they really allow these losses to potentially knock them down in a lower bracket here?
You don't want to be in that situation. You don't want to be losing if you're Furia. There's a lot of legacy when it comes to some of these players, but it just comes down to the day of it. I mean, they have arguably one of the best IGLs in the SAL with Volps, but a lot of the pressure is usually on his shoulders to be putting up an insane amount of numbers for his roster. And what we saw against W7M is him just having an off day. And when he has an off day, the rest of the team has an off day as well. And so that's the biggest downfall is it doesn't necessarily look like there is a play player that is able to lead the charge if Volps is not there. Very good player, very good roster, but they're working collectively behind Volps. So players like Lawyer, players like Herds, these players on previous rosters that would usually be the X factor, the trendsetter for their team leading that charge, they haven't necessarily been too loud. They've been very quiet when it comes to this stage, and it says good things for Furia playing more team-orientated. But at the end of the day, if the teamwork is not working or gelling as well, who's going to be able to step up and just be able to open up the gate with some opening kills, just get everybody in the right momentum?
Yeah, top 4 is on the line. So one more time, let's take a look at the V2. Then the final best of 1 that we get inside the group stage here. The last time these two played, it was a 7-4 for Furia on Cafe. And they also played in the upper bracket of Kickoff. Again, Furia took them down 2-0 on Bank and on Fortress. Bank is not on the occasion today, but Fortress is a good map variety today.
Yes, it is a great map for them. I mean, it's one of those maps that allows a lot of roaming, especially from the side of Furia. It's a very... I still want to say it's a very newer map when it comes to play styles and how it's going to play out. They have great players on it, and I feel like bigger maps usually tend to favor Furia just because the individual players are able to manage the space a lot better. NIP have been learning how to play slow, so that's the dangerous part about going up against them on a map like Fortress, is they are able to get in your face, start that early aggression, and then they fall back. And watching them play this new style of Siege has really been enjoyable from a viewer perspective because it's something NIP hasn't really been able to do in the past.
Well, that is great that they are showing us enjoyable gameplay, but the top 4 eventually is on the line here to avoid a matchup with FaZe as well. For one more time today, in Terra and Jesse, it is all yours.
Well, greatly appreciated, Anne, and greatly appreciated Foxe as well. It's nice to work with you again, Davide. Good to see you there, and good to see you doing well in what looks to be a very cozy bedroom. I think he still lives in Los Angeles. A bedroom in LA that's quite the expense, isn't it? I mean, it's no Edmonton, Jesse, but it's still a nice place. Today's game that we see unfolding in front of our very eyes, Nip and Furia. Nip have locked in top 4, so now it is incumbent upon Furia to do well enough that they take the tiebreaker away from Loud. Great analysis from both of these smart minds, and we get underway. 5 different matches, 5 different maps. What a treat it is today.
Yeah, the headline storyline here is that Furia need 1 round to secure upper bracket in the playoffs. Once they get that 1 round, we'll stop talking about it. But just in case, until we get to that point, NIP 7-0, that would be the goal for any Loud fans tonight who want to get that upper bracket spot for themselves. Still plenty to play for in terms of seeding beyond that 1 implication as well, which we can dive into through this game. Interesting operator bans. I mean, Bandit, Kaid, Monty, all very standard, but the Twitch ban from Furia is kind of interesting. We see Bassetto play it from time to time on this map when he's not playing on a shield. He'll jump on the Habana to start things off, and also the site rotation, a little bit interesting here. Furia like to do this. They don't always start on the primary site, and will actually start downstairs in waiting room and cafeteria for their opening bomb site, which could catch NIP off guard.
A single round. So here's what should happen, Jesse. Furia wins round number 1, and we just cancel the rest of the match, and then you get to go back to playing with your cat.
Now, there's still plenty of implications after this. Again, we need to know who's finishing second.
No, just a single round. That's all we need. Just 1 round.
Okay, well, we could be 2 minutes away from such a result if Furia can lock down this defense, and they certainly have a bit of a map control here that I don't know if NIP will be good to deal with. Fantasy on this Snake is so deadly. He's really good with this operator, but of course it's not a good gadget for clearing out players on staircases, so he has to find another way around.
As we talked about the players also in pursuit of some numbers, Hates is 12 kills away from breaking 100 kills with Nip guaranteed for playoffs. You know that he's going to break it at some point unless he drops multiple donuts from this point onward. And, I mean, it's a good beginning for Nip so far. Volps and Loira both in the ground to early aggression from this Nip squad. Half of the round to go, and they already find themselves with quite an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scary operator lineup. They will go for another swing. This has to pay off, but he's being tracked by the death marks. The Wizard will be in advantage for this fight, can call for some teammates. Everybody else is falling around him, though, and might not have the read on it. Still has the ping now. Shotgun up close will, of course, win that battle. Good play from Herds, and as all of his teammates find kills as well, Parker, it's somehow Bassetto in a 1v3.
I just kind of like closed my eyes and suddenly it was all over. And now I open my eyes and I'm like, okay, and it's fully over. All right, match canceled. Good job. They got their 1 round. Furia locked in for the top 4 and we can all go home. Okay, goodbye.
Still plenty to play for, Parker. Don't get ahead of yourself. That will be upper bracket secured for Furia, but now it comes down to that first round matchup. The loser of this game will be guaranteed to face FaZe Clan in the very first round of playoffs. It is upper bracket, so you'll get a second chance even if you lose to FaZe, as Fox was saying on the desk, but still, it's a bit of a scary proposition, isn't it? Going up against the 2-time world champion in your first match to try to qualify to the Esports World Cup. The winner of this game will be going up against Team Liquid Alienware instead as a first-round matchup. And while you might debate which team would be preferred to go up against, I think most people would agree that there's really nobody you'd rather go up against. There's nobody that you would go up against less than FaZe Clan, right? Like, you want to avoid them at all costs.
Well, I like casting them. So
you can cast them.
I try not to avoid them from a casting perspective, but Jesse, if you said to me, Parker, would you like to play in a Rainbow Six match against FaZe Clan? I would say, no. That sounds terrible.
Great.
And then I would go do something else with my life, because anything is better. I'd rather dive into a vat of spiders than play against FaZe Clan in Rainbow Six. It would be gruesome. It would be grotesque. So, but I mean, again, they play against FaZe Clan quite regularly, like all these teams do. Brazil knows each other very effectively, and FaZe Clan tend to do very well inter-regionally, especially as of late.
Yes. Yeah, there's no doubt about how good FaZe Clan have been in running their own region. They've been very dominant domestically. Dominance domestically is something that we can also say about Furia here on Fortress. They're 4-0 against domestic competition on this map this season. They've been really dominant. Their only 2 losses both coming at the Salt Lake City Major against international opponents. So you might think that gives them a bit of an edge here with the map veto as well. NIP have a bit of a mountain to climb starting on the attack too.
Well, with that, it seals the fate of these teams. So even though we are, I don't want to say a little bit behind the other regions, because I don't want to make it seem like Brazil's taking its sweet time, but SAL does tend to run a bit behind most of the other regions. APAC, because of it being 3 regions in a trench coat, can take a little bit of time too, but I mean, Brazil does what Brazil does, and they produce winners. So let them steep, I think, is the phrase to go here. NIP, for the second round in a row, Jesse, has got first blood, and yet they were not able to convert that into a successful round. Furia took round number 1. Loira, flying a bit too close to the sun through both rounds, and now finds himself on the bench. Volps will also die. That was the 1-2 punch that NIP landed back in round 1, and it will emerge again in round 2.
Big round from Fantasy. One of my favorite players to watch, as I often say. He's got the sniper rifle in hand and's hitting some heads with it. Good start here to get that man advantage, and they're just going to try to force a plant in here, Parker. Basetto can easily now move into that plant position. He'll start holding F on the ground, and his teammates are in really good position to cover.
Basetto gets the defuse kit down. As much as we thought it looked really grim for Furia in the previous round, they managed to pull it out. This time around, it does not appear that NIP will allow them to have the same level of success. Basetto with 3 kills and a flawless round to end things off. NIP eager to make up for lost time after a devastating first round, and they've tied the game.
Big round from Basetto. You know, most Shield players would be content in a 5vx post plant just to feed information to your teammates and to call positions while everybody else gets the kills. But Basetto says, nah, I'm going to get a triple kill instead and close out this round as soon as possible. Really good again to get that plant down. A little bit slow on that Toxic Babe, so they couldn't get the denial that they were looking for on the side of Furia. And then again, it just comes down to losing a couple of swings to Fantasy, playing so good with that Glaz. The desk highlighted the entry duo on NIP. Fantasy and Hates, probably the 2 best players on NIP, certainly the most mechanically talented that we see on this roster. It's going to be exciting to see them play here up against a team like Furia, who themselves are stacked with star power, who could win almost any gunfight depending on what you put them in. But when the attackers have the better tools, when Fantasy and Hates are able to work around one another, they just feel so unstoppable as they start to charge through the buildings.
It's been a good look for this new NIP team, quote unquote, as they managed to qualify for Salt Lake City, and even though Brazil as a whole didn't do a ton of damage, Furia in particular was a standout in SLC, but not in the way that you'd think. There's been growth from this Brazil region through stage 1. When we watch NAL, the desk does it a little bit more than you and I, Jesse, because we are not shameless sellouts for our region, but the desk is obviously very happy with how North America is doing right now, and I do think on paper they are the favorite region to win EWC and continue their trend of dominance that began in Salt Lake. It's a bit puzzling how Brazil fell apart in Salt Lake City, and they've got to make up for it. They've got to show up at EWC and then set their sights for Osaka, as that's the location of the next major that'll be happening this fall. Brazil surely will not be held down for too long. Baseto, after getting 3 kills in the previous round, is the first casualty, gets swatted away by Furia pretty early on, and we've still got 2 minutes to go, with Furia having an advantage.
Yeah, that's the arch nemesis of every Shield player, a staircase, and it will give the opening man advantage over to Furia. Now can play quite comfortable here around White Stairs. Box got this read on the player walking up towards him. It's the Damos with the track, but loses the battle even with the shotgun. A massive kill coming through from Fantasy, and he's got good space for his teammates now. Wants another, why not? This guy's shooting today, but he barely loses the gunfight to Herds, and man count goes back in favor of Furia.
Wolves taking down Pino. Jesse, Staircase is not just the arch nemesis of Shield operators, but after I've eaten all-you-can-eat sushi, also Staircase is my nemesis as well. So try to avoid any kind of physical labor at that point in time, as I just become a ball and roll myself into bed. Furia with a great advantage right now. Loira and Volps were early casualties in rounds 1 and 2, and Volps has already made his presence known. Now it's Herds dying at the hands of Hates to the exploding phone. We don't see that every day. Nip on their back foot. Furia still in prime position to close this one out.
We'll give a call over to Volps this time around. Loira's phone is already blown up. Volps will not let his go. He feels it's safe enough to turn that phone call off. Wizard just got hit by a thorn trap, by the way, so this 2v3 just got even more difficult. He'll be slowed temporarily inside a big tower, and his position, of course, known. Big kill by Hates, but here comes the swing back, and still 1v2 now. Wizard a lot to do.
Close quarters, that Scorpion really does a lot of damage and tears through people like nobody's business. Still close quarter engagements for Volps moving forward. Wizard's last man standing, and he'll work his way from that tower stairs all the way through the bomb site. Volps and Loira, first 2 to die through rounds 1 and 2. Now the last 2 standing in round number 3, and Volps will make them pay for not getting rid of him earlier on. I think he was running the Team Liquid Alienware skin too. So good for Volps, and Furia will regain the lead.
Again, felt like they just had a really strong defense up towards White Parker. Even when they were losing bodies, the trades came very nicely. The util was good from NIP, and I think it paints the picture of how they want to take some of these attacks. A lot of these pushes have been focused around Dokkaebi. They've been focused around Snake. They've been focused around Damos and Grim. It's these intel gathering operators on the attack, which have come to really define the meta that we're in today, alongside shields and displacement operators like Capitao and Grim. It just feels like NIP are loading up on information so they can try to win some of these fights, and those fights don't go their way. Sometimes the trade's a little bit tough because you've got players that are separated around the map. Maybe they're in Big Tower, maybe they're outside the museum window, maybe they're elsewhere around, but it's just kind of hard to get some of those trade backs. You've got some incredibly talented players here on NIP. Again, Fantasy and Hates, known as maybe the best entry duo in South America, but up against a team like Furia when everybody is firing. It's a very difficult foe to take down. The Dokkaebi will get banned out, so no more exploding phones to result in kills for NIP, but even still, they've got so many good tools available with the Damos and the Snake.
Always throws me for a loop, even though it's been just over a year now since Siege X, now just called Siege, got launched, but it still throws me for a loop when I see smokes in the prep phase. Mentally, I have to be like, oh yeah, that's the fire extinguishers. But I'm just, there's still always, I'll look up every now and then and be like, wait, hold on a second, what's going on? Reminds me of when they talked about having Blitz's special ability be that he spawned in the prep phase.
Oh my god.
I would love to see that for what it's worth. Imagine all the attackers are drones and then Blitz is just off to the races. I
I feel like it would be so bad. Like, you're completely by yourself. You have no teammates. Like, what are you supposed to do? Maybe you could stop some site setup or something. I don't know.
Interesting. I'd love it. I think it would be so annoying because you'd have somebody on your team who would do it, and then they would do it 3 rounds in a row, and they would just die every time, and you'd be like, come on, man. But then it would happen to you where you'd be on defense, and a blitz would run in, and 3 people who were born without mouths would not say anything, and then they all die to a blitz, and the other team hasn't even spawned in yet.
I feel like you're talking from personal experience, Parker.
I, unfortunately, to the detriment of many around me, was born with a mouth. So, one of my greatest weaknesses. Rocking the new anime skin from Elevate, Basetto is hoping to find somebody. Furia dying immediately. Fantasy and Wizard on the board. Your favorite player getting a kill. Boxera answers back, but the damage has been done at this point. Nip with an advantage with half the round to go.
Yeah, it's a great early game coming out here from NIP. The roam clear goes exactly as promised. Again, with the snake scanner, Fantasy gives so much information that he can then feed to the rest of his teammates and, of course, himself. Instead of not needing to do a whole lot on this blitz other than just be a distraction, be the focal point, make sure everybody's looking at him. But now you've got to make this execute happen. Not a ton of soft breach, some shotguns from Pino. That's what he's using right now to get a little bit of vert play. But they know what the task is here, Parker. They have to clear out Infirmary. They want this frag, and they will get it. Big pick from Fantasy.
That's what they need. And those F2s, they sing, they swear, they're everywhere. Back and forth contest now. Obviously still more on the line. I know we did joke about Furia needing the single round to secure their spot in the top 4. They've done that. Now it's about posterity and all the rest that comes with it. Fox talked about it on the desk. I don't need to repeat what he said. Diaz with 1 kill, Herds with another, and suddenly this round has tightened up. Nip has had some big struggles hanging on to their leads, and Diaz with an easy read. It leaves Basetto, the point man. He was first involved minutes ago. He's been empty-handed so far, and he's finished off by Diaz. From Brazil to NA, back to Brazil. Diaz makes his presence felt, and it's a big round from Furia.
That's Mr. Diaz Lucas BR for anybody watching after a play like that. A huge 3K in the 2v4 and a round that NIP had no business losing, and yet they do. It's the utility in the site for me, Parker, that makes all the difference. It's the Surya gates from the Aruni, and most importantly, it's the Mira windows. No counter to that whatsoever, and you see NIP wandering into the site somewhat isolated, not by themselves, just completely falling to that position that was being played by DS. A huge round to come out from DS in that one. The 24-year-old, second oldest player here on Furia, alongside Herds, whom he clutched that 2v4 up with. So the old dogs still got some fight left in them. It's a really nice round that forces a tactical timeout to come through from NIP. Their coach, Dan, having some words with the squad now to get them back on track. They know how important these attacks are on Fortress. NIP, one of the best attacking teams that we have in South America with a 60% overall offense win rate. They have to be better on this half.
Oh, undeniably so. Both of these teams have, I don't want to say a long history, but both of these teams do have a history of unfortunately struggling in tough matches. Furia in particular, the big one was Salt Lake City. They came in near the top of everybody's depth charts, and many had them easily making playoffs and then potentially making a deep run because of all the talent and the fragging power on this squad. Whether there was just because too many cooks were in the kitchen, or maybe they were still trying to get the hang of things, but Furia made it to Salt Lake City and got bounced really, really quickly. This NIP team has had struggles for, I want to say, a couple years now, Jesse, with their fraggers going quiet. Fantasy and Hates have been terrific throughout much of their career, whether they played for Vivo Keydstars, whether it was MIBR, whatever teams it was. But it's just, again, I don't know. Sometimes they fall off and the support cast isn't there. I do like the addition of Basetto to this roster, and with it, Nip's stock has continued to rise. And of course, they clinched its spot in the top 4 before this matchup had even begun. So Nip is on the ascendancy. They've just really got to struggle with these man advantages and figure them out. Hopefully, they're able to do that moving forward, or else this one will be over in a hurry for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about fantasy and a guy who's maybe had a career of inconsistencies, but, like, he made his career as being the star player for Furia. You go back 4 or 5 years ago, and it was this organization that he was representing at all the biggest tournaments in the world. Took a bit of a back seat. He really wasn't picked up by any top teams for a while after that team blew up. Now has found new life here in NIP, and I think, honestly, I know they've had some struggles over the last couple of years, but like this, to me, does look like one of the best versions of NIP that we've seen in quite some time, especially with these entry duo of Eights and Fantasy. So I want to see them getting more active in this game, finding a little bit more of success. It's been the execute that's been the issue, to be honest. I mean, the early game has gone their way. We'll see if it does again, as this Besetto Blitz is desperate to drop in and take some fights.
And I know the observers can't hear me, but I don't like anime in the slightest. And Stefan and the crew over on the NAL took great delight in constantly spectating this anime shield to torture me. And we have now watched Besetto for about 45 seconds straight. So this is the greatest day of my life, Jesse. Yes, I have the uncanny ability to make this about myself. Wizards slaughtering Volps and Herds. Nip in very familiar territory, a huge early advantage, and yet they've been unable to capitalize twice so far.
From below the site, that's a crazy angle for him to get those 2 picks. Besetto will easily be picked back up as he's outside the building. There's still over 60 seconds on the clock. This is the best round we've seen from NIP in a little bit, Parker. They're feeling so confident in this one to close it down, but they've lost 3v5 clutches before, and it just feels like somebody on Furia could be due for a big moment.
Could be Loira now as he looks for kill number 1. Fantasy goes down. That's a huge pick. Onto the glass. The Blitz of Besetto still in position. Final 40 seconds now. Hunkered down in the bomb site is Furia. No gas canisters remaining. Smart glasses for Boxera and 1 Kiba barrier is all she wrote for Furia. So very limited utility. And that's bad news for them. They're going to continue to fall by the wayside as Nip seems unlikely to repeat past mistakes. Diaz will need to clutch out the round. He was so good previously. And he'll find Hates, but he's got the Blitz in hot pursuit. No opportunity to pull out the shotgun. Hold on a moment. No, he gets finished off by Nip. That was far too close for comfort. Nip almost bottles it again. But at the 11th hour, they stick the landing and close the gap between themselves and Furia.
Diaz makes literally any round look winnable. I swear to God, this guy has a secret sense that just makes him unbeatable in some of these moments. Perhaps he could have clutched that one out if only his team had gotten a couple of kills earlier. And I hate to call out players, Parker, but this has been an unusually quiet game for Loira. The former Samurai and player for G2 has been really quiet so far today. Got his first kill in that last round, but even that frag, it took quite a few bullets, and it felt like he could have been good for a couple of more in that round. Enters this game as the highest rated player on Furia, 78 and 64 KD, but has not been able to replicate that success up against NIP. It's not a critical game for him. It's not a critical must-win for either of these teams, but if you want to give yourselves the best opportunity, the best seed heading into playoffs, and this is a must-win game. 3-2 currently on the scoreboard. If NIP tie this up, they'll be feeling good. 4-2 for Furia would be fine as well. It's still anybody's game, but you have to feel like Furia have maybe a bit of the momentum at this point. I don't know. It's close.
Truth be told, I think it's quite a challenge to read into this matchup so far. It's been unpredictable. I would argue Nip has been the better team so far, and yet the scoreline doesn't show that. So it's I know people will then turn around and be like, well, obviously Nip's not the better team because they're not leading. And it's like, well, you need to think a little bit more critically about this kind of stuff. Nip has looked like a very well-structured team. They've just fallen apart at the last minute. And, I mean, they've also allowed Fury to pull off some remarkable stuff. Besetto's in this exact same spot again, by the way. It honestly just feels like we are rewatching the previous round.
So many teams love this just small tower drop, especially with the smokes and the shields. Herds dies elsewhere over to Pino. He's still outside the building, but this could be a disaster. This Warden play can be really good to counter the small tower drop. Last time they had a Warden here, he had brought the deployable shield rather than the Nitro, so there wasn't much he could do against the Blitz. They're so patient on the side of NIP, though. I mean, this makes all the difference.
SAL will go out. It gets shot away at immediately. Volp's unable to do too much. He's killed at the hands of Basetto, who charges in his direction. They knew the shield was in the vicinity. What is this, the 5th round where Nip has received the first 2 opening kills? This is an incredible stat line, and yet Nip's only been able to convert that twice.
Something they have to get better at, of course. It's something that they've maybe struggled with at current times throughout their past as well. Now in a 2-man lead, though, this feels like a good spot for them once again. Closing this out, they were successful back in round number 5. Minute 10 on the clock, and all of these site players just heading back towards their bomb site. They don't want to go for any aggressive flanks. They're confident in their stall potential. Goyo canisters and maybe some Toxic Babes as well could stall this out for a victory.
Yet another pick as Nip is closing this gap in a hurry. Furia should probably not have the lead at this point in time, but they do, and that's the reality of the situation. A flawless round on deck unless Diaz can get something. 7 kills to his name. Shot from the back. Fantasy with 2 kills to send away the first half. Nip will only be able to convert all that success into 3 rounds, but they will take it.
I feel like that's the big thing, right? All that success. They had so many of these rounds starting so well for them, and then there's these attacks downstairs as well in the cafeteria where they have the men advantage and things seem to be going well, and then somehow some big player moment on the side of Furia takes it back. Though 3 rounds, I guess, on a map like Fortress, I mean, Foxtail, would you say that's enough for the likes of NIP going into defense, or do you think they should have come away with more here?
I think that's a great split for how they've been playing. I mean, NIP, I agree with what everyone has said so far. They have looked like the better, more formidable team, and them being able to swap sides and go on to defense. I mean, they look like to be in the comfortable position. Fortress is a more defender-sided map. As for the side of Furia, I mean, we were asking the question beforehand, if Fulps is not having a big game, if he is not leading the charge, who's going to be the player that's able to follow up, especially against such a front-heavy, aggressive NIP roster? And so far, that's been Diaz. He has been there, just getting the trades, always being put into positions where he needs to step up in these man-down scenarios, and he's been showing up for the occasion. Now you're going to come to a side like on a map where you're going to be attacking, and here's the difficult thing, is Furia has never really had the best shield player. I mean, I know we might see Box Zero, we might see Volps on the shield, but that will be the biggest question, is how they're going to be able to make moves into the bomb site, put pressure when they don't have such a pivotal shield player against an aggressive. I'm imagining NIP will be in your face at the start of these defensive rounds, so it'll be very interesting to see how Furia is going to be able to adapt to that. But again, I think NIP still, it's their game at the end of the day. They 3-3 split on their attacks is very good, and it's just going to be the same defaults that we're going to see on their defense. I don't think they have to stray too far away from what their normal is, because they have been playing better. They are getting the opening kills. Now this defensive side is going to force them to play off of each other and play more passive. So I'm expecting them to honestly run away with it here.
Yeah, objective is already secured, of course, for NIP. They avoid that matchup with FaZe, which is really important here. And as you already mentioned as well, NIP, on their attacks, they were playing a lot with the shields, right? Really trying to create the space with that, have the information on the side as well, with a Solid Snake, for example. But for the likes of Furia, they won't have that mounting to their access, at least for this one. They themselves will ban out some of the counter breach stuff, but a shield ban and a Deimos ban as well, kind of dipping into 2 sides here when it comes to that information and the shields as well. Furia, what can you really show us going into the second half?
What can they show us indeed? That's the question for Furia, Parker. And you can wind back the clock a little bit to mid-March when this roster was initially revealed. It had been picked apart from different teams. They took 5 players without much history together and they threw them all under one banner, that being Furia. And when they played their very first game of the South American League, their first match ever as a professional team, they met NIP on the very first day of groups of the SAL kickoff, and they delivered a swift 7-4 victory, taking down the Ninjas. They would not meet NIP again until the grand finals of the SAL kickoff, where they would again go head-to-head, and Furia again kind of dismantled the Ninjas with a 7-2 win on Bank and then a 7-5 win on Fortress. Today feels something different. I don't know if you can sense it in the air, but it just seems like this NIP team had a little bit more gusto behind them. It feels like they're starting to play with their food, and they're starting to develop, I think, with their entries in a way that we haven't seen from them in the past. Furia have to be good on the attacking side. They need to find good entries and find ways to break these defenses apart, because if they don't, it'll be a match with FaZe Clan in the playoffs.
What a reward that is, having to deal with FaZe Clan. It's a joke. It's not a reward. That's punishment.
Oh, yeah, no, okay.
Humor will one day make its way to Alberta, and boy, oh boy, it will be a great day for everybody.
I don't know if it's my neck of the woods.
We should build pipelines for humor. What do you think about that, Jesse?
To get some to your house, or?
You know, in Quebec they have Just for Laughs. We should export that, put it in a pipeline, send it to Alberta, and maybe those people will find humor. I think that'd be kind of nice. This looks like it might be a quick one though, Jesse. Furia knocking at the door already of this extended defense by Nip, but Nip has fallen away now, and the fire from that Goyo canister will remain. 20 long seconds as Blackbeard does his best Captain America impression to shield charge his way through the wall. Also, Captain America's made it to Alberta, so you know what that is. Okay, good. I'm glad we're making progress here.
Love the information that's being gathered. Again, this snake was so critical for NIP's attacks. They got so much good information off of it. Now we're starting to see Furia do just the same. It's not a surprise to see Volps on the Blackbeard. Foxy was critical of this shield play. He does play it a lot. It's not the most successful shield player. I definitely agree with that, but Volps can still do great work here with the shield in front of his face to be able to take this space for his teammates. The Denari setup just inside of Horse will make things difficult, and that will be even tougher as Diaz is the first to fall.
Herds takes down Wizard, so the brawl will continue. Both of these teams looking for the upper hand. Furia has held the lead here in this for quite some time. Nip is hoping for their very first round victory, and again, it's only a matter of time until Nip finds their footing. We both agree that they have been the better team despite this scoreline, and yet they've still come up short on a number of rounds, largely self-inflicted for what it's worth, but they lead the way in opening duels. So far, through these 7 rounds, they have all but won. The conversions have just been the tricky part. Final 40 seconds now, and it's a 4v4 brawl. They're waiting to try to catch Pino on a rotate. Out goes the nade. Basetto will take down Bogzera, and Furia will now be on their back foot. Volps is gone next. Herds is just standing in this position, holding the angle as he's supposed to, while the rest of his team dies and falls by the wayside. Surely Nip don't bottle this one, right? They've had opportunities where they've been able to close out rounds with similar scorelines. No. Please don't. No. It's not going to happen again, Jesse. It's not going to happen again. Promise me it's not going to happen again. Herds with 4, but he runs out of time. Nip giving him every single advantage possible. They almost throw it again. What is going on? But they win the round. Oh, my word.
Are you not entertained? Nice try by Herds, the former world champion for W7M, but can't quite find that final kill, doesn't have the time for it. It should have been completely unwinnable, to be honest. They gave him a lot of swings that NIP maybe shouldn't have, but they did play the clock correctly. Finally, Basetto was able to lock things down in the 1v1 and say, I am not going to swing this man. He is way too hot. Some of the best players and teams in the world have found that out the hard way, and NIP almost just did as well. But still, a really strong defense. They had them in a massive advantage, frankly, Parker. Furia had really good utility coming through with, of course, the Blackbeard, but also the Ying that was being brought onto that attack, and yet it didn't feel like they got great value out of those tools that they were bringing. Instead, it ended up being relatively fair gunfights, relatively even 50-50s, and with NIP just having the advantage on the defense, hunkered up in some power positions, it felt like they were able to work that man count just all the way down for Furia. Still, you can't shake off that performance, and if Herds heats up on this attack, even if they're throwing him on the thermite, right? I mean, it's a far cry from his previous days as an entry fragger, but like, if you can get Herds active like that, this Furia team will be scary.
And the Furia team still is scary, but again, the underlying numbers are the greatest issue here. Herds and Diaz combining for 15 kills. The rest of the team don't even have half of that. They're sitting at 7. So very top heavy. Diaz won multiple rounds with his heroics, and Again, 4 of those kills from Herds came in the previous round, and they were entirely impactless. They had no bearing whatsoever on the round. So if you eliminate those and you just look at everything else beyond that, the kill tallies are really quite poor for Furia, despite how close this has been on the scoreboard. And I hate to sound like a broken record, but it really does come down to Nip throwing a few of those rounds when they had such decided advantages. Furia, Jesse, will be quick to regress now, though, as Herds has taken a bit of damage. Hates is moonwalking his way away from harm. Can they capitalize off of this, and can Furia do something they've only done once, and that's strike first?
Well, I like the space they've taken so far, Parker. With this double shield combo and the snake, it makes it really fast to take the space, and watch how everybody in NIP is forced to just group up in towards the site. We're not even halfway through the round, and already Basetto is putting down that final reinforcement on the bomb site. It's this onion strategy where you're layering backwards, and that's a good strat, but I just feel like they've not wasted very much time with it. Over 90 seconds, and Furia will have a 5v5 to look in towards this bomb site. Now, they don't have great execute utility, but they have 2 shields that can try to get a plant down. They've got loads of smokes to obscure the vision. There's no Warden being brought. There's no more Nitro cells to be played either. So it's really going to kind of come down to this execute, Parker. A full chaos 5v5 push in towards the bomb site, and Furia can really come from any angle that they want to.
I'm going to crash out if I have to keep seeing this shield skin, by the way. I'm just... Is there like a rule that everybody has to run it?
Well, it's the best skin in the game, so I feel like they just...
It's not even close to the best skin in the game. I hate anime. That's it. Basetto, first one to die. Herds on the board. At 4K did not amount to much, but you still know that he's a threat no matter what. Diaz is gone, so Herds will have to carry even greater weight. There goes Loira. They managed to get some on Nip, though, as it's all up to Pino in a 1v2. Box Era really low on HP. Herds is the big threat that you need to take care of. Pino sees the shield. Trying to play this pixel angle, but it's also giving info to Herds, who's been spotted on a camera. Out goes those fire in the flames. Boxer is able to get out of dodge. Herds buying time now as the defuse kit gets planted. Running out of room to land this thing, and there's the shield. You know that Pino has to aggress. Missed opportunity! It was there for the taking, but Pino doesn't grab it, and Furia wins the round.
The kid from Curitiba in the south of Brazil, Herds, has been on fire 2 rounds in a row now, Parker. 7 kills and a plant for good measure just over the last 2 rounds of the second half on their own. It's been a miraculous performance, but it comes off the back of his teammates as well. Everybody taking that space. Again, it was the shields plus the snake that got them that early round advantage. Maybe not a man count advantage, but certainly a position advantage where they had full control of briefing with really good time still on the clock. They stall out a little bit. They start to use that clock. They definitely take full advantage of the time that they have in their pocket, but eventually they're able to put together a good execute. They trade out really nicely. Herds is kind of that backstab pressure that nobody's really looking for. So after he does the hard work of using those exothermic charges and getting the hard breach out of the way, that's when he then pulls his gun up and gets to work shooting heads as well. It's a really big round to come through from him, and now Furia continuing to keep this game tight 4 apiece. It is anybody's game here for the final matchup of the group stage.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, both of these teams have secured their spots in the playoffs, and both of them have secured spots in the top 4. FaZe Clan will sit atop Brazil. We know that much. They are not able to be caught. There's a logjam right now at 17 points. FaZe Clan sitting 4 over them, so that's more than you can get in a single game. Good for FaZe Clan, defending world champs. Yeah, they should probably be the best. And they were the only Brazil team to make it to the playoffs at the Salt Lake City Major, ultimately finishing in the top 4. Team Liquid Alienware, Nip, Furia, and Loud all sit at 17 points. So, as was talked about on the desk, and you've mentioned a couple times, there is a tiebreaker scenario at play. Furia, by winning round number 1, clinched their spot in the top 4. But still more to be played, as Loud and Los will wait to see who they play in the lower bracket later this week. Again, early aggression from Furia, Jesse, and it gets Nip on the run.
Yeah, 3 players caught on a snake scan, so that information is absolutely critical. The shields can now take the space because everybody has to fall back. It's so quick that they take this map control, and it makes all the difference.
always love hearing that telltale sound from Solid Snake when they get alerted to it. Hates and Diaz on the board. Diaz finds a second. Hates will get his second before Volps chases him down. And Furia showing how formidable they can be. These attacks have been great, very punishing. 4 ninjas in pajamas. That leaves Wizard and Pino on the side of Nip. Furia's taken a bit of a beating, Diaz in particular. Now Volps is gone at the hands of Pino. He had a bit of problems dealing with that blitz in the previous round. He will not make that mistake yet again. All of this is happening, by the way, Jesse, while Loira is sitting at 1-8, a far cry from what he is capable of. If he comes online, that can be a major difference maker for Furia, and right now, they're going to need that difference maker in some capacity. Boxera now left all on his own as the 2 remaining players from NIP have both picked up a single kill. Boxera's in the site with the defuse kit. Well, I mean, technically he's not on the site, but he's a single wall away, and he can walk into the site whenever he wants. There he goes. He finds the opportunity. 45 seconds still remaining in this round, and that's funny. Diffuser's 45 seconds, and it went down with 45 seconds to go. So the round will be the exact same length as usual. Boxera finding Wizard. There's no way It happened again.
It happened again, Parker.
Yes, it happened again.
Again, it's an NIP man advantage that gets tossed at the last moment, and this time it's at the hands of Boxera, one of the best young players that we have here in South America, hyped up as maybe the rookie of the year last year, if not for Stompin's inclusion into the league. Boxera has been making waves down here in South America, and he absolutely puts in the work in the 1v2. It's messy. It's not clean. These are not the rounds that Furia expect to be winning in the fashion that they expect to be winning them. But regardless, they take the lead now up 5-4. I'm glad you brought up Loira. I mean, we mentioned him earlier on, but the fact that he's consistently playing these critical roles of information gathering means that when he goes down, and especially when he goes down early on an operator like the Solid Snake, it feels like a lot of that information just falls apart for Furia, and you're seeing little rat spots work out for NIP, where maybe they go down in the initial map clear, maybe they concede some space, but then they're getting these kills back, and things have to get really messy for Furia. Again, they're thriving in the mess. They're up 5-4. They don't have too much to be upset about here, but the way this game has been going, it still feels like it is anybody's map to take control of, and I'm just waiting for one team to finally click and to just dominate their opponent for a clean round.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I feel like if this happens again, I honestly think my brain is just going to fly out of the front of my skull. I think at that point it just forcefully ejects itself like a pilot from a fighter jet, and then you'll just hear a crashing noise as my lifeless corpse hits the ground. Because how many times are we going to watch this, Jesse? How many times are we going to watch this team ultimately choke these leads? Words fail me, which is very rare for me, as you probably know. So it's exasperating. And I imagine NIP fans are particularly frustrated by this because there's really no good reason for it. NIP should have won this game by now, for crying out loud.
This is about to get messy. Here come the Candelas and the shotgun from Boxera. He did so good in the last round, Parker, to give his team the win, but now he's got to be even bigger. Finding Pino on the Warden, he loses that duel. You can't blind those glasses, and all of a sudden, everybody is dead. 6 bodies still remain inside the server, but 4 have fallen, and Herds and Diaz are once again in a man count disadvantage. But Parker, based on how this game is going, that might mean that they're favored to win this round.
Do you have a lead? Yes, I do. Is there still over 2 minutes left? Yes, there is. Do you feel like winning the round? No, we don't.
And it's Diaz and Herds, too. Like, these are the guys who have consistently been finding big moments, other than Boxera in the last round. These would be the two to do it in the 2v4.
21 kills between the two of them. 12 kills between the remaining players on the team. Just switch the numbers. It looks close enough. It's like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man gif where things are blurry and he puts on the glasses. Mm-hmm. They get a freebie on Pino.
Oh, no. Oh,
it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again, and you're going to hear my brain go flying out of my head. It's just...
They're still swinging, Parker. They're still swinging.
If Herds could control that F2 recoil a little bit better, it would be a 2v2. This is just like, he should have had that. That one maybe not so much. But like Nip is giving you opportunities to get back into this game. It's like they're actively sabotaging themselves. They're both going to march in together now. Here you're looking for it, dancing around that shotgun blast. Diaz with one. Herds goes for an interesting pick onto a shotgun, I will say that much. And Fantasy is the trade. All right, it did not happen again. So Nip managed to secure a victory based off of a numbers advantage, which is something that is rare. It's rare today, which is odd again. We're going to go all the way. Of course, this is our final matchup of the regular season. Furia will call a timeout. What do you say? What do you say? Hey guys, we got here because of, not really because of what we did, but we're here. What do you say?
Well, attack timeout is what will get said by Furia, Parker, after they go 5-5 here, not able to clutch out that man disadvantage spot that they were in. You really got to give credit, I think, Bassetto for being kind of the adult in the room and not going for those swings. He is the hard support player for this team. He's the one who has to sometimes put his brain on and win these rounds where they should be winning them, and he does just that alongside Fantasy when things get down into the 2v2. That's a nice little play to come out there from NIP. 5-5. This one certainly feels like it's spiraling towards overtime, but don't forget the history. It was a 7-5 regulation win for Fury the last time these two teams met on Fortress. That was the final map of the SAL kickoff in the grand finals. So a rematch here at the end of the group stage, it's almost poetic the way that this game has been going down. And even if every round hasn't gone exactly as we expected, if you told me it was going to be a 5-5 game at the start of this best of one, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Tripping over ourselves to try and say nice things about the absurd, I suppose is a correct way of putting it. It has been a very entertaining match. I would go so far as to say this has been the most entertaining match of the day. Maybe not for the right reasons, but it has still been quite unpredictable. And I mean, again, this is our last match of the group stage. We're going to get into the playoffs. We're going to start playing best of threes. We're going to see who's the best in Brazil. Both of these teams will be in action in the playoffs. We're going to get to see them again. And it will be entertaining, no doubt. But again, what a spectacle it is to close out the group stages with this game. And we're guaranteed 2 more rounds, but with the way they're playing, I think overtime is probably more likely than not. So expect this one to go even longer. We do know we're coming to a conclusion at some point, though, and the better question that needs to be answered, Jesse, is will Nip be able to just stick the landing? Because that's been the story so far this entire match.
Well, Parker, it's one thing to stick the landing. It's another to stick it on the worst bomb site in the game. We are at Hammam and Sitting Room. Personally, I don't believe we have ever casted this site, so let's see how it goes. Immediately, the Candelas come through, and the push begins with the shield. Or not?
Or not. It was a false start. Out goes the Nitro Cell. Lots of I think that's... Both Nitro Cells were just tossed out. One remains in pocket for Fantasy. It cleared out a lot of gadgetry. It actually looks like they might have destroyed a bunch of their own gadgets if that Thatcher EMP reader is to be believed. Also quite rare to see a Thatcher these days. From a casual perspective, I think the change was excellent. I think he's a very fun operator to play, and I think it's great for newer players, though I did like the simplistic aspect of the previous one. Just rare to see him at this point in time. Loira, what a shot. Only 2 kills, but that one was a thing of beauty, and he's picked apart in the midst of the smoke. The target was Volps, the intended target, of course, but they'll take Loira for their troubles. Nip in an advantageous spot as Diaz sits over top of that case. Fantasy tearing through all of Furia, 15 seconds off of the defuse kit, so still plenty of time for Nip to get ever closer. Boxera and Diaz need to deal with these remaining players. There's a shotgun there, takes him down. Where's Boxera with a shotgun of his own? Around the corner he goes. Fantasy with a quad kill, and Nip take match point.
Why not 4 for the kid against his former organization? A huge round win on the least played bomb site in all of Siege, Hammam and Sitting Room. A really nice defense where, I don't know if they let the plant go down, but certainly that rush attempt from Furia was well put together. They were using that EMP, I think, both to maybe blind a warden if one existed in the site, but also to stop those nitro cells if there was going to be some plant denial to come through and stop that fuse from getting kit on the ground. Ultimately, they were successful in planting. Furia had that success straight in through the window, but just lost a couple of bodies elsewhere on the site, and Fantasy, a huge step up to be able to hold that window, cover for his teammate to stick the disable, get a couple of kills in the chaos, and not lose their head over what was a very fast-paced round by Furia. Now NIP have the advantage. They have the opportunity to do what Furia did to them back during kickoff and win this game on Fortress 7-5.
Now watch Furia win this round, and Nip not only drops rounds, but also drops the lead.
Probably. There's almost no doubt in my mind this is going 15 rounds. Like, it feels like that's exactly where we're headed. And I know I say that a lot, but like this game in particular just feels destined to go the distance, does it not?
Yeah, I mean, it really does. We got all 15 rounds in our very first match of the day, Imperial versus INTZ. It was, let's use the caster term, it was an interesting game. And of course, we will end, if that comes to pass, going to overtime, and it will be a nice bookend here on the group stage. But it really is incumbent upon Nip closing this out, something they have failed to do so many times so far. So many advantages, and yet they just either don't drone or they misuse utility, and all hell breaks loose, and Furia, to their credit, takes advantage of it. Every time we've wagged our fingers at Ninjas in Pajamas, a lot of times you got to give praise to Furia for being able to pounce upon those weaknesses. Bad teams would not punish Nip for some of the transgressions that they've had. So, kudos to Furia for doing that. They've been doing it essentially 4v5, by the way. Loira is 2-11 at this point in time and has been one of the first casualties, if not the first casualty for Furia for almost half of the game. That is way below what we expect of him. And again, it's been a bit of a handicap so far for this Furia team, having to play down a man, especially with it being a Glaz this round.
Yeah, this is a miserable push for Furia as well, Parker. They're going up against Toxic Babes, Tachanka Fire, Kiba Barriers, Nitro Cells, like everything you could fear when you're going in for a site execute, they're fearing here. Hates getting very aggressive inside of Horse, but he barely mistimes it. Volp's a bit of an itchy trigger finger, though, and he will just whiff his shots, doesn't even get an opportunity. I don't think he saw him in the midst of that, so Hates uses that Kiba, gets out, no harm, no foul. And that'll be everybody back safely in towards the site for NIP. This is going to be a messy execute. Furia, they don't have the numbers, but they do have good map control. They can start to work their way in towards briefing. The reinforcements will go out. The time is going to be the biggest issue for them, Parker. Going up against all of this utility, most notably the Tachanka, will make things really slow to go for a plant. With a Dokkaebi and a Blitz and a Snake, they might just rush in for the frags, though, and that might be their best play.
To think how much this execute also hinged upon the chaos that would be caused by a Glaz. You saw how effective Loira was in the previous round as he picked up kill number 2, and ultimately Nip did win the round, but without that opening pick, without that concealment in the smoke, there's no universe in which Volps gets that diffuse kit down. So Loira did have his uses there. Fantasy with 15 kills is removed from the equation. It's been a great game for him. Hates is very close to 100 kills, but he's going to have to wait a little bit longer as his 10 are now in the ground. Furia finding their footing with 5 seconds to go. Box Era getting diffuse kit down. Herds on the cross. 15 for Herds. Could there be more to be had? Target acquired. He sees the Tachanka. 4 kills for Herds. Another quad kill, but this time it wins him the round. And we're going to overtime.
Herds is one hell of a player, man. I don't know what else to say about this guy. He clearly made his fame on that W7M roster. He won the greatest grand finals of all time back in Sao Paulo when they took down FaZe Clan in the SI finals. There's no doubt that will be his legacy, almost regardless of how this new Furia core goes. But a 4K in round 7, a 3K in round 8, a 4K in round 12, even just on this bomb site of dorms and games, he's gotten 7 kills kills the last 2 times they've attacked it. It's crazy how this brand new map that wasn't even in the pool when Herds was peaking as a player has now become maybe his best map on this Furia core. 16-7. They thrive in this chaos. They didn't have numbers. The time was getting low. The plant denial seemed strong from NIP, but because there's so many dimensions to that push, because NIP aren't able to hold really any map control other than just inside the site, and there's too much to look at, Furia are able to pick them apart piece by piece, one after another. I do not expect to see NIP back on that bomb site again, because it feels like consistently they're headed there, they're giving up map control, and then they are just getting slammed by a Herds multi-kill.
This has really been quite the game. And of course, we like casting Brazil. Large part because of your wedding and us having to change around dates. This is our first Brazil play day, and then I think we have 4 more or something like that coming up this week. Maybe 3. Maybe my numbers are off.
Couple, yeah, for sure. 2 or 3.
Definitely. In an NAL playoffs, because the NAL playoffs are still ongoing, even though teams have qualified for EWC, you still have the remaining matches as teams go deeper, and then you ultimately get your champions for Stage 1. We're just a couple days removed from Brazil and their 6 teams all now locked in, starting to play in the playoffs. Fantasy, 16 kills. By the way, he was somebody whose kill totals we weren't talking about because he was pretty far outside of the range of 100 kills. That's not the case anymore. Fantasy needed 21 before starting today, and he's at 16, so it's within reach. But I suspect you're going to need him to go have a pop-off moment and this to go all 3 rounds in OT. Still within striking distance. Hates is 2 away from 100 as well.
2 away from 100, 2 kills total for Loira, 2-12 is his current stat line. He's got to be so frustrated with his performance so far today, Parker. I'll reiterate myself. It's not just that he's going down. It's not just that he's dying early, but he's dying early on really important operators and not getting traded. As soon as Loira dies, you lose that scanner from the Snake. So finding these next couple of kills is going to be all the more difficult because you don't have the free information that scanner provides to you. It makes things a little bit awkward here. They still have good information to play around with. Volps on the shield and Herds on the Grim, but every time you lose this Snake, and it's happened a lot here in this attacking half for Furia, it just makes the job so much more difficult.
7th highest rated player is Loira heading into today's matchup. 78 kills, 64 deaths, so pretty decent, plus 14 in terms of KD. Herds is the one fragging out of his mind here, though. As he dies at the hands of Pino, Volps trades that one right back. It is a bit belated. The damage is still done at this point in time by Nip, who now look to hang on. They do not have a man advantage. That seems to be the Achilles heel of the Ninjas so far today. 30 seconds to go. Volps sitting next to the wall, now opened up as that projector wall taken apart by the ex-Kairos. Furia cannot get bogged down here. 20 seconds. 10 seconds already eclipsed. Gas canisters out. Volps a potential vault on over, but there's a SMG-11 on the other side. Fantasy punished. Furia has the lead, and he can't deal with them. Wizard takes care of Volps. It's an absolute mess inside a bathroom, and now Wizard needs to clutch out on the run. Diaz attempting the defuse kit. A reposition from Wizard. Can he catch them looking the wrong direction? No! Boxera shuts the door, and Furia moves to match point.
Again and again, Parker, it just feels like despite having the stronger position, NIP are just floundering in these late rounds. That wasn't as lopsided. That was pretty even going into the final 10 seconds. But even still, you find yourself in a position on NIP where you've got 2 toxic babes in pocket. There's less than 20 seconds on the clock. There's a Blackbeard trying to get into your sight, but like most of that pressure is coming from the same direction, in through the bathroom wall and maybe one player pushing in through Master. It gets really messy with the Blackbeard vaulting over, and then even in the 1v2, that seemed like it was for sure going to be winnable to be clutched up there in the end by NIP, but Wizard, I think just a bad decision at the end there. Instead of taking the 1v1 duel, he overcommits to try to stop that plant from going down, and it doesn't go his way. If he just wins the 1v1, if he focuses that way, it's a free kill onto the planter at that point, so just chaotic in these last dying seconds. I think some poor decision-making in the chaos from NIP, and because of it now, they will fall 7-6 to Furia, a team that they have yet to beat with the current iteration of this roster. It looked so good for them in regulation, and now here they are facing up against 2 match points.
5 seconds left.
Quite a jump from Furia, who were the team that, of these two, hadn't clinched a top 4 berth before first round was played. Furia's first round victory was, I guess, a taste of things to come, as they've really seriously been given a leg up here by some of NIP's troubles. Again, this really should be over. NIP should not have even allowed this matchup to go to overtime, and yet here we are. I don't want to say that NIP is the better team still, because all of these mistakes have added up to the point where I just don't think in good faith you can say they were objectively better. I think Furia is the best team at the moment, and that's because, again, the way they've capitalized off of the constant throws that NIP have done. It's always hard, right? Because there are teams who lose rounds because of their own actions, and there are times when teams lose rounds because of their opponent's actions. In this case, it's been a little bit of both. But NIP has been a pretty big enemy of their own success, and this is definitely going to be a match that haunts them at some point, if they lose, of course.
Well, we're back down to this bottom floor site, and this is the primary site for Furia, not just in this game, but the previous time they played Fortress as well. They're really the only team in the world that believe that sitting room and cafeteria is the best spawn site on this map rather than playing up above, and they're 2-0 defending it so far up against NIP. So the job will be to adapt for the Ninjas. They have to find a way to break through on a site that they haven't been successful in so far. They've got full top floor control, but they've had this before. Clearing Infirmary is such a tough task. Boxera is playing it right now on the Azami. It'll be the first step to making his execute even possible, and then beyond that, you've still got mirror windows in the site. You've still got Surrey gates and castle barricades stopping your entries. It's going to be really difficult to make this push.
A travesty of Hates is not able to hit that 100 kill mark. Fantasy getting closer. Hates is one away. Down goes 2 players on Furia. Very winnable now for NIP, but don't count Furia out too much, because NIP have the advantage, and that means bad things so far today. The greater issue now for Furia is that Loira is usually one of the first to die. He's still very much alive. He'll need a big moment from Diaz to win this. Loira with 1, Loira with 2. The demon has awoken, and Wizard and Fantasy go into the ground. They'll lose Volps on the side of Furia, so Diaz and Loira will have to make some magic happen. Hates will break 100 kills, but it might be a Pyrrhic victory. Diaz in a 1v2. Surely NIP don't throw this one, right? They've spent all game throwing it. You just have to find Diaz and isolate him. Oh no.
What?
Pino gets taken down, not enough coverage. Nitro Cell goes out, Diaz walking away, stopping Bassetto from getting the defuse kit down. Shotgun out, right into the chest of Bassetto. What a calamity for ninjas in pajamas. Oh my word, Furia takes full advantage and wins 8-6 in OT.
Genuinely unbelievable, that round, Parker. That whole game, it's an advantage for NIP. They're in the man count lead. They have everything they need, and then it's always something, right? It's always some craziness going on the NIP side, and then there's somebody on Fury ready to step up and demolish them. Even the one guy who we've been talking about nonstop as being impactless for Furia, effectively a 4v5 for most of that game, steps up big time in the end. It's Loira who gets his couple of kills, doubles his kill total for that win. But Diaz, who else? Who else would it be to clutch things out like that? A ridiculous game from Furia. They will secure the better seed and will play Team Liquid Alienware in the first round of playoffs.
Just a dumbfounding game to close out the group stages, and frankly, I wouldn't have had it any other way. As confused as we were, I'm almost certain there are 2 other people who are quite confused, and frankly, there might be a player who's quite confused too. So let's send it to the desk to hear from them in our interview.
I guess we can just all be confused together here. Honestly, that's a very common response from this matchup here, because what have we just witnessed? What was going on there? So many times that we see a team have a big advantage going into the round, and then there's some incredible heroics, especially from the side of Furia, to clutch these rounds around. But we got to speak to one of the players as well, as we have Diaz on the line, talking to him after a rather intense game here inside the SAL as the final matchup. Hopefully we can get him in soon to ask him a few questions. Before that though, Foxy, initial reactions from this game?
Well, Diaz is here, but I was just going to say, I mean, the initial reaction's crazy. NIP had the opening kill almost every round but 2 and still managed to lose.
It's incredible stuff that we're seeing here. But Diaz, I'm glad we get to speak to you. That was a rather intense game, and it's still decided for you to move up a spot, actually, in playoffs. You avoid a matchup with FaZe. How are you feeling after this?
A lot of ups and downs, but it's a shooting game, and we won. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we sure saw that. I was just mentioning, I mean, you guys only got 2 opening kills, yet still managed to win the rounds, bring it back. What is the communication like? How do you guys consistently are able to do it in a series where you lose the opening kill, but you understand, okay, well, it's a trade for the round win in the end? Like, what's the end goal when you guys lose that opening advantage?
I think we don't really think about it, to be honest. We understand that we can still win and do our plans in a 4v5. And like I said, it's a shooting game. All it takes is 1 kill to be 4-4. So it's we don't really think about it and keep doing the plan and win rounds.
Well, it is a shooting game eventually, and it helped you win out the game here today, but due to the result, Diaz, you're actually going to have a rematch against NIP as your best of 3 to determine who makes it to EWC. How are you going to make sure that it's a little bit less tense next week?
Same thing we did this week. We're going to work a lot. We're going to reveal their maps, our maps, and hopefully we'll beat them like we did the last stage to qualify.
Ooh, I see. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Diaz, and best of luck going into playoffs next week.
Thank you.
Good to hear from him as well. And also speaking about, what is ahead of him, because as the result of this matchup gives both teams points, it means that they move into 2nd and 3rd spot, and a rematch is on the table for them next week. I sure hope that, Intero is going to be around, because I've really enjoyed all the chaos that was coming out and his brain potentially launching forward from the front side of his head as he was talking about in this game, because honestly, chaos all across the board as well. Diaz says it's just a shooting game. They ended up being the better ones in that today here, but this round in particular as well, right? I mean, there's rounds where NIP come in with the man advantage, and then somewhere, Furia turned it around.
Yeah, it was such a chaotic game, but I agree with the statement of it just being a shooting game, because a lot of these rounds, it's big 2Ks, big 3Ks from individual players to be able to bring it back. I mean, on the last round, Diaz clutches up a big 1v2 that all got started off because Lawyer was able to even the man advantage by getting 2 big kills of his own. So it was just consistent big plays after big plays, and just putting these Furia players in positions to where that they can capitalize on it. It's a little bit of a scary situation, because there's a little bit of a curse where if you beat a team, the next time you go up against them, they usually beat you. So the fact that they have to play up against each other in playoffs in the first round, Furia versus NIP, hopefully it's not a double-edged sword where NIP ends up winning that one, because that's the playoffs is where you are going to want to be able to close it out. That being said, honestly, I hate to say it, Furia maybe had the better players, but NIP looked like the better team. They just let it slip out in the last few seconds. They're making sure that they're playing the man advantage. And something that I was saying was it's not necessarily their strong suit to play it slow, play trades, and close out rounds. They are very chaotic and aggressive teams, and it looked like today they fell back into that better nature. That being said, it looked like they were the better team. So very easy fixes for NIP going into playoffs. And if they can really get a grip on that, then the outcome of this matchup in playoffs may be completely different.
Yeah, that's obviously going to be the question, right? You learn so much more from when you get beaten, especially in the situation for NIP, right? I feel like the general consensus from everybody here on the desk, but also in the cast, was that they had the better ideas, the better strategies, the better plans going into this matchup. But then Furia come away with the majority of the points. can have a look at our MVP as well, because they're going to have to pull off a similar situation next week. I mean, we're looking at pretty intense, we're looking at a 4K from Fantasy as well. You know, there's big rounds. We talked about Laura having a rough game, but there are always such incredible players on the side of Furia to really back that up. And given the star power that they really have on this roster, it is exciting actually to see a rematch between these two.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, Herds is going to end up the MVP for today's matchup. But yeah, individually, I mean, we said it. If Volps is not necessarily leading the charge, who is? And everybody really stepped up. Herds, Diaz. Yes, Loira didn't have the best game, but when it mattered most in that final round, he did get those 2 kills to equalize into a 3v3, which was really all that you needed. Sometimes you don't need those consolation kills throughout the series, but when it matters most, he showed up. I do want to give a little bit of a commendation to Fantasy because he had a hell of a game, and honestly, you could argue that he should have been the MVP. 5 opening kills to himself and tying the KD that Herds had. But at the end of the day, I mean, the winning team, winning MVP, it's got to be Herds for the rest of Fury. I mean, they definitely wanted it to be a bloodbath. They wanted it to be a gunfight match, and they were able to win out on that front. And it just goes to show that NIP still has a little bit of things to work on.
Exactly. Looking at the updated standings, though, as we finish the group stage of the SAL, all the best of ones are now played. We had 4 teams on 17 points at some point in today's game, but of course with Furia and NIP going into overtime, Furia winning that one means they get 2 points, NIP get 1, and they both push themselves over Team Liquid Alienware. Now that is going to be huge. Talking about what comes up next week, because we'll be starting our playoffs, SAL actually being one of the later regions to start their playoffs. Many other regions have already sent teams to EWC, qualified teams, but for SAL, things only kick off next week. And that means we get El Clasico as a best of 3 to either send FaZe or Team Liquid Alienware to EWC. And on the other side, the rematch that we just talked about. But the El Clasico, that's a pretty hype game going into playoffs.
Yeah, it sure will. I mean, and the downside to it is all these teams that have made it into the top 6, besides maybe Los, are all very difficult contenders, and there could be a very real situation like we saw in the NAL where either Team Liquid Alienware or FaZe Clan, one of those 2 teams, has to go up against another Titan like Loud, and then unfortunately they just aren't able to qualify for EWC. They're not able to make it to the lower semis and attempt to qualify. It's just one of those downsides on how the bracket plays out and why it's so important to be able to get the best seeding possible, because at the end of the day, you do have to be the best, and whoever you go up against in this bracket, you have to be able to beat. And sometimes some teams just have a better matchup than others. And it's just, if you're, let's say, FaZe and you lose, I mean, one of the only teams that they've lost to throughout the regular stage was Loud. So imagine FaZe getting eliminated because they have to go up against Loud again. It's just so many possibilities, and I'm so excited for us to get into playoffs.
Exactly, yeah. Team Liquid also lost against Loud in group stage as well, so the path seems to be quite rough for them should they not win against FaZe in that first matchup. But as it stands, next week, especially for the folks over at the Central European summertime, my time zone as well, this will be a bit of a rough one for us. So you're going to have to tune in for a little bit of a night shift. It's going to be an 11 p.m. start for the first game of the day, and then moving all the way until 2 a.m. Well, supposed start time. Obviously, should this go to a 2-mapper, 3-mapper, that might change. That's going to be a late one, though. Fox, you're on for some of these games during the playoffs as well, right?
Yes, me and Leo Alpha Mo will be sharing them. I'm doing this day, so I'll be watching FaZe versus Team Liquid Alienware and NIP versus Furia.
Ooh, awesome. Very excited to have you there as well. We'll be having some good games ahead of ourselves here for the playoffs. That is it, though, from us here, as the SAL group stage now has finally concluded. We'll be moving into best of 3s next week. Very excited for that. Of course, next week in other regions, a lot of playdays will continue as well, especially with the playoffs and SI points to be determined in our other regions. For now, we thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you again next week when the playoffs start.